The defending champion Xander Schauffele, who handed the claret jug back earlier on this week. And we are live at the range for day 3. Less than 24 hours until the first tee shot is hit at the final major of the year, the 153rd staging of the Open Championship. The sun is shining. I'm here with Peter Finch. And Pete, days don't get any better than this.
I must admit, Wednesday at the Open, certainly for doing this, is one of my favourites. Like, the players are all excited. They can't wait to get going. There's a real sense of anticipation in the air. The last little bits of preparation are underway, and the crowd is absolutely loving it down here as well.
Oh, they did it on cue. Absolutely brilliant. See if we can do one more. They're a very good, do you know what? They're my favourite crowd so far this week. I don't say that every day. Listen, we've got a star-studded range here, the likes of Justin Rose, who else? Matt Fitzpatrick as well. I've been walking up and down. It's brilliant if you're a spectator to come and watch these fabulous swings.
Yeah, it is, and like going down here, you do get a sense of maybe which players are going to be rising to the top a little bit more, and Justin Rose has been incredibly impressive on the range so far. He's swinging it amazingly well. Like, you kind of forget Justin Rose is like still world-class player, even though he's maybe in the autumn of his career, but ultimate professional, I would say.
Great stuff. Well, Xander Schauffele was on the range a little earlier on. Let's get to our commentary team and see what he was up to.
Lovely day here at Royal Portrush for the 153rd Open. Radar's alongside me. Radar, lovely day today. The weather's going to get a little bit damp later on the week.
It certainly is. Hello, everybody. But this morning, I got up quite early to come into Royal Portrush, and it was very humid first thing, but not so much now. The sweater, all week, get used to it. The sweaters will be on and off, and umbrellas will be up, but that's just part of the Open. Doesn't matter where we go with the Open Championship. We go to so many great places, but...
Great day to get your game in shape, Radar, isn't it, with the practice facilities here at the club on a lovely day just before we start the championship. That range is going to be packed all day long. Probably not playing so many holes, maybe play 9 holes or something like that, then come to the range, just fine-tune your game.
Yeah, a lot of players do it differently. You know, they go out there and play 18 the first day, Tuesday, then maybe just 9 holes just to ease into it. A lot of players who are exempt for this championship, who didn't have to qualify, come here months ago. Rory McIlroy surely would have come here probably a couple of times, even though when he was 17 years of age, he shot a 61 around here. So he knows this place very well, even though it's changed a little over the years.
Good crowds watching the players hit some balls, and about half an hour earlier, well, the world #1. Here he is, Scottie Scheffler. Oh, standing behind him last week over in Scotland. Genesis Scottish Open, watching him hit balls. It's quite a treat.
Yeah, it is. It's a great thing. He hasn't got that reminder grip that he has. He practices with so very often. I had one of those when I was a youngster, and then they just disappeared. And I think Scottie Scheffler has brought that back. It's just a rubber grip that has moulded into what they say is the perfect grip.
Yeah, he's using that now, isn't he? Yeah.
Has he got it?
Yeah, he's got it, yeah.
Cool.
They were sort of poo-pooed, weren't they, back in the day, as a bit of a gimmick, but not anymore.
Not anymore, no.
Not anymore, no.
No, I had to work in a pro shop, and my boss, Ian Brander, he had one of those, and I used to get out the back there and...
Isn't it amazing?
Right.
Isn't it amazing that even the world #1 still working on his grip?
Yeah.
We try and impress the importance of that to people at home, to amateur golfers.
Grip and alignment, Jamie.
Yeah.
As you know, it's so very important in our game. And that grip, really, I'm going to say it's not a 2-knuckle grip. When you look down, when I say as a right-hander, you look down and you can see 2 knuckles, the one on your forefinger and the other one, and you know, it's probably a 2.5. It's not quite a 3er. It's not a Langer strength grip. It's not an Azinger strength grip, which is like almost a 5-knuckler. What were you?
I was about a 3, I reckon.
Well, that's good. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. I tried to weaken it off as it went on.
Really?
The stronger you got it, the more you're going to hook it. I started off as a hooker and then try to go the other way.
Yeah.
But you've got to get your hand on the club, haven't you?
no knuckler is like a really weak grip isn't as good as having a stronger grip. That's a really good grip.
The great thing with Scheffler is he hits the ball both ways. I mean, he can just do anything with it, can't he?
Yes. And I've always put him down as being an Open champion, and that's not I'm not just getting on the bandwagon, Jamie. It's just I feel as though
I'm with you.
He can really bend it and he can turn it against it. He's a good enough putter. He's a better hitter than he is a putter stats-wise. But he...
I was with him last week, walked around with him a couple of times, and into the wind, he just come up short quite a bit, quite significantly short.
Balloon balls?
Yeah, he just seemed to spin it a little bit too much into the wind. I'm sure he's working on that, flatten out that ball flight. Because we are going to get some wind this week. It's not going to be horrendous, but it's always windy here.
Yes, it is. It's a fantastic golf course. It truly is a magnificent thing. Royal Portrush. I've been here twice. Irish Open a few years back. Jamie Donaldson was the winner. I think he beat Anthony Wall, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he did, yes, I think he did.
And then I was here for Shane's in 2019. What an Open championship. It's going to be sensational.
Yeah, Lowry shot 63 on a Saturday, probably the round of his life, to open up a bit of a gap, give himself a good lead going into the Sunday, Lowry.
They expect 270,000 people here this week. It's a lot of people, isn't it? Big old property.
Well, they love their golf on the island of Ireland. There's more golfers per capita in Ireland than the rest of the world. So they absolutely love the golf, which is a surprise to me.
Oh, they do, yeah. They love any sport.
They do, yeah.
Funnily enough, they like the horses as well, Jamie. He works so very hard, does Scottie Scheffler, on his swing. Always practicing down in Dallas.
Best part of his game, Radar? I mean, I'm going to answer my own question. I say he's chipping. I love watching him chip.
Well, you took the words out of my mouth, yes.
Same?
Yep. His chipping is unreal. If you want to watch him, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls at home, when you watch it on TV, you have a look. He doesn't really, with a pitch, from 40 yards even, he picks it. He just bruises the turf. There isn't a gouging divot.
It's a clip, isn't it?
There's no lean into it.
No, not like us.
No, it's not so, go on, get out of there. I mean, it's like, but he just clips it off there and he can spin it so well. That's why it chips in so
Well, he's trying to hold it, isn't he? He's trying to hold it, isn't he? From wherever. Quite incredible.
Did you see his interview yesterday when he said...
I did.
Did you watch that?
I thought it was fascinating. I really enjoyed listening to it.
Well, he said one a couple of years ago at the Masters after he went, he said golf doesn't define him. I mean, it's... and what he said yesterday was equally as sensational. Like,
I think it gives him some freedom. I think it gives him freedom because it seems like it doesn't mean everything to him.
Do you feel as though it's reverse psychology?
Possibly. I don't think it's on purpose, but he obviously... There's more to his life than just playing golf. It's more important than his golf. But you still get the impression that golf means so much to him. He's passionate about it. He's obsessive with it. But I think when you work that hard and you're that obsessed, when you do get to the end and you reach your goal, it's like, well, what do I do now? I think that's what he was saying.
Well, that's what Rory was alluding to after winning the Masters.
Same thing. Yeah.
Same thing. Like, what now? And you've got to regroup. And Rory, I think, has regrouped already. It's only a couple of months, and he has regrouped. So that's great news for everyone because he wants a big Open championship.
Well, the thing with Scheffler is he wins so often, I don't know, doesn't he? It just seems to be... It's a surprise if he doesn't win. What did he say? He said it's great for 2 minutes, and then I think about what am I going to eat?
See, when you have a player such as this, like Tiger and such great players, they drag the others along. They improve, but they improve the other players as well because they have to stay in touch with him. You can't win all the championships. Like I remember Harrington saying, 3-time major champion, Puerto Rico Harrington saying about Tiger Woods. He says he's not going to win them all. So we have a chance here to pick up some scraps and win some as well. I mean, it's true as well. And Scottie Scheffler is one of those players. Sure, career Grand Slam, I think that's very difficult. Rory showed us how difficult that was to do. It wasn't difficult for Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods. Career Grand Slam, they both did it twice.
I can see him achieving that feat, Scheffler.
Yeah, there's not really a US Open, or we've got the PGA, an Open. I think, and we said it earlier, I think he is made for this type of golf.
I just think the way he plays is made for any golf, quite frankly. He can win anywhere, can't he, Scheffler? He's so adaptable.
But when you have to use the imagination as almost a 15th club, I think this guy comes into his own. I'm not sure we've seen a golfing brain equivalent to this since Tiger Woods. 15-time major champion.
I love his clearance out the way. He gets out the way of the ball so well, uses his feet. It's not something you can copy, to be honest with you. It's unique to him.
Into the long irons already. They'll come in handy this week. Usually downwind on some shortish par fours, you'll see those, and now he's straight into the 3-wood. But we'll see a lot of driving irons here at Royal Portrush this week. And as I say, when the wind's at your back, you don't want to get too aggressive, because a lot of the fairways out there, I had a look yesterday, they bottleneck a little. The further you go down there. Little divot with that one, just trying to gouge it. Probably a little squeezy fade.
Good shot to have that, isn't it, off the deck. Just takes the spin off, get a bit of overspin, get it through the wind. Through it off the deck, I think so. It's just safe play off the tee.
Let's see if we have another one here, just a little puff. Yep. That means he's just trying to hold it off a little and just hit it, just a little leaker from left to right. Not a huge one, but he wants it to fall that way. He doesn't want to see it falling from right to left. Look at the grip, see? He goes in there all the time. A little like Adam Scott has over the years as well. It's the first thing they do. They grab the club and set it in their fingers on the left hand, being right-handers, and just put it in position. Get the grip right where they want it. The bow on that left ankle.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Carrying that 280 with the ball speed of 169 for 3-wood. That's impressive. Not that high either at 86 feet. It's about right. Big dog's out now.
Interlocking grip there, Jamie, look.
Yes.
Most players, well, Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods had the interlocking grip. You can see it right there. Most players, most professional golfers use the Varden grip, which was the overlapping grip, which was invented by Harry Varden back in the day. But if Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus can use, and Scottie Scheffler now can use the interlocking, well, why not? I was actually taught to go from the interlocking to the Varden grip.
Yeah, same. Yeah, as you say, the vast majority of players use the Varden grip, but you've just mentioned 3 incredible golfers who interlock. Maybe we should all do that. 315-yard carry on the previous driver. That's a healthy hit, isn't it?
Well, the thing is why we were told to go to the Varden grip, not the interlocking grip. The interlocking grip, you can kind of get more fingers on it. Am I right in saying that?
I don't think so.
Or am I missing a finger?
You're missing a finger. I think it's the other way round.
Okay. Yeah, well, the Varden grip, you get more. You get more on that. That's what I'm saying.
More,
yeah. The interlocking grip, you haven't got as many fingers. With your left hand on there, you only get 3. But the Varden grip, you can get 4 fingers on there.
Feels stronger, doesn't it? When you've got the interlocking, you feel like the hands working maybe a little bit better together. but there's a little bit of a fight between the two little fingers, which they're interlocking. But listen, whatever works. I mean, when you first start playing golf, get all 10 fingers, 8 fingers and 2 thumbs on the club as youngsters. Pretty effortless, that. Ball speed 181, that's getting up there now.
Well, he's long enough, Scottie Scheffler. He isn't one of the longest out there. He's long enough he can reach all the par 5s. Doesn't need to try to hit it any further. Why would he? I walk around with his dad a lot out there, Jamie.
Yep.
Scottie Senior, and he's a wonderful fella. Really nice man, funny man. He can't watch him putt. He can't watch him hole out. A lot of the time he comes over to me and says, well, did he get it? I'm like, yeah, well, yeah, he holed it. I mean, it's incredible to watch. The Scheffler family, they are all such a great unit.
Yeah, it's very difficult for the families, isn't it, as well? I mean, my dad watched me at Birkdale. He only watched me in one opener, played in 8, and after 3-4 holes, I wasn't having a good time, and he cleared off. He just couldn't watch anymore. No. And of course, I made a few birdies on the back 9, suddenly he reappeared. But it's pretty difficult for your family to watch you. You're watching Live at the Range from the beautiful Royal Portrush here in County Antrim. Practice day, Wednesday. All kicks off tomorrow. Be back in a minute.
And the winner of the gold medal, champion golfer for the year.
Winning the Open changes a life.
A hero at 22 and the first Spaniard ever to win the title.
A name remembered, a legacy secured. But look beyond the champion and you'll see that maybe there's a little more to it. From first swings to final putts. From the back streets to the big stage. From the inner cities to the outer reaches. The Open's impact stretches far beyond the fairways. Every ticket, every fan, every roar drives our mission to shape the future of golf. Removing barriers, protecting the land, honoring the past, leading for tomorrow. So yes, the Open is life-changing, but what begins as a moment for one creates a game for us all.
My business has taken me all over the world, and one day my son will take over.
The family business just wasn't for me. I wanted to build something of my own. And when my father saw how passionate I was, he did everything to support me. Now I have a daughter. All I want is for her to be
7,000 miles from home, but this is exactly where I need to be, and no one understands that better than my dad.
Wherever life or business takes you, HSBC can help.
Here we are at Royal Portrush. This is the scene overlooking the range, and we are live at the range in the gorgeous county of Antrim along this rugged stretch of Northern Irish coastline. Absolutely delighted to be here. It's such a spectacular day. The sun is out, blue skies above, a little bit of wind. I'm here with Pete, and it's all set for a fantastic less than 24 hours before that first tee shot is hit tomorrow morning by Podrick Harrington, who we spoke to on the range yesterday. He said, well, I'm not normally an early riser, but I'll get up for the Open Championship to hit that first shot. And this is what he's won a couple of times, hasn't he, in the past? And my goodness, what names on this claret jug. Don't touch it, Pete. You're not allowed.
Well, it's a little bit too late for that, I'm afraid.
Yes, you've had your mitts on it. But Xander Schauffele, obviously the defending champion, gave it back earlier on this week. And quite a few press conferences yesterday. Really fascinating information to come out of so many of them. And one of them, the world number one, Scottie Scheffler, didn't hold back, gave some fantastic insight into what he thinks about the game of golf and his life and his career. Let's hear from Scottie. We can speak off the back of that.
You know, I think it's kind of funny. I think, you know, I think I said something after the Byron this year about, like, it feels like you work your whole life to celebrate winning a tournament for like a few minutes. It only lasts a few minutes, that kind of euphoric feeling. And like to win the Byron Nelson Championship at home, I literally worked my entire life to become good at golf, to have an opportunity to win that tournament. And you win it, you celebrate, get to hug my family, my sister's there. It's such an amazing moment. And then it's like, okay, now what are we gonna eat for dinner? You know, life goes on. Is it great to be able to win tournaments and to accomplish the things I have in the game of golf? Yeah, I mean, it brings tears to my eyes just to think about, because it's literally worked my entire life to become good at this sport, and to have that kind of sense of accomplishment, I think is a pretty cool feeling. You know, to get to live out your dreams is very special. But at the end of the day, it's like, I'm not out here to inspire the next generation of golfers. I'm not here to inspire somebody else to be the best player in the world, because what's the point? You know, this is not a fulfilling life. It's fulfilling from the sense of accomplishment, but it's not fulfilling from a sense of like the deepest, you know, places of your heart. You know, there's a lot of people that make it to what they thought was going to fulfill them in life, and then you get there and all of a sudden you get to number one in the world, and then they're like, what's the point? And, you know, I really do believe that, because, you know, what is the point? You're like, why do I want to win this tournament so bad? That's something that I wrestle with on a daily basis. It's like showing up at the Masters every year. It's like, why do I want to win this golf tournament so badly? Why do I want to win the Open Championship so badly? I don't know, because if I win, it's going to be awesome for about 2 minutes. And then we're going to get to the next week and it's going to be like, hey, you won 2 majors this year. How important is it for you to win the FedEx Cup playoffs? And it's just like, we're back here again, you know? So we really do. We work so hard for such little moments. And, you know, I'm kind of a sicko. I love putting in the work. I love being able to practice. I love getting out to live out my dreams. But at the end of the day, sometimes I just don't understand the point, you know, because I don't know if I'm making any sense or not, but am I not? It's just one of those deals, you know. I love the challenge. I love being able to play this game for a living. It's one of the greatest joys of my life. But does it fill the deepest, you know, wants and desires of my heart? Absolutely not. I mean, I love playing golf. I love being able to compete. I love living out my dreams. I love being a father. I love being able to take care of my son. I love being able to provide for my family out here playing golf. And, you know, every day when I wake up early to go put in the work, you know, my wife thanks me for going out and working so hard. And when I get home, I try and thank her every day for taking care of our son. It's just, you know, that's why I talk about families being my priority, because it really is. You know, I'm blessed to be able to come out here and play golf, but if my golf ever started affecting my home life, or it ever affected the relationship I have with my wife or with my son, you know, that's going to be the last day that I play out here for a living. You know, this is not the be-all, end-all. This is not the most important thing in my life. And that's why I wrestle with, why is this so important to me? Because, you know, I would much rather be a great father than I would be a great golfer. You know, that at the end of the day, that's what's more important to me.
Really, really extraordinary. Such an insight there from Scottie Scheffler about the way his mind operates and the way he thinks. He loves playing golf, he loves the challenge, but sometimes I just don't understand the point, he said. What did you make of his comments? I
mean, listen, I've never seen an open therapy session quite like it before. He's obviously got some things on his mind, and he's questioning, like, what is the point of doing all this? I think for golf, because of the consistency of it, like the Open Championship is the last major of the year, You know, this is something which is going to be built up for. But if you think about the Open Championship, straight after this, he'll be doing FedEx Cup. And straight after that, we've got Ryder Cup. And then straight after that is something else, something else. So there's a consistency to it where you just have to be at the top of your game all the time, all the time. And maybe he feels that he doesn't have that moment to really enjoy the victories that he's having.
Does it feel a little bit about what Rory was alluding to at the end of last year, trying to find the balance and get, you know, have a bit more fun in your life? Because, as you say, it's after you win a tournament, after you win a major championship, the next question is how are you going to do this week? I found one of his comments, does it fill my deepest wants and desires of my heart? Absolutely not. So he's done a bit of soul searching recently, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it.
Because we don't normally hear that from Scottie Scheffler, but we love the honesty as well.
Yeah, and this is what we want. You know, we want players to be coming out and speaking openly about how they feel. You know,
totally.
I think many people believe that a lot of tour pros are very trained, very vanilla, and not expressive with their feelings. So for Scottie to come out and say stuff like this is great. If you agree with it or not, is an interesting one. Rory's quite an extreme example where, you know, that was his Everest as he described it.
Yeah.
You know, he was waiting over 10 years to win that Masters, a tournament that he should have won ages ago. So the emotional come down from that was probably quite extreme. With Scottie, because he wins so often, maybe he just doesn't know how to celebrate.
But can you help him with that?
I mean, there's a little place called the Harbour Bar.
The Harbour Bar,
if,
which
you know,
is where George Harper Jr.
if he
was.
does lift this at the end of the week, maybe we should just invite him out.
Do you know, a great idea. But you do hear it from sportsmen, men and women all the time, when they've achieved so much in their career, winning a World Cup, an Olympic medal, or the goals that they've set themselves. What is next? How do you big yourself up again? It's a bit like Rory after the Masters, you know. That competitive vibe came back a little bit at the Scottish Open, and I'm sure we hope to see it this week. But that sort of roller coaster that we mere mortals can only imagine when you reach that high, it must be, from an outsider's perspective, a lot of people may think, what are you talking about? You're living this life of this brilliant life, travelling the world, and you're winning tournaments. What's there not to be happy about? But we know there are so many layers to happiness. I suppose it goes into that kind of chat.
The criticism would be, you know, you are living out a dream.
Yeah.
And he did say this in his presser as well, Scott. You know, he is living this dream. He loves the process of it all. He loves winning. And
he'd love his name on this.
Yeah,
wouldn't he?
absolutely, yeah. And then he did allude to that.
He
did allude to that. And that's a criticism. You know, you live in this dream, like, why would you be almost complaining about it? But in any walk of life, like, if you fulfill a dream, it is that question of, well, what's next?
Yeah.
I can't dine out on this forever.
Well, you could.
But could you?
Well, I'd probably bring it up a few times.
I think I could as well.
But no, seriously, it's fabulous to hear from Scottie, and I'm sure there'll be so much debate. This is all we were talking about this morning on the drive-in. So many different opinions, and really good to hear someone's raw thoughts. OK, well, we've got our reporter George Harper Jr. out and about. I'm sure he'd be like to be near this. He has been a few times this week. George, where are you? What are you doing? We want to know.
Good morning and welcome to the first tee. The sun is shining down on Royal Portrush. It is a beautiful day on the eve of the 153rd Open Championship. And what a great all-English affair we have here. Justin Rose, Matt Fitzpatrick and Marco Penge. Justin Rose, hello mate, you are back in action. Always a pleasure to see you. A little bit less stressful this year, cruising into the Open rather than FQ.
Definitely. I mean, I was grateful for that. Obviously, it turned out to be great preparation last time round, you know. Got me a few extra links rounds in the qualifying, which served me well. But, yeah, nice to have a bit more time over the summer.
Nice. And also, let's Matt Fitzpatrick dialing in. What's the key to this tee shot, Rosie?
You know, stay out of the bunkers. Every link's hole, really. But, yeah, there's a bunker on the right, 270. Looks like 5 wood for him bringing it in, so he's trying to hit it up the left half. There's a bunker up there, more like 300, so it looks like he's tried to favour the left side. Yeah.
Looking for a commentary job after this, eh?
Well, you never know, mate, you know.
Mate, how good was it last year? T2, your second time you've come close to the Open. Must encourage you and inspire you this year as well to know that you can keep it up.
Yeah, for sure, you know, especially Augusta as well just proves that when I do find my form, I'm capable still of competing with the best of them. So, yeah, I mean, links golf, I think, can always throw up loads of variables. So, yeah, 100%. Looking forward to the challenge this week.
What are you taking? Where's your view?
2 iron or 7 wood?
Well, I personally grew up on a 7 wood, so I would.
I like the 7 wood, you know. all this talk about keeping it low and all that stuff, but sometimes downwind you want it coming in a bit softer.
Okay.
Looking at the 7 wood.
7 wood? I like that. He's got a great looking gear bag here as well. New balls. Got all the gear, no idea.
That's me.
All right, driver option here. All right, let's get on that tee, Rosie. So, as Justin mentioned, an amazing result at the Masters. Unfortunately, fell one short in a historical playoff against you-know-who. And then we cannot forget his efforts at Troon last year, making that huge run. Tied second. It's truly tremendous effort. 7 wood here. Wind off the left. So peaceful. Delightful swing. Let's go finish things off, Justin. Your 23rd Open. How incredible does that sound? How do you keep up with these young bucks?
Yeah, listen, I think that's the key, isn't it? I am pushing hard. Like, you think some things do get easier as you get older, maybe a little bit more wisdom, experience, but that only really counts, I think, in contention. You can't rely on wisdom and experience on day one because, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So for me, trying to keep up the physical level is the challenge, and things aren't getting easier, but it feels like as I'm getting older, I'm having to work harder, which is not what I signed up for, but hey, I'm enjoying it.
Hey, now look, I heard on a certain TV show that you mentioned you'd party a lot harder than Xander Schauffele if you won the Claret Jug.
Yeah, still stand by it.
Still stand by it. Can you clarify or tell us what a party would look like if you did win the Open this week?
I think, we'd go deep day one, but I think, for me, the Claret Jug is like a centerpiece for every dinner you're going to have for a whole 12 months. Do you know what I mean? Just, I would use it for its, intended purpose, beautiful wine.
Nice.
Share it with friends. I would probably turn into a red grape by the end of the year, yeah.
Well, you think you can shake me now, but if you won the Claret Jug, I'd be around for plenty of dinners.
Mate, you'd be well invited, mate.
Good luck, Rosie. Give him a round of applause, everyone. There he is. Can he get the job done? Can he go one better than last year? And at the Masters, Justin Rose. Who's picking him?
Back to the range. Well, I fancy Justin Rose. He played some good stuff last week. I saw some good signs from him at the weekend.
Is he your pick, Jamie?
No, he wouldn't be my pick, but I tell you what, he's got the eye of the tiger about him.
So who do you fancy then? Who's your pick?
I fancy Schauffele. I fancy the defending champion to do it again. I just see him trending the right way. I was with him a couple of times last week. He impressed me. He had a good week last week without it taking too much out of him. Hey, it's tough, isn't it? You could name 20 guys, couldn't you? Who do you fancy?
I like Tommy Fleetwood. I think 2019.
Would there be a more popular winner than Tommy Fleetwood?
I'll be right up there. Well, yeah, Rory.
Rory, I guess, yeah.
And I like, for a little sneaky outsider, I like Dan Brown.
Oh, well, he played well last year, didn't he?
Yes, top 10.
Yeah.
And 2 weeks ago he won.
He did, yeah.
Likes links golf. Quiet man, sneaks along. A bit like yourself.
He's a bit bigger than me. He's a good player, Dan Brown. He played with Scheffler last year in the Open, actually, in the 3rd round. It's a great experience for him. And they're the experiences you need, don't you, as an up-and-coming player, to play with these great players like a Scheffler, a Rose, a Morikawa. What do you make of Colin Morikawa, Radar?
Wonderful swing. Yeah, good chances. He hasn't won for a while. One thing we were talking about showing Scottie Scheffler's grip before. Have a look at his long thumb.
Just going through the motions. Morikawa. Beautiful day here. Royal Portrush for the 153rd Open. Everything you want to know, just zap on the QR code, the Open app, and it'll give you all the information you need, tee times, leaderboards, all sorts of info for you to look at. And all the manufacturers come out with their new bags as well, don't they, for these great championships, which I always enjoy looking at, see what they've got.
See what you could get when you used to play in the Open.
Yeah, we didn't get that.
How many Opens did you play in, Jamie?
8. I thought it was 9.
Really?
9,
I think I was similar.
Yeah.
We were lucky to get 3 golf balls back in the day. How many golf balls you giving me, manufacturer? Well, there's 3 for you, Rady. You could have 3 golf balls. And a glove.
Oh, he's got a nice selection of...
It's the Muppet Show.
Not sure what that is. It's Chewbacca, isn't it?
Is that Jimenez's ponytail?
Could be.
I tell you what, with the rain that we're going to get this week, that's going to look like a drowned rat by the end of the week.
It'll get a bit heavy as well. Look at that long thumb you were talking about.
Yeah, strange, isn't it?
Oh, incredible.
Weak left hand, strong thumb.
There are a lot of similarities with these players, but they all have their own idiosyncrasies, don't they? This is him this year, 14th of the Masters, PGA Champion 50th, so 23rd of the US Open. So, okay, I'd say, making all 3 cuts, 14th of the Masters, pretty good.
All cuts made.
He'd have wanted better in at least one of them, wouldn't he?
Well, he's got fond memories right here. He's won the PGA before, during COVID. And he has won this championship before, and I watched that very well down there at Royal St George's a few years back, and the up and downs he made on the back 9. You might have been out there with me that day. It was when he won that championship. The one on 10 was phenomenal. 15 was incredible, but you know, Seve won Open championships by doing that.
2021 champion down there at Royal St George's. If you can win at Royal St George's, I think you can win anywhere. That's one of the hardest golf courses in the world,
and one of the best.
The open rotor.
It truly is magnificent down there on the Kent coast. Magnificent part of the world.
Certainly is. Royal St Paul's as well, next door. Just recently had the amateur championship there. Very exciting.
The Neville.
Not quite where I come from. Since his victory then, he's a couple of miscuts in the Open, 16th last year for Morikawa. Quite a few people fancy him here this week, Colin Morikawa. Do you?
I can't question it, but it's been a while since he has won, and that's the only question I have. I like to see, I'd like to pick someone, and I expect someone will win who has form in winning, and then again I contradict myself because I go Tommy Fleetwood, and Tommy hasn't won for a bit. Came close a couple of weeks ago at the Travellers. I just feel with Tommy, it has to happen soon, and why not here? But this man, you can't question a 2-time major champion, can you?
Well, it's an impressive set of stats there, isn't it, in the major championships. It's 1, 2, and 5 other in the top 5. So he's a man for the big occasion, is the American.
I'll take it back to ours, Kev.
Plays with a bit of a cut, doesn't he?
Yes.
It seems he's quite one-dimensional with a cut. He can hit it straight as well. He's a bit longer than you think.
Sneaky.
Sneaky, yeah.
He's not through the air long. He's along the ground long. He hits that knuckleball and she just shifts once it hits the deck.
What about if the wind picks up for him?
Well, we had some nice wind down there when he won at St George's.
Yeah.
It wasn't seriously strong, the wind, but there was enough of it. There was a good 2-clubber one day. I think it was Saturday.
Well, let's see how he did win that great championship down in St George's in 2021.
You want to have all aspects of your game, especially on a Sunday in a major championship. You know, I'm ready to go out and make birdies, ready to go and contend for the Open Championship. I knew that momentum was kind of shifting my way, and you just know that if you're able to keep putting pressure on these guys, hitting quality golf shots, that it's going to be very hard to catch. They're going to have to do something very special. From that point, you know, you want to just keep your foot on the pedal and just keep making more birdies. Walking down 18, it's so surreal. You know, you're trying to take in as much as you can, and that's the first time I really just walked and looked around, and you could see the fans just surrounding the entire 18th green, and it's one of the coolest walks in golf for sure. Champion Golfer of the Year, you hear it almost every time you tee it up now, and you get chills.
Great memories, and that was just after COVID as well. I know in the compound we were still going through some protocols, but it's one of the best championship that people could sort of come and watch again. It was a sort of a freedom moment, I think, for a lot of the people watching the golf, and it was a great championship. His iron play, I thought, that week was the cornerstone of his game.
Yeah, his iron play, he's known for that. That's what he's famous for. His second shot play, well, third shot play if you want par fives, but that week down there at St George, as I said before, his chipping was phenomenal, and you need to be a great chipper. I spoke to Tom Watson not long ago, not name dropping, but I did a show for Australian TV just a week or so ago, and Tom Watson, he said, what do you have to do well, Tom, to win an Open? And he knows better than most. He won 5 of them. And he said, you need to get the ball up and down. That's what you need to do well. When you miss the greens, because it's inevitable that you are going to miss the green. I think he said to me he averaged like 8 greens right through his Open career a day. That's not very many, is it?
No, it's not. No.
Hitting 8 greens. So you need to get the ball up and down. You need to conjure up shots, putt from 40 yards away on occasions when it's really windy, up slopes, down dale. So short game is paramount around an Open Championship venue. Thus, Scottie Scheffler. And have a look, who won here last time? Shane Lowry. No one possesses a better short game than Shane.
Yeah, winning the Open on their debut appearance. Ben Curtis, what a surprise that was in 2003. Quite incredible, that. Came out of nowhere. Watson and Carnoustie, I remember that. Beat Jack Newton, your mate.
He did, bless him.
And Tony Lima, what a swing that man had.
He certainly did back there in 1964.
Quite incredible. And then the great Ben Hogan. Carnoustie, Hogan's Alley. I played with Tom Watson in the Open at St George's in '93, first 2 days.
That must have been a blast.
It was incredible.
How'd you manage that draw?
I don't know.
You must have looked in the lock. Did you look in? Did you go in the locker room and shoe up and go, who am I playing with tomorrow?
I swapped the names around.
That must have been.
Played with him first 2 days. I was doing all right then, and they gave me Tom Watson as a draw because I'm from Kent, and yeah, my son was born on the Thursday evening. I got back to see my son Sam born, and came back the next day and played game with Tom. It was a surreal experience, Radar. And what a player. He was going through his putting woes then, unfortunately, Tom, but he missed the cut by a shot. But to play with him was a great pleasure.
Tom missed the cut, and how'd you go? Did you get back?
I made the cut, yeah.
Oh, baby.
I scrambled it around.
A new arrival. And
oh, no, I scrambled it around. I was rubbish, really.
Fantastic.
It's funny,
story.
I never really liked Tom Watson because he took over my hero, Jack Nicklaus's mantle. So I never really, I sort of looked at him as, you know, but then when I played with him, I just...
Lovely guy.
Yeah.
So professional.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah.
So professional. Great player. Wow.
Well, that's pretty consistent, isn't it? Blimey. You wouldn't have to look for those. Just his lofted metal here on the range. It's going to be difficult for the players to work out whether they're going to use the lofted wood or the 2-iron, the stronger hybrid.
Well, it's take your choice, isn't it, Jamie, when you're downwind?
Yeah, it's quite an important part of the clubs, isn't it? You've got your drive and your 3-wood or your mini driver, but it's that next bit, really, I think, is very important on links golf.
Yeah. When you're downwind, you don't need to hit driver. Sure, you want to hit driver, but the fairway's quite narrow at an Open Championship venue, so you either want to pull a little hybrid, as you say, an iron or 3-wood. 3-wood, and they all come with a little bit more loft down softer, and when you're going down breeze, you don't need to have length. It's not about length downwind.
And he's got Billy Foster on the bag. Morikawa just for a couple of weeks, I'm told.
Yeah, lead supporter.
What a great caddy to have.
Has he got the Leeds?
Yeah, he's got the Leeds
Has
hat
he got
on.
the Leeds hat on?
He has, yes.
We had a couple of great Australians played for Leeds. Harry Kill, the Duker.
I don't really want to talk about Leeds United, if I'm honest, but...
why not?
I just don't... being an Arsenal fan,
Oh,
it hurts a bit.
you're not enough.
I'd rather talk about Billy Foster, really. They were in good spirits last week. I walked a couple of holes with them in practice, and they were getting on well. I think at times Colin Morikawa needs an interpreter to understand what Billy's telling him. But what a man to have on the bag. Caddy for the greats, Tiger, Seve, all of them. With Lee Westwood as well. Great career with Lee.
Notts Forest supporter. Who won the Club World Cup?
I don't watch football in the summer. Right? No.
Blue is the colour, my friend.
Right, he's gone to his stronger wood now, Morikawa. Ball speed of 161 is about right for this club. Maybe get up that a little bit.
It's a good swing, isn't it? It's an old-fashioned swing, I feel.
But you can see the shape of them as well. All of them going left to right. That's the shot he sticks with. It's a good carry off the deck, that, isn't it? 267. I think the key to Morikawa's game is his rhythm. He just collects the ball. He's not a hitter of the ball. Watch this rhythm of swing. Same slow back swings through. He swings all the way to the finish every time. When he doesn't is when he gets in trouble.
He's got it on a leash. Wednesday on the range at the Open. I tell you, there's nothing quite like it.
You don't want to be doing too much, do you?
No.
The day before. It's a long 4 days for these players ahead.
Well, it's all right for these guys because they all get houses these days. Back in the day when you and I played the Open Championship, we'd be staying in a little dodgy bed and breakfast down there with no television. Well, if you did have a television, it had the curly antenna on top and it wouldn't work. You'd be watching fuzz. So these guys could go back to a house and kick back, not do too much.
Gorgeous day here in Portrush, at Royal Portrush. Some great golf courses in this part of the world. Some of the best in the world. It's getting warm out there. Morikawa's got the jumper off. He's got the driver out. So that was a bit of a rush from the top, wasn't it? That's what I was just talking about, his completion of swing.
Oh, my word.
Yeah.
Double cross Paul Hook. Weak grip, look at that.
We'll forget that one. I hope he has. Yeah, as you pointed that out straight away.
Provisional 3.
Long left thumb.
Oh, look at this. He's struggling with the driver here, and sometimes when you have a really weak left-hand grip, driving the golf ball becomes a little more difficult. It's almost hard, so hard to get enough loft on the club with that left-hand grip. It's hard to release it. It's all right with something that's got loft, 3-wood, a hybrid. So in he goes with the little gadget. So well, watch this, lefts. He's got the lefts happening with the Chief.
Yeah, I think he's just doing a little bit of experimentation here with the driver. These days you can just change the loft, change the settings. Let's hope he gets it right.
Okay.
Well, Di Stewart's out there on the range.
Oh, thanks very much. We are at the Causeway Cafe. Pete, this is a sun trap. It's been beautiful here over the last few minutes, just catching some rays, where the players get their coffee, a little bit of a snack if they want to. This is where the players are dropped off in their buggies. It's a highly efficient service. The gentlemen and ladies working very hard. Well done, sir. Great stuff. Practice ground shuttle, as you can see. Rory McIlroy's just dashed onto the range. So many people following him, and the crowd saying, "Rory, come over here." Causeway, Giant's Causeway down the road, the legend of the Giant of Ireland who created the causeways, a stepping stone to Scotland, just for your information. I'm sure you'll go there. It's a tourist trap, absolutely stunning. So is this place, the putting green. Perfect conditions. Spotted anyone, Pete?
I mean, wow, everyone. I mean, we're looking at some of the very best players in the world and some of the very best coaches. I mean, all they're going to be doing here is just getting a little bit of pace control on the greens. There's a few drills set up, but this is just a little bit of prep work. Nothing crazy going on here. Quite a few tools on the go there.
I'm going to ask this gentleman, what have you got there? What are you doing?
I mean, we're just checking a little bit the difference between the face angle and the club path, and then just to control a little bit the speed. Yeah. Because he's just...
You need the data.
Yeah, he's just trying a couple putts.
Yeah.
And then let's see which one is better for the speed. So now I want to check it.
Thank you. Great. All these gadgets are super helpful, aren't they? You need, if you're playing in a major... Oh, you're being photographed as well. They've got it on camera.
I made it on TV.
Well done. He did really well there. And we've got all the fans to our right-hand side. They're having a bit of a giggle, waiting for autographs. Good to see you. Good to see... Great. Whose autograph are you waiting for? Did you see Rory? He'll be back shortly. So many youngsters, and it's quite a short walk actually, just to the range. Spectacular setting amongst these dunes. Obviously, Royal Portrush. It's a zigzaggy course. It's not linear, straight out and back. We can see the 16th, which is when we get onto the range. Kev, our cameraman, will show you that in just a moment. But perfect setting, a day before the Open Championship. Nerves start to set in a little bit. But this practice is important, isn't it? You kind of want to practice in slightly windier conditions because the weather's going to change a little bit this week.
Yeah, it's just about preparing yourself for what you'll face in the tournament. And a lot of these guys, mostly like the Capto device that we just saw there, it's all going to be speed, because these greens are slower than what they would normally play. And if you give a crosswind, it has a massive effect. Normally links greens are a little bit more exposed, and the wind does affect putts. And it is something you can measure, but it's difficult to trust.
Yes.
Like if you're faced with an important 4-foot putt and there's a 20-mile-an-hour wind blowing across, are you going to aim it outside left? It's a hard one to do.
So tough. I played Port Stewart last night, and it was so windy on a couple of the holes, and as you say, the thinking game stood over those putts. It's a totally different scenario to Parkland Golf, or if you come and play a links course, it really is a battle, a test, a grind. Bryson DeChambeau in his press conference yesterday said he'll be thinking more over the ball with every shot.
Yeah, Bryson's an interesting one because, like, in reality, for such a good golfer, he's underperformed at links courses because he's not a one-dimensional player by any means, but his normal game is through the air, is bombing it. And you need a little bit more guile. You need a few different shots around these courses, and especially around the greens that we've just seen.
Just going to head down here, actually, because the man himself, Rory McIlroy, is in Bay 22, so we'll just get an eye on him, obviously. He's gone out very early in the morning, tried to avoid the crowds a little bit, played with Darren Clark, saw so many photos on social media. Follow at the Open on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all these social accounts. It's great to see early morning shots. Seems in fine form, and he had a great result at the Scottish Open. We're buoyed, we're excited, aren't we?
He's coming into this like prepared as he probably can be. We've not actually seen him at the range at all.
No.
Like, this is the first time we've seen him with the TrackMan settling down.
Great stuff. I'm just having a look at Stefan Jaeger, the German, just over here. Won the Texas Open on the PGA Tour. He's really making a mark, isn't he, in America, the German?
He is. He's a player he's been around for quite a few years now, but there's so many kind of stages in a player's career where you do find that little bit extra. You know, you become that player which you always think you could have been. He's actually testing out a little mini driver there.
Mini drivers,
Another
lots
club
of
which
chats.
probably will be going into the bag this week.
Do you know, a lot of our viewers will be really interested in mini drivers. They're becoming really popular, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, you can think of it as just like a super fat 3-wood, like a 3-wood that's been bulking.
Yeah.
Is the best way. But it's good off the tee. You can hit it off the fairway, but it's for those occasions where you really need to find a fairway. And out here, it should be the perfect venue for that kind of club.
I just want to show, we're going to show you Rory in just a second, but can you see the crowd? How many people are lined up to watch Rory? Go all the way round, Kev. And they've all come for the man himself. Such high hopes in 2019. He said he's learnt a lot from that. And it never felt pressure like it when he stepped onto that first tee. It was quite a scenario, wasn't it?
Well, it was such a huge build-up. And to be honest, I don't think this year is going to be any different.
Yeah.
You know, obviously he's a crowd favourite. He's, you know, one of the bookies' favourites to win an event like this in front of his home crowd. Now, there was a massive build-up in 2019. He's coming into this one as a Masters champion.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to get any less. So hopefully he can rise to the occasion this year.
What will he have in the bag this week?
I think the only change he's probably going to make, he normally carries like a high lofted fairway wood, and I reckon he'll just pop a 2-iron in instead of that. I don't think he'll make some huge bag altering change. I think he was having a chat to Harry on the course about maybe sticking a different type of club in for a certain tee shot, but yeah, just a driving iron, that's about it.
We were chatting before about a little chat they had on the golf course last week, Harry and Rory. What was it? Can you give us some insights?
I think because they were doing their on-course prep, and Rory was questioning whether they should put a certain club in to play one tee shot, and Harry just said no and got on walked off.
It's great that they've got a really good relationship. Speaking to Justin Rose last week, and he said, you know, in an open, obviously Justin burst onto the scene at Royal Birkdale in 1998 with that chip in and a second place finish last year in those brutal conditions. But he said anyone could possibly caddy for me for the first 3 rounds, but the last round, that's where I need Fooch on the bag and I need his advice. That just to highlight that relationship to everyone listening, it's so important to get it right with your coach, but your caddy in particular.
It's knowing what to say, or maybe not what to say in those moments, and just keeping the player in the right frame of mind, because it is such an important relationship. You spend so much time with your caddy. He has to be like an on-course coach, he has to be an on-course psychologist, he has to be a best friend, and he also has to be able to criticise you at times to kind of snap you into the focus that you need.
Should we just go and ask Harry really quickly? Harry, you're doing a good job there, cleaning the grips.
Yes, trying my best.
Is this every day?
Every other day usually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just trying to get the tackiness back on them so that he can hold on tight.
Stuff and the bags, everything's sorted. And what's in anything in particular in the bag this week?
Nothing new. We've had the 2-iron in for the last couple of events, so we got used to that. Used a low bounce 60 most of the year as well, so pretty much the same setup.
And what are you doing today? What's the plan?
I think we're going to try and play the front 9.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take it easy.
Yeah, great. So having a bit of a giggle with Darren Clark yesterday.
Yeah, it was good fun. Yeah. He was flying.
He was great. We spoke to him at the beginning of the week, and he hit the first tee shot. 6:35 is the first tee shot this week. Podrick Harrington's got the honour. Yep. He's excited about that. You guys all hang out there, don't you?
Yeah. We play a lot of practice rounds together.
Yeah.
But we don't get to see Darren as much because he's obviously on the Champions Tour. Yeah. So it's great to see him.
Rory in good form?
Great form.
Good mood?
Hitting it well. Yeah. Just get off to a good start tomorrow.
It's absolute treat to watch you. Listen, we'll let you carry on. It's a very serious job, this.
Yes,
I don't want you to get into trouble. All right, Harry. Cheers. Okay. Well, after this break, we'll have all eyes on Rory McIlroy, all the cameras as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. It is live at the range.
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
quite an extraordinary day.
On the tee. Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Welcome back to Live at the Range from this year's Open Championship at Royal Portrush. Beautiful day. Probably be the best day of the week. Good day for hitting some balls on the range, that's for sure. The main man is there. The main man all the crowd want to see anyway. Rory McIlroy has arrived on the range. How do you think Rory's going to feel on that first tee? Radar.
Well, I think tomorrow one of the loudest cheers could be if he rips it down the fairway and stays in bounds, in which he couldn't last time, and on his way to making an 8. I think that'll be one of the loudest cheers, and I think he will laugh. I think he really will.
He will too, yeah.
Because he'll be thinking about it.
No
He's
doubt
not going
about
to
it.
hit it out of bounds.
Yeah.
Everyone at home, do not worry about it. He will not hit it out of bounds. If I was a betting man, which I am not, I'd back right rough. I'd back it's he won't go anywhere near that left-hand side. It was so very sad what happened. It just wasn't to be, was it? It was like...
There's so much on him in this part of the world, isn't there? Well, he's a different player now to he was in 2019. More experienced. Yeah, I just think it's a shot he just wants to get out of the way. Pick your favourite club and just go with it. Read a great article when he came here as a 16-year-old and he shot 61 in the North of Ireland Championship. And the crowds just kept coming out to watch him. He was a phenom back then.
Oh, I remember when he first came out on tour. I actually went, he played, when he ran 4th at the Alfred Dunhill Links, the next week we got together and we had a little chat on the range. And after the championship, and he played very, very well down there in Spain. It was Catalunya or somewhere. And I remember going to the airport and we're both on the same plane. And I went to the restaurant and he says, I'll buy dinner. I said, Rory, you're 11. I mean, come on, stop it. I mean, I'm going to buy you some dinner. No, I'm buying dinner. So he bought dinner. But everyone, all of our island, because it was a place where all the charter planes come in. And he was so very famous, as you said, as an 18-year-old kid. It was just, you know, well, he was on television chipping balls into his mother's washing machine when he was, you know, tiny little guy. So he's had to live with it all his life. He's used to it.
And he's had to get used to winning the career Grand Slam as well. That's taken a little bit of time just to sink in, I think.
Yeah, well, let's hope so, because I always had Rory McIlroy. He's got 5 now and the career Grand Slam. I always had Rory McIlroy of getting to a Tom Watson number of majors, and that's 8. I just hope I'm right, I think. A lot of people might look and say, oh, no, Rory's got 10 anymore. It's tough now. It's tough to win majors.
Well, he's won this great championship. He's won this great championship before, Radar, 2014, Royal Liverpool. Let's have a look back at it.
The Open to me has always been the biggest and best tournament that we play in. We go into Hoylake as one of the favourites to win, feeling like my game was in good shape. The 72nd hole at Hoylake, the massive grandstands, you know, the standing ovation, even just thinking about it now, I get goosebumps and hairs in the back of my neck stand up. It's a memory that will stay with you for a very long time. Champion golfer of the year and the winner of the gold medal, it's something you dream about. You know, I think the most famous trophy in golf, one of the most famous trophies in all of sport. So to be able to have my name on it, you know, with so many other greats of this game, you know, it means an awful lot.
Yeah, great memories there for Rory. I can't believe he's only won one of these. I would have thought he's going to win another Open Championship. I mean, if it's this week, this is the fairy tale, and this is the one he'd have been dreaming of as a young man, young boy on the putting green. This is for the Open.
And St Andrews a couple of years ago, he had the lead going in there. Cameron Smith won that one. And Rory, a lot of people discussed it, and they said, oh, well, he just wasn't up to it the last day. That isn't true. What happened with Rory McIlroy was with that group, that last group on that Sunday and at St Andrews, and he didn't hit it too bad. He just didn't hit it close enough, Jamie. Like, kept on hitting it to 30 feet. Now,
you can't hold it from there, can you?
Yeah, no. Well, you're not going to hold as many. You could go out and have a day out, but...
And Cam Smith hold everything. Yeah, I was with Cam Smith's group.
Yeah, well, there you go. Rory McIlroy didn't play badly and didn't suffer...
I feel like he left it all on the Saturday, you know. He played so well Saturday, and then he gets to Sunday, and he's just a little flat. Just a little.
No. Just wasn't to be. And he was upset about that. He really was. He thought it was his time, and some say, you know, if you're going to win the Open Championship, if you want to go down as one of the greats,
listen,
you win at the old course at St Andrews, but I don't care where you lift the claret jug. Doesn't matter which place you lift it.
You can't win them all, can you?
But St Andrews would be special.
Would he rather win here or St Andrews? Not that you've got a choice.
Just a great question.
But it's an interesting little subject. Well, I know one. Yeah, I know one thing. He's so glad to get that 2025 Masters. It's a long, long wait for drinks, isn't it, after that 2014 PGA Championship?
Yep. Yep. I was lucky
what a day's golf that was.
Just, yeah. It was sensational. Yeah, me as even an on-courser and you as an on-courser, me walking around there, I just didn't want to think about it. I really didn't want to think about what could happen. And then all of a sudden, he hits it in the water on 13 for a little pitch shot, and then makes a great 3 down 15. And yeah, it was something that was almost surreal when he did it. And when he went to a playoff with Justin, then we start to think, okay, who do we want to win here? Justin Rose being a friend of ours and friend of the world.
Well, you wanted them both to win, didn't you?
Yes.
Of course you
did.
And you're
like, career Grand Slam. And how nice was Justin Rose giving him a cuddle on the last green, like a nice
class
hug.
act.
And he's won 2. He's lost 2 of those in a playoff now, Justin.
Yeah.
It's like Michael Bannon there, his long-time coach. What a team they are.
It's a great team, isn't it? And it's a guide for Rory as well. He just goes back to Michael. He's not too intrusive on the range. No. It's quiet. It's a little chat here and there.
He's a character.
Just reminding him of the fundamentals they've worked on all their life, where they are. It's so easy for a golfer to change coach, isn't it?
He's done it a couple of times.
He has done it a couple of times.
Not really. He's tinkered. That's all we can say. He's tinkered. He hasn't been with anyone for a long period of time. He always goes back, and I'm sure Michael will be okay. Yeah, let's have a little try at something else.
He's improved his wedge game. He's quietened it down.
Yeah, abbreviated that follow through. Saunter off to flatten the wedges out. Take the spin out of it.
Yeah, hold them out. Face off. Thing is, when you hit the ball that far and you've got that speed, especially in your hips, in your transition, it's hard to control a wedge when you're coming down it that hard. So he's had to quieten things down with a wedge.
Rory isn't a tall man, we all know that, but look at the upper body. He's so very strong. Spent so much time in the gym. Don't know how he affords the membership, but he does it somehow.
Just about, I think.
Yeah.
Carries a drive about 325. He carries his 3 with 300, believe it or not. That's a 3-wood we'd all like to have. 5-iron about 225, just to give you an idea. An 8-iron about 180. So it's quite phenomenal what he does. It's why they need 3 wedges in the bag, really. I guess their lofts are stronger these days than they used to be, but even so, when you're clubbing him on course radar, it's not that easy, is it?
It's very difficult. I had one last week on 16. He had 197 with just a little puff at his back, and I thought, yeah, okay, this is an 8-9, just out of the semi. And Howell, David Howell, who works for us, and he says, no, in fact, it's a wedge. Well, thanks very much. I'm only 2 clubs out. But sometimes you can, these guys can do that to you.
That's right, yeah.
You know, sometimes they can.
His magic move is from the top. It's just that transitional move of the hips and the shoulders. That's where the power comes from. Very strong in the legs, Rory, the upper thigh. How strong he is across the back. And the club just follows. It's a great move.
And there's been a lot of chat over the years about Harry and sometimes other caddies that Rory has had. Rory picks caddies basically who he likes as friends, and why not? I mean, Rory, you could do a better caddy. Harry Diamond right now is the best caddy in the world. In respect, he's caddying for a career Grand Slammer. I mean, I hate it when I hear that stuff. Why do these... Harry Diamond is a great player himself, a wonderful amateur career, and a fantastic caddy, the coolest guy you'd ever want to meet, and he suits Rory McIlroy. People should take note of that. And
I think the most important
thing... That makes a great caddy.
The most important thing with a caddy is that you want the consistency. You want the caddy to be the same when you made a bogey as when you made a birdie. The same when you're trying to make the cut as when you're trying to win. And Harry is that man.
He doesn't fluster.
He doesn't flap, does he?
He does not.
Rory knows that he can rely on him.
He's got his back. And that, as I say, that makes a great caddy, and that's what Harry Diamond is. He'll go down as one of the legendary caddies. So he should.
You very rarely see Rory complete his swing. It's always full through. There's no stopping. There's no hesitation. It's just full commitment. That's an elite club that Rory's joined.
Have you ever felt his grips? Rory's grips?
No.
Amazing how thick they are.
Are they?
Yeah. For not a tall guy.
Depends how big your hands are.
Yeah, but he's really thick grips. I mean, I found them thick anyway. I didn't have thick grips. I had rather thinnish ones because I've got skinny fingers. But his grips are... It's a fantastic move, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the magic move from the top, isn't it? All great players have had. First move is a hip, shoulders follow. The coil out of the ball.
He's feeling it too, you can tell. You can tell he's feeling it. He's inspired.
Well, he's been on the course earlier this morning. This is his final session on the range. And then he's going to go back and chill. He's going to relax.
Maybe a bit of gym. Stretch. I wonder if he's staying at home. A little pad here in Belfast.
Well, he's got a long time to wait for his tee time. He's off at 3:10 tomorrow, alongside Justin Thomas and Tommy Fleetwood. So it's a lovely group to have, but it's a long time to wait.
And an hour away, just a bit too far.
Probably.
What did you know, an hour away?
Half an hour would be enough for me.
That you're not going to. 45 minutes, you're not doing it. You're not staying at home.
I don't know. It's difficult, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I'm sure he's not struggling for somewhere to stay.
No, he's got himself a nice little bed and breakfast down the road. Not.
There's his top tracer stats. This is just his wedge, 151-yard carry. Hits the ball so high, Rory. That's pretty high even for a wedge. 119 apex. He can flatten it out there.
They don't come along very often, do they? Great players.
Well, it's the sound as well, isn't it? When you walk around with these great players, especially Rory,
Well, you know, Seves and Fowler.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Generational talents, yeah.
Yeah, and they don't come along very often. Keep practicing, boys and girls. We need you. We really do. Our game needs you. It's in a good spot now, but we need the conveyor belt to keep on a rolling.
That's the difference to me with his wedges there. He just leaves the club behind him a little bit more, leads with the body. He doesn't release the club fully. He leans on top of it, keeps that face nice and square through the ball.
I love it when he pulls that back shoulder back. Sometimes he can get a little open with the shoulders, Jamie, thus taking it outside, dropping it in and creating a loop, which means block with the driver especially. But he's looked as though he's real, and I noticed it last week at the Scottish Open. He pulls that right shoulder back. You can see that left shoulder is out a little, squaring the shoulders up, which naturally the plane of the swing will be bang on, and I love it when I see him doing that. That's when he's swinging it at his best. Look out.
Well, these are the money makers, these wedges for McIlroy this week. If he dials these in, he's going to be dangerous. And the driver, I guess. I was with him last week on course. He just missed a few down the right-hand side with the driver when he didn't fully go at it, when he was just trying to take a bit off it. Did you see the same?
Yeah, I saw it a little bit the same. I think that happens when his shoulders just are a little open, but not there. He's been working on squaring them up. He's always had to do it, I feel, with his coach. It's just one of those things. It's great if you've only got one or two things that go wrong. You always revert back to the same old thing. Rory, you're doing it again. You know, that's all you're going to hear from your coach. Nothing sophisticated, nothing fancy. Look, those shoulders are perfect. Soft draws. Rory, when he plays at his best, he hits this yard draw, even with the driver. Sure, he can fade it, but I can't really see where the wind's coming from down there. The flag there on the right looks like it's just puffing gently out of the left.
You've got to play with your natural game, haven't you? And his natural game, he sees it a little bit that way as well. So the difficulty for a little draw of the ball is when you get these back right pins or flags cut tight right.
Yeah, just trying to draw up there, and the wind's just letting it fall to the right. Looking pretty good.
He's looking very relaxed.
Yes.
I'd say that.
Well, he's been there before now, hasn't he? He's seen everything. It's an incredible career. 3 FedEx Cups. What is it now? 6 Race to Dubai. I think it's 6. Monty's got 8. This year he's going for 7, which he's looking favourite now, isn't he? Does he get to Monty's? I think he gets to Monty's.
I think he does.
Yeah, of course he does, yeah. Sorry, Monty.
Beautiful day at Royal Portrush here. And here's the main man, the local man. Final preparations for Rory. The eyes of the world are on him. Rory's army. Wonder how many autographs he signs this week, Wayne. That's the thing for him as well. He's trying to stay in his own little bubble, isn't he, and concentrate. But he said he's embracing it a lot more this year. When he was here in 2019, he said he tried to sort of seclude himself away. And he said, no, I'm going to embrace it this year. But there's only so much you can do.
Yeah, you can't sign 270,000 people coming through the gates this week. You can't sign them all.
No, you
want to have a lot of pens. So it's, look at them there.
So I think he's going to enjoy it a lot more. He's going to enjoy the experience.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
It's a home game. He doesn't get them very often. boy done very well coming back to town. I mean, that's what it is. Not an empty seat in the house.
And it's never easy playing at a golf course for a championship that you desperately want to win, and you know the golf course better than virtually everybody in the field. That brings its own pressures as well for Rory. Shot 61 as a 16-year-old round here. Quite incredible.
Yeah.
So Rory McIlroy on the range, champion golfer in 2014. What an accolade that is to have. I think he's going to win at least one more Open Championship, I'm going to say. It's easy to say, I know, but harder to do. And since winning the Masters, Wayne, it's been up and down. He's starting to go up again.
Yeah, but everyone's so concerned. You walk down the street and people go, what's happened to Rory? Well, just have a look at it right there. It's like, okay, he's had a 6th, he's had a 2nd, he's had a 7th. Look, these aren't horrible figures. They really aren't, especially for someone who's just won the career Grand Slam. You know, you have to have a reset. I don't know what it's like to win a major, let alone the career Grand Slam. That is amazing stuff. Now, when that happens to you, what Scottie Scheffler's saying a while back, you know, this doesn't define me, and, you know, when you win a championship, I don't know what to do then. I get it. I get it, because, you know, when you win all 4 of them, surely you've got to take a little bit of time and let's reset our goals. Let's have a rethink.
You need the desire, don't you? And maybe that's what you've got to regain, because the emotion when he pulled on that green jacket was for everybody to see. It was incredible. So the come down from that must have been pretty steep, really.
Yes.
So then to build yourself up, to get that desire back, to get back on the range and grind it out, because that's where the work's done.
And he has been doing that.
Of course he has. Because what do I do now?
Keep winning.
He's a legend. I'll tell you what he can do now is win this championship. I've got to think he's going to have a chance going this Sunday, McIlroy.
Well, let's hope,
if he's within 4 or 5, game on. He might be leading by 4 or 5, who knows.
Our game is a better place when Rory's around.
Absolutely. Need a bit of luck with the weather here. He's teeing off late tomorrow and earlier on Friday. So eyes on the weather forecast. Let's hope it's consistent for all the players.
Like it's late tomorrow, isn't it?
It's a late time tomorrow.
Late.
But they will get the reverse.
Yeah. But that's a late one. Now, that can work 2 ways.
Yeah.
It can be humming.
It could be. Or it could be dying down.
Or it could be lulling. Yeah, he might, you know, I once had my first Open, 1984, 70th year at St Andrews. I hit off at 4:20 in the afternoon.
Yeah, I've had one of those. It's not great, are they?
I was last. John Jacobs, myself and Wayne Grady, PGA champion, another Australian.
They put all the Aussies at the back.
They were bringing the flags in behind us. They really were.
Turning the lights off.
Yeah, we walked up the 18th and we think, oh, we're going to get a nice reception walking up the 18th here. There was one man and his dog. That was it. It was about 10 o'clock at night. That's what happens at the Open. That's what makes it so very special.
I don't think the weather's going to be that bad to affect. If you're playing well, I think you're going to be all right. It's not going to blow that strongly this week. 3 runner-up finishes for Rory McIlroy in the Open Championship. 1/3 spot. It's an incredible record. Just going through the bag. This is the 8-iron he's got here, McIlroy. Courtesy of Top Tracer. It might be the 9, actually.
Yeah, it's on the dunes.
I can see it from up on the hill. Yeah.
There seems to be no consistency to what clubs he's hitting, is there? You know, there's no real, you know, for an example, I used to go to the range and go wedge. Day 1, I'd go wedge, 9, 9, 7, 9, 5, odd numbers, and then the next day I'd go even numbers. He's just doing what he feels like.
He's just flipping them away, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just, he goes to the wedge, then he goes to the 9 iron, then he's going to a 4 iron, and then just fiddling around. Spending a lot of time here, I kind of feel, do you?
On the short irons, certainly.
How are you? You good, thank you? Yeah, good, thank you.
Di's ready, Di and Fowler ready with Rory.
Gradually going through the bag. Rory.
Yeah.
I think this might be the 8 iron, actually. Looking very relaxed. Well, Di's down at the range, and she's with David Howell.
Thanks very much. Thank you, Jamie. Really good to have you in the box. We're just checking Rory McIlroy's tee time tomorrow. And David Howell is with me for the first time. David, great to see you in green, looking very smart.
Thank you. I don't wear green very often.
No, you don't.
Thank
This
you.
is why I'm slightly shocked, but also pleased, because it suits you. Really does. Rory's playing with Justin Thomas and Tommy Fleetwood, 3:10 tomorrow. It's quite late tee time.
It is. That's like a Sunday afternoon tea time, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Yeah, but a nice lie-in. And you get to watch a bit of the golf in the morning, so you can see how the course is playing.
Do you watch the golf in the morning? Will you watch the golf in the morning, do you think?
Yeah, pretty much,
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if Rory will, but we used to.
You've played in a bunch of Open Championships. Yeah, if you had that tea time, watch a bit of telly, then what would the plan be?
Yeah, well, you're going to get here, have some nice lunch. They're well catered here, of course. So lunch in the Players' Lounge, no problem. He'll go to the gym, because he always does.
Yeah.
And then eventually, yeah, I think he starts his warm-up about an hour before. So, yeah, that's not until 2 o'clock. But yeah, it's a nice way to start, I think, to see how the scoring is. As long as the weather doesn't change drastically from morning to afternoon, I think it's quite a nice start.
Always got to be on the right side of the draw at an Open Championship. Xander Schauffele, the defending champ, said exactly that at Royal Troon. He was on the right side of the draw, wasn't he? But we've got behind us Michael Bannon, and we spoke to Harry Diamond, his caddy. Michael's always with him, goes and spends a lot of time in America, in the States, a month, maybe 6 weeks. I worked actually with Fergus, his son, a couple of months ago. We both did, didn't we?
So we did.
In Portugal. Fergus, great guy, but Michael obviously has been his long-term coach. He's got that stability around him. You were at the Scottish Open last week. What did you see from Rory?
Well, I thought he was great, but you mentioned Mike. I think that's one of the great things about Rory's career, isn't it? He is stuck to what he knows. One coach, really. Yeah, he's the odd consultation with Cowan and Butch Harmon along the way, but pretty much stuck with Michael all the way. And he still plays golf like a junior. He just enjoys it. He doesn't get particularly technical when he's practicing. And he was pretty much back to his best last week, wasn't he? No doubt about that.
Yeah.
Didn't do much wrong on the final day. And I think in some ways, being in the hunt but not getting the breaks on the final day, he probably won't mind that as much as he would have loved to have won the Genesis Scottish Open.
Not many people have gone back-to-back, have they? Scottish and then the Open.
Exactly. So I think just knowing that his game was back, I think he drove it better over the weekend than he did the first couple of days as well. And he'll be delighted. And he got that buzz again for being back in the mix. We know he had a bit of a lull after the Masters, naturally, achieving a lifelong dream. And I think he enjoyed being back in the hunt last week.
Do you know, that's what it is, isn't it? Getting the competitive juices flowing back in a major championship. Coming back here, though, to Royal Portrush, there's extra pressure, so many responsibilities. He'll remember that first tee shot in 2019, and unfortunately making that 8 on the first, put that behind him.
I was on course commentating for him that day, and I mean, crikey, it was awful, wasn't it? Such a heartbreaking moment, really, but an amazing sporting moment for all the same. I mean, he came roaring back on on the Friday, didn't he? Left himself just too much to do, but he won't do the same this year. I'm sure of that.
No, but the fans are all here, aren't they, for him to watch him? It's sort of 7 or 8 deep in front of us, behind our camera. But in terms of who he's playing with, do you like that threesome tomorrow, Justin Thomas and Tommy Fleetwood?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Listen, all these guys are pretty comfortable with each other. There aren't so many direct rivalries, are there, in the game? And I certainly wouldn't put those three as rivals. They would just be friendly colleagues, or in Tommy and... certainly in Tommy and Rory's case, they're natural friends. So, yeah, nice grouping, no doubt about that. Of course, Tommy coming second here last time around. You know, he's got good vibes, and they're going to have the crowd with them on. It's going to be amazing.
It's going to be huge. Yeah, Tommy Fleetwood, second in the Open Championship behind Shane Lowry in 2019. He'll have a lot of support, won't he? As you say, the crowds will be massive. Rory taking his cap off. He's just taking his jumper off as well. It's getting quite warm. I had to take mine off. It's quite interesting seeing at the Scottish. He didn't want to put a jumper on in the final round last week, but it started to get a little bit chilly. Superstitious are we, golfers?
Never change a winning formula.
There we go.
Absolutely, yes.
But
he had proper shearing as well with the head, didn't he, as well? I saw that a couple of weeks ago.
Gone very short, just like Pete Cowan and yourself.
Yes, yeah.
It's a trend.
Not quite like me, in fairness. To a bit of more of a full covering, hasn't he, Rory? But yeah.
Great stuff. Well, he's all smiles and having a little chat with Harry, and we'll leave him to it, and we'll go for a bit of a wander. Let's get back to commentary and overlooking our brilliant range here at the 153rd Open Championship. There's a dame in the box, Dame Laura Davies.
Oh, lovely.
Fabulous. And I believe she's joined by Simon Holmes. He's just dashed up there. Simon, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Dame Laura Davies, welcome to the Open. You've made a long and hectic journey from Orlando.
Yes, I was at the ISCO last week. A very enjoyable event. Young William Mao won that with a brilliant 61 finish, and just got here late last night, so a bit of this, and then looking forward to going out and walking the course.
Excellent. Well, it feels with the arrival of Rory on the range and you in commentary that the Open can now start. What a year he's had.
Yes, I mean, his lifelong dream was fulfilled at Augusta, wasn't it? And it was such a pleasure. Not been so good since then, on and off the course. And, I think he's spoken really openly about it. And hopefully now, last week's second place finish was lovely, wasn't it? Watched all that in the morning, the Scottish Open. He'd love to have won it, but it was another good finish. And I have to have him as the favourite. I know Scottie Scheffler is the favourite with all the bookmakers, but for me, this man could be another Open Championship for Rory.
It'd be a great year for golf, wouldn't it? And then we win the Ryder Cup in Bethpage, and then that's it.
All's well.
All is well in the world.
Yes, you can sleep well at night.
Here we go. It's a swing you recognise. You can see it from everywhere, can't you? It's got a sort of a gait and a tempo and a beat. It comes to such an abrupt finish.
Yeah, it's just it's poetry in motion and balance. That's the thing. As hard as he hits it, and as high as his club head speed is, and all that, his finish is like he's just wafting through the ball. Really slow, Freddie Couples style swing, and that's not easy to do.
No. Well, it was interesting. Tiger Woods told his son Charlie, "Don't copy my swing. I want you to copy Rory's swing because he always finishes in balance."
Yeah, well, makes sense.
It's a big signature, isn't it? So, Rory. And Bruce, just talking to Darren Clark, they have had 18 holes of practice, off at 6:40. So I think we can have a look at what Rory's doing. The whole of the driving range is sort of lit up by Top Tracer, so we can measure all of the ball speeds. 193, probably a 7-iron for Rory. Very high apex, not a links apex at all, 117 feet. That's PGA Tour, that's kind of his stock standard shot, kind of looking for, if it does get into the crosswind, something around 70. Were you good at moving the ball up and down? Was that something you did pretty well?
Yeah, it's. I think for me, back in the day when the equipment wasn't so uniform, where it wants you to just hit a stock shot. Back in the day, with the golf balls as they were back then, you had to be able to manoeuvre the golf ball, because if you tried to hit a dead straight shot, it was the hardest shot to hit. Now, the straight one's the easiest shot to hit. We see it so often with these guys. But yeah, I think back in the day, most players back then were good manoeuvres of the ball.
Has the equipment made the game easier?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's brought everyone together. You've still got your superstars, obviously, Rory at the moment, Scheffler, Schauffele, but the pack's bunched up.
Rory McIlroy was having a look at a couple of different heads on the driving range with his manufacturer when I was wandering past. I think that was a driving iron that they were thinking of there.
Okay.
So probably the only event this in a year where you start taking clubs out and putting new ones in. Did you muck about with your bag a lot when you were playing?
It was
Laura, not so much.
Not so much. It was the 3-iron or a wedge, one or the other. It would be that kind of thing. I'd sometimes take the 3-iron out to get another wedge if it was a shortish course and you were hitting wedges into most of the par 4s. That was really the only change, because I never had a 3-wood. I was driver and then 2-iron through wedge, and like I say, it would just depend on which one came out on any given week.
Do you use 2-iron off the tee a lot when you were playing?
Yeah, it's still in the bag now. It's my go-to club. It's always been my go-to. Never been a fan of the rescues and the hybrids. Used to hit them too high, just a natural swing. The ball went too high.
Yeah, well, we've seen a lot of chat between manufacturer and player, just trying to figure out, like, what's your fairway finder that's just going to be like a line drive straight down a links fairway. Look at that swing. And look how forward that right side is, Laura. It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, you see, when you get into the technique of swings, because, again, I've never been very technically minded, I don't really know what you're talking about. I just see the balance and the rhythm, and that, to me, is what I watch with Rory.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think Rory's swing has improved, at least to my eye. You know, what I used to see was kind of like if he was like the right arm was very stiff, almost like trying to get the club too much in front of him. I think that right elbow now is softer, swings a bit more around him. He's kind of set forward draw. He kind of stands a little bit away from it, kind of like a Xander Schauffele. Swings around him a little bit more. You can see like nothing like that really super high left arm that you see in a Scottie Scheffler, a Monty, JT, the typical faders. Let's have a look. I mean, look at that. He's facing us. Yeah, fascinating to see. This is a very non-linksy looking day for weather. Look at those flags hardly moving.
Yeah, it's a shame, really, because I always thought, because you know you're going to get the wind at some point. I know it's not supposed to be gale force this week, but you do want to play some of these holes with crosswinds and difficult winds. If it's too easy, you get lulled into a full sense of security, and I didn't used to like that. I didn't mind a hard... Well, at the AIG, we play a Pro-Am, so I didn't mind it if conditions were bad in the Pro-Am on the Wednesday, because you got to see the course how it probably should play. Yeah,
well, yesterday was pretty ferocious weather. Monday, we were on and off the golf course for weather delays with the storms coming through. So a beautiful day today, perfect day at Portrush. And the hometown favourite has arrived. Played a practice round yesterday with Clark, Tom McGibbon. Same again today, early first out, 6:40.
Was Shane out there with them this morning or not?
No, I did not see Shane this morning. We could just... no, I think Shane's kind of just doing his own thing, I think. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep. So, that softer right arm, a bit more folded. Keeps it in front of him. So he doesn't have such a big, you know, so quick, so dynamic. Doesn't have such a big change in direction. That club gets too steep in the backswing, and him forcing it with that right arm, when he changes direction so dynamically, it drops under him, gets in a bit too grip first and gets stuck. lot of people to say hello to. Rory McIlroy, that's his dad.
Pops has turned up.
Jerry, good player. Plays at Seminole, which is a magnificent golf club in West Palm Beach.
Pablo Creek. Very good, Rory.
That's the team, isn't it?
The team is assembled. Harry, Mike, Rory and Dad.
That's all you need, isn't it? You just need the ones that will help you get out there and on you go. But having their support makes it easier. If you're just there on your own and you're trying to work it all out, these guys all have a good team around them. And a little kiss from Dad. Get back to work, boy.
Yeah, so Dad can get in places that Rory can't get in.
Yes.
He's more connected, his dad.
Definitely. It's the way it should be.
Absolutely.
I'm loving his watch.
He'd probably have a game at the end of this.
He probably could if he wanted.
Yeah, he probably could. Close the course.
That's what made it. You guys, he said no. He said, oh, always wants to make it. So there you are now. Like he said to me, anytime you want to play that.
So, fascinating to see the on-course, off-course blend. Do you find touring difficult?
Yeah, it's you know, it is what it is. I wouldn't have missed it for the world, but it is a lot of travel. It's a lot of time away from home, and that's why it's so nice. Obviously, you get the same people with you week in, week out. It is a family on tour, isn't it? And it's what the good players, they can afford to do it. They can afford to travel the world with all their friends and family that they want in their group to make their life normal. Obviously, Rory's lucky. His caddy's his best friend, so you know he's a built-in companion.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a marriage, player and caddy.
Yeah, it is.
It's the person you probably spend the most time with in your year.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah. But that must be lovely. You're a golf fan, and then your boy is one of the very best players in the world. For a while there he was. He's not doing too bad at number 2 because a certain Scottie Scheffler's just got him at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of chat.
But this is obviously good because it's taken Rory's mind off the big day tomorrow. And I don't think we ought to make light of the fact he started with an 8 last time, and players remember stuff like that, and he'll be a little bit extra, I would imagine. Now I can't speak for Rory McIlroy, obviously, but that's the sort of information that most pro golfers find it very hard to shed. And he'll know about that 8, and he won't enjoy that first. I don't say he won't enjoy it, he'll be relieved when he hits one down the middle tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I was chatting to Clarkey, who said when he was here in 2019, he was going to hit like a 4-iron at the front of the right bunker and just lay it up. And as the closer it got to it, he was like, I can't hit a 4-iron, it's too little. Take the driver and bunt it down. He said the most nervous he's ever been is a man who's played Ryder Cups.
Doesn't matter. First tee nerves are a real thing, even for these great players.
So, always fascinating to see Rory McIlroy, how he behaves. Another premium golfer is down with George Harper Jr.
Yes, hello and welcome. Now, the 13th tee has been a very profitable one for us. We've seen some great guests throughout the Open Championship. And arguably, we've got the best one of the lot here. World number 1, Scottie Scheffler, is in the house. Enjoying a beautiful day here at Portrush. Doesn't get much better than this. The crowd is massive. If you scan up to the left, it is, honestly, it feels like Championship Thursday today. This is almost a false realisation for these guys about how perfect the weather is. How calm is this bloke? Creating a career unlike many others. A Masters champion, a PGA champion. You get the sense that a Grand Slam is already on his mind, which is the insane thing, and I don't think anyone would be surprised if it happened in the next 2 or 3 years. I personally believe that the Open is probably going to be the hardest one of the lot. So he will be dialed in this week. He wants to get this major monkey off his back as quick as he can. Is this the best week for it? We are very close to finding out. Wind slightly off the left of these guys. Svensson here, enjoying a little walk around with the best in the business. How cool is that about the Open as well, the practice rounds where players just rock up on a tee time and you get interrupted by the best in the world. Very, very cool. Torbjørn Olesen as well. Good to see him at the Open. Finding some nice form over the past few seasons. Every time you get to Wednesday at the Open, things just ramp up. It dials up a little bit. You can see them in the zone, sense them really dialed in. Some lovely golf swings here as well. Scottie Scheffler, what is next for the man of the moment? How quick did he respond to Rory winning the Masters? Bang, I'm going to take the next major. The PGA Championship is mine. Solidifying his spot as the best player on the planet. Amazing demeanour, calming manner. And he's going to hit one more for us as well, you little beauty. Hey mate, how are you? A lot of players were hitting 6 and sometimes even 5 iron into this hole yesterday. Certainly a different story today. Looks to be a silky smooth 8 iron in his mitts. And in true George Harper Jr. fashion, I'm going to do my best to try and talk to the big guy himself, who, by the way, has just put it to about 5 or 6 feet. So here he goes. Scottie Scheffler. How are you, mate?
Good, good.
Welcome back to the Open. How are you feeling?
Doing good, yeah. Getting a few holes in this morning, and then put my feet up in the afternoon and get some rest to get ready for the tournament.
Almost a bit of false realisation, this weather, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Yeah, it's a little too nice right now, I would say.
Yeah, nice. And how are you enjoying it? I hear your family's here this week as well. You must be loving it out here.
Yeah, my wife and son are here, and so that's always nice when they're able to travel with me. And then my parents came over for the first time as well, so they're enjoying some links golf for the first time.
We were joking off camera about one of my first interviews with you. You'd just won on the Corn Ferry and come onto the PGA Tour. It actually wasn't that long ago. Can you tell me about, I guess, your rise to where you are today, and how do you feel about it? Because it's happened quite quick, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a fun stretch. I've played some nice golf, and it's I'm fortunate to get some wins from some of the nice golf that I've played. But like you said, I don't really put too much thought to it. I just try to practice and work hard, and see where that gets me. And so far, it's been doing pretty well, and I just try to do my best to stay in the present. So this week I'm focused on getting used to this golf course, getting adjusted to the conditions and getting ready to play a tournament.
Nice. And we've heard a lot about Rory's Grand Slam. Is the word Grand Slam in your mind at all? And if so, would the Open be potentially one of the hardest legs remaining of your Grand Slam?
And I'm not really sure. I don't put a lot of thought to that stuff, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm out here focused on this week. I'm not thinking about any sort of career accomplishments or anything like that. Right now I'm focused on the Open at Portrush, and then next week when I'm at home, hopefully I'll be focused on being at home.
So in other words, you're a pretty relaxed guy.
Try to be.
Mate, I really appreciate the time. It's always a pleasure to have you.
Thanks so
much.
much.
All right, good luck this week.
See you later.
Yeah, I'll see you at the end, eh? All right, so there you have it. Scottie Scheff's feeling pretty relaxed, as per usual, but what a gent. And as you can see, for someone with so much riding on it, so much on the line, it just seems like absolutely nothing phases him. So, is it his week? Is he going to do it again? I'll give you the red hot tip. No one on planet Earth would be surprised to see his name at the top of the leaderboard later this week.
Becoming champion golfer of the year is rarely a straight line. I got to play my first Open, very fortunately, in St Andrews. As a golfer, it's the most special place in the world. To play an Open there is incredible, and I actually played quite well.
Nicely done. 3 under through 10.
I didn't qualify in 2011. I didn't qualify in 2012. 2014, I shot 65 in the final round, actually to finish 9th, which was pretty cool. That was my best finish ever in a major. And then from 2015 onwards, kind of all downhill at the Open Championship.
You break a few eggs before you can make an omelette.
I was just going through such a bad phase in my career, and then 2018 was Carnoustie, where myself and my caddy split up, and probably one of the lowest points in my whole career. I don't think I've ever been in such good form going into an Open.
What a start. Shane moves to 11 under. He's leading the Open Championship.
I get down onto the tee and I'm looking around, the crowd are going mental, and I'm just taking it all in. I'm like, this is incredible.
Oh, what a boy, Shane Lowry.
There's no in between today. Like, it's either going to be one of the best days of my life or one of the worst.
What a time to throw in another birdie.
I have to go and win, and that's the way I felt, and thankfully I did.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more.
Just swing. Visit golf.golf to get started. Why not give golf a go?
Just swing.
Swing wild.
Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever.
However.
Wherever.
It doesn't matter.
Just swing.
Head over to golf.golf
to start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
Yeah, welcome back. We are live at the range, sort of bringing you an insight, a view that we haven't seen before this program was created, of all of the pre-prep that goes up to those tee times that start on Thursday morning. Yeah, just if you can scan that QR code, you've got all the tee times, you've got all the different informations, little nuggets that the RNA throw you, help you guide yourself around the golf course, know where all the players are if you're here, and give you some insights and sort of different views apart from the scoring if you're not. It is a beautiful day. Fantastic time. Lots of different spectators. A lot more younger people at the Open. It's sort of a viewpoint. And if you're behind the scenes there, Laura, on both sides, loads of kids looking for autographs and everything. It's great to see.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, golf used to be considered a stuffy sport back in the day, certainly when I was playing. But now it's a cool young game for the kids. They want to play it. They want to see their heroes. They can relate to them because they see them on TV. There's another couple of youngsters there watching Rory play. If you're going to watch, they all have their favourites, but they gravitate towards the great winners. They love it. Everyone loves the winner, and youngsters just love to see these guys perform at their, under the highest pressure. And they want to try and be like that one day. Not all of them will get a crack at it, but that's why role models are so important.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said, Laura Davies, who's been a global ambassador for golf and women's golf and the UK for 100+ years.
I'll give you £20 later for that lovely comment.
Now, Rory McIlroy. All eyes on him. Just having a look across. So when you see the players look to the left across there, we have an enormous scoreboard which brings together all of the data pack. Technology has become a massive part of the game. So this is Rory, I would say, just testing a club which is specific for this week, probably a 2-iron, Laura.
Yeah, and he gets instant feedback because they've all got their own monitors. But there you go. That's what you can see up on the side of the range. And they love instant feedback.
Yeah, fantastic. No, very interesting to see. Well, George is marching all over the place, getting in tons of steps. He's now on the 14th. Let's see what he's up to.
All right, we've made it to the hardest hole on the course, and, well, there's no better man to help us through it. Ludvig, how are you, mate?
Good, mate. How are you?
Very good. Now, talk us through what you're doing on this hole. Very tough start to the round, but quite a beautiful hole as well.
Yeah, I mean, today we have a lovely day here in Portrush, and maybe a little bit uncharacteristic, but yeah, this is a tough golf hole. You got 2 bunkers guarding the left side, and then obviously you get some houses and bushes on the right that you want to avoid.
We won't talk about that. We won't worry about that one.
You got to be aware of it, right? So yeah, I think we got to listen to the big man, what he says.
We're trying to land at 260 to 280. Right edge of the bunker to towers. Perfect.
Okay, 260, 280.
Before it gets that bunker.
250 carry.
First one?
Yeah,
the first one. 264. Think you got a 3-wood or a driver on that one?
I like driver. I like straight off.
I like driver. I think everyone at home likes driver as well. And just put it behind the tee markers, mate. All good. Yeah. Penalty already. That's fine. We'll let it slide on Wednesday. Silky smooth. Such a simple setup. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. That has gone A1. So much work goes into these books. Lots of highlighters. Pencil being key, obviously. A few eraser opportunities. Got one more ball from Aaron Wright to hit here, and then Aaron Wright really rocketed up the world rankings. Feeling comfortable at this level. Can he make a run at the Open this year? Certainly wouldn't be surprised, and he's pumped that down the middle as well. Ludvig, let's get out of everyone's way here. Yep. All right, well, pleasant day, as you mentioned. It's just your second Open. Does that, I guess, I feel like you've been around for ages and you feel pretty well settled. How much are you enjoying being at the Open again?
It's really cool. I mean, I love the history of this game that we play and that we love, so I think that part you can definitely feel when you're here for this event. And yeah, I mean, they played this tournament since, what, 1860s or something like that, and to be a part of it, I think, is really cool.
What are your first thoughts of Portrush? Obviously today it's looking picturesque, but what are going to be some of the challenges throughout the week, mate?
Yeah, obviously today barely any wind and sunny skies, so I think that's a little bit false reality, if you will. But it's definitely going to be a challenge. I mean, it's a tough golf course. This hole in particular is a tricky one where you have to drive it well, and the weather is always going to be a factor. It's always going to be a challenge to sort of manage that, and I think I learned that the hard way last year at Troon, where we had some tough winds and rain. So yeah, I mean, I think keeping the ball in front of you is important, and keeping it very, very simple, I think, is key for me.
Nice. And how's life outside of golf? I heard you went back to Sweden for a bit recently as well. That must have been nice.
That was really nice. Yeah, I hadn't been back in almost 12 months. So, wow. So it was about time. It was about time to see some friends and family, and just, you know, play around the golf at my home course, which I haven't played in a while, and it was really nice. I enjoyed it a lot.
What numbers did you shoot back at home? How'd you go?
Well, we played some matches. We played some match play events, things with my buddies, and nothing spectacular. It's a sneaky little golf course.
Okay.
But no, it was good. It was really good.
Do you have much family here watching this week?
I've got my parents. My mom flew in for the weekend at Scotland last week.
Oh, nice.
So she stayed. She's somewhere walking over here somewhere. If I spot her, I saw her on first.
Nice.
And then my dad comes in tomorrow for the first round, and my girlfriend as well. So
nice. Well, it sounds like you're settling in nicely, mate. So enjoy the week. Oh, where are you going? Let's try that again. Hey, look, it looks like you're settling into the week nicely. So enjoy the week,
Thank
and
you
we look forward to watching you.
Sound good. Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Well done.
Thanks, mate.
Appreciate that.
Easy. Thank you.
Thanks, boy.
Great stuff. Thank you, George. We're here to celebrate the 160th anniversary of HSBC, here with Tyrrell Hatton, a man who finished tied 6th in 2019. Really good to see you, Tyrrell. We're going to show you a quick leaderboard. Padraig Harrington is at the top of it. This is actually carrying 160. Got 2 challenges for you today. The first one is to carry exactly 160 yards, and the second is to hit this board. And this is the carry challenge. Harrington did it on his first go, not to put any pressure on you whatsoever, but can you just replicate that, please?
It's easier said than done.
Yeah.
But
what you playing?
I've got 8 iron.
Okay. And Hugo he's zapped the board. Apparently that's exactly 160. Okay, we'll do the carry one first. Here we go. 3 attempts, and we've got a little mini crowd supporting you here, Tyrrell. There's a big prize up for grabs. Oh, it's an absolute beaut. We can see it on the top tracer on the big board here. It's carrying, it's carrying. It's going to be 160. Go on, go on. Oh, so close. You win nothing for that. And the next attempt, 158. You are second on the leaderboard. It's quite a small leaderboard at the moment, but there's no prizes for second. Here we go again to carry it exactly 160 in our HSBC challenge. Oh. Do you like it? Do you like it?
Further. It's a little bit right.
Oh, 162. Hugo, where is he? What are you doing? Come on, we need to give him some advice. What's the advice, Hugo?
I can't help him, I'm sorry.
Oh, he can't help you. Nothing, he's got nothing. He says, yeah. Tyrrell's saying he's beyond help. No, you're not. Come on. 3rd attempt, your final attempt.
No.
Go on, go on, go on.
I think it's short.
Oh, it's 162.
Same distance.
What did you do differently?
I don't know. It didn't work though.
It didn't work. Okay, it's fine. No prizes for that. It's okay. The crowd is still going to give you a cheer. Oh, they're so encouraged by that. My goodness, it's like the first tee. Okay, and our next challenge, Tyrrell, having won nothing so far, is to hit the board, the 160 board. What are you going to play for this? Because Padraig, Padraig changed his club. I can't remember what he played. What did he play yesterday? 5 iron. That was it. A low little stinger. Hugo, what? Come on. You do nothing, Hugo.
Oh, no, nothing. Absolutely nothing.
What's he gone for? Hold on. Let's see.
3 iron.
Okay. Oh, he's going 3 iron. Do we like that team? Do we like it? Yeah. Hit that board. Oh, it's not bad. Bit left, bit left. How did that feel?
Disgusting.
Okay, next one. It's a challenge you can try at home if you've got a big garden, or possibly just 60 yards or 10. Go on, be good. Oh, it's not bad. Well, it's right distance. Go on, have a look at that. 169, it's decent. Everyone in my ear is saying it's not bad. Tyrrell, one more go. With the 3 iron, which not many of us have in the bag. Go, oh, it's good. Oh, it's good.
Too much. No, it carried it.
I think, listen, you have been particularly average in that challenge, but that's okay. You finished tied 6th in the Open here in 2019, so we're going to give you a round of applause for that, aren't we, ladies and gents? Very well done. You're a good sport. Brilliant stuff. You are at the bottom of the leaderboard. No, you're not. You're second, I'm hearing. Thanks for your time.
No worries.
Great stuff. We'll leave you to it. Are you going to practice that a lot more?
No. Very good. I'll leave it at that.
We enjoyed your company. Thanks, Tyrrell. Cheers. Right, George, you're back out on the course. We're going to stay here. I think he might try it again. No, he's smiling. George, over to you.
This day just gets better and better, you know, interviewing the world #1. But as a New Zealander, it would be remiss of me not to catch up with Ryan Fox and Daniel Hillier. Connor Graham is actually joining them as well, a great young amateur. Where are we? We're on the 11th green. Massive undulations off the front. Difficult little hole, but as you can see here, these players they put out where they predict the pins are going to be throughout the week. Let's go talk to someone. Well, let's talk to someone who knows a little bit more about it than me. Foxy, firstly, how are you, mate? Welcome back.
It's good to be back. I hope the Irish weather stays like this, but I'm not going to count on it, that's for sure.
Yes, please don't. We're just talking about preparations. How do you guys go about your business on the greens? Obviously, a lot of predicted pin locations. What's sort of the routine each hole?
Yeah, look, it's just kind of having a look at where you think they'll be, or like in our case, we played here in 19 and kind of go, okay, well, this is where I remember where it was in 19, and kind of just hit a few putts, hit a few chips where you think you might miss it, and try to stay away from the places that you really don't want to be, and just deal with them if you get to them during the tournament week.
Well, let's talk about 19, mate, because on this very back nine, you shot a record 29. Never been done in Open history. How was that feeling, and can we get those vibes back? Can you feel it coming back?
Yeah, it was. Honestly, it was a bit strange coming in. I'd missed 7 cuts in a row, I think, up to that point. I was playing awful. And I was like 3 over through 2 over through 3 over through 10, something like that. And you go, or through 9 and go, oh, here we go again. You know, another one of those rounds. Parred 10, 11, which are, you know, felt like 2 decent enough pars, especially this hole. And, you know, made an 8-footer for birdie on 12. I'm going, oh, yeah, finally. Well, you know, made a birdie and then just went nuts. Birdied 13, 14, 15. Obviously, you know, 14's a really good birdie. 15 wasn't a bad one either. Parred 16 and birdied 17, 18. I got whisked off the golf course, did a bunch of interviews and gone, well, what's going on? I didn't really know. Like, obviously, I played all right, but I wasn't leading the tournament or anything. But it was a bit of open history, and you know, a tournament like that to have some of that is pretty. Tournament like this to have some of that's pretty cool.
Haven't you got another little record as well?
Players Championship.
That's it. What was that one?
I'm the only one to go 3-1 on 16, 17.
That's it.
So I missed the cut, which made the story not quite as cool.
No, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. All right, well, you keep putting. We don't want to distract you too much. We'll come back to you soon. You've got some work to do. We'll distract Daniel Hillier for a bit after this putt. Breaking off the right, I believe.
No, this is about a foot low. I can feel already.
Yeah, just outside.
It doesn't help when you start at left of the hole.
Yeah, no, that was not my fault. Daniel Hillier, how are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm well.
Mate, you're clocking up a few opens now. You must be feeling pretty comfy in this environment.
Yeah, slowly getting there. Like you say, I think this is my 4th now, so yeah, it's starting to get a feel for it all, and yeah, definitely less intimidating than the first major I played in. I think was the 2019 US Open, and
wow.
I was well out of my depth there. So yeah, it's nice to feel a bit more at home now.
Yeah, nice. How much do you enjoy the links like this? Isn't it just stunning here at Portrush?
Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, yeah, like Fox just said, they've put the weather on for us this last couple of days, but yeah, it's bound to show its teeth at some point. So yeah, we'll be prepared for that.
How nice is it to play alongside your mate Foxy? You know, both of you flying the flag for New Zealand here this week. It must be pretty special.
Yeah, it's awesome, and it's it's great to see him doing so well out in the States there. And so yeah, hopefully I can pull finger and get out there next year and join them.
Well, yeah, enough about Foxy. You know, this is about Daniel Hillier, right? What can you do this week, and what are your goals and aspirations at a major like this?
Oh, I'd love to compete, obviously. I mean, had a pretty good taste of it last year, making my first cut in a major to start and then finishing off with the top 20. So that was really nice. Gave me a lot of confidence, and I proved to myself that I can compete at the highest level, and so yeah, hopefully just build on that. The game's feeling half decent, so hopefully we can get it all to click at the right time.
A lot of people around the world, they won't know where Daniel's from, which is windy Wellington, our capital city. Very, very windy, so these conditions won't scare you too much if the breeze gets up. Almost a little advantage, maybe.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a second home out here, so that, like you say, that wind in Wellington, it's going to help me out, but yeah, just take everything in its stride and go from there.
Perfect. All right, you keep putting, mate.
Yeah.
Best of luck this week.
Pleasure.
I'll be out here watching.
Yeah, mate.
Not biased at all, that's for sure. But as you can see, this green, it looks crazy intense. You can see Connor Graham off to your right here. A lot of people, if you fall short, you run way back down there. So I guess the bailout option, quite often you'll see players go slightly long this week. Ryan Fox going about his business. Crazy to think he is now a 2-time PGA Tour champion, as coach Marcus Wheelhouse there. And Foxy, just before you do go off to break another back nine record, it would be remiss not to talk about your success on the PGA Tour. How awesome is that to I guess break through not once but twice?
I thought you were going to bring up our round on Sunday last week, actually, when you said remiss. So I'm not quite prepared for the answer there.
Yeah, well, I was trying to avoid the fact that you beat me 7-5.
Yeah. Yeah, look, it's been amazing. It was always the dream sort of coming through golf to get on the PGA Tour, and I'll be pretty honest to admit the reality probably didn't quite live up to the dream early on. I'd obviously played well over here in Europe and went over there maybe expecting a bit too much or whatever, and played pretty awful in 24 and managed to just hang on to my card, and it was a little scratchy to start this year as well, and it's amazing what a week can do in golf. Obviously getting that first win at Myrtle Beach was amazing, and to have some security and being able to plan a schedule going forward was amazing. And then fast forward 4 or 5 weeks and throw another one in Canada, and felt obviously it was a full field event. The Canadian Open has such a great history, and still don't really know what to think of those 2 weeks, but definitely feel a lot more comfortable out on the PGA Tour now after those weeks. And I had some good weeks in between in the signature events and the couple of majors thrown in. It was a really busy stretch, but a great stretch, and it's been nice to have a little bit of a break before last week and this week, and trying to kind of figure out where life sits.
Yeah, it certainly sits in a good spot, and I guess a lot of people must have hit you up about that amazing 3-wood into that playoff hole against Burns, but I hear it's broken.
Yeah, broken's not quite the right word. It's it got retired. So, I've always gone through 3-wood heads quite quickly. Just somehow how I hit it, I tend to hit it quite high in the face, and it flattens a little bit, gets a bit spinny, and that one was starting to do that. And I thought, well, before I properly break it, let's just take it off. That's a pretty iconic moment in my golfing life. So I've got it.
Going to be on the mantelpiece.
Yeah,
nicely.
Sitting at home in Florida at the moment, I think, ready to kind of figure out where it goes. But yeah, I thought I'd definitely keep that one.
Nice. And do you think you can maybe join, after all the success, do you think you can maybe join Sir Bob Charles and... we're in a bit of a hurry here, aren't we?
Not really.
Do you think you can join the likes of Sir Bob Charles and Michael Campbell? Is this the week where you feel really settled?
Look, obviously it's part of the dream to be able to do that. I feel like my game is good enough when it's on to compete with those guys and challenge for a major. It's just a question of, is this the week it's going to turn up? And I'd like to be able to answer that question, but I honestly sometimes don't know.
Well, we'll talk about it on Sunday, eh?
Yeah.
How about that?
Sounds good. Thanks, mate.
Go well, my boy.
Appreciate it.
Well, there you have it. The small but strong Kiwi contingent flying the flag. Can Ryan Fox get it done? Can he break another record here at the Open Championship? Can't wait to find out.
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic stuff. Absolutely brilliant.
Quite an extraordinary day.
On the tee.
Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more.
Just swing. Visit golf.golf to get started. Why not give golf a go? Just swing.
Swing wild.
Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever.
However.
Wherever.
It doesn't matter.
Just swing. Head over to golf.golf
to start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
Yeah, fascinating to see what's happening out on the golf course. We are live at the range, bringing you insights, the preparation, the chat between the player and his coach, the player and his manufacturer, how he prepares, all of the different swing movements. And there are some serious volume of people here. Oh, yes. Dolly catching a... Oh, that's the perfect view. Oh, she can't see much from up there. Love that. Piggyback.
I think the ponytails had caught from she can't put her on her shoulders. Come on, Dad, help her out.
Come on. See, her mum would be all over
Oh,
that.
Mum it would have been sorted out in a jiffy.
Dear.
This poor doll's going to have a bad back.
So, the day before the gun goes. If you want to come to join us at Royal Birkdale, the 154th, you will need to enter our ballot. This is a sold-out event. 278,000 tickets sold for this week. Birkdale, a magnificent golf course. Scan that QR code, enter the ballot, and hopefully we'll see you there.
I played Birkdale recently, and the changes they've done, magnificent. Yeah, a beautiful new par 3. I did love the old 14th down the hill, but the new one is a lot longer, going in virtually an opposite direction. And obviously the par 5 is now the hole before. It's now 14. It used to be 15. But really love the changes. And early on in the round, number 5 completely changed that hole, but for the better.
Yeah, no, Birkdale is a massive favourite, as is this golf course. You know, Martin, you know, probably there were 16 amazing holes here. We used to come and play the north of Ireland during amateur days, and 17 and 18 were kind of 2 holes kind of in a field. Martin Ebert has kind of developed this amazing skill of being able to remaster for the better these links golf courses. We've got a new rotation here. Turnberry, another amazing improvement for the better. Jason Day, Laura Davies, kind of, my opinion was, when we were sort of out on the tour during those days, 2015, you thought this could be the next Tiger Woods. Yeah. He was so good.
He was exceptional. Yeah, I mean, obviously won his PGA in 2015, as you say. 13 wins on the PGA Tour, not to be sniffed at. He got the one on the Corn Ferry. He knows how to win, but he had injuries and illnesses, and it kind of stopped him right in his tracks when he was at his absolute peak best. And sometimes you only get one crack at that level, and maybe it's unfortunate that at the wrong time he got the injuries and the illnesses. And it's hard to get it back when all these younger players are coming through, and it's hard to keep up, but still a great player. Look, world number 30, that's not to be sniffed at.
No, no, no. Quality game, just those... Was it vertigo that he had? Did he have
he had vertigo?
He had vertigo,
yes,
right?
Yeah.
An inner ear problem or something with his balance.
Yeah, I remember at the US Open, he was in the lead or right amongst the leaders, and he was going to fall over. He went into a bunker and he stumbled in, and basically it was the start of some problems. But still a great player.
Oh yeah, just to overcome that.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I saw a documentary on him about his back garden. Have you seen his back garden? He has the best practice facilities. It's just, you just want to go there for a holiday. I'd love to go and stay in his house for a holiday just to practice and have fun.
When we get out of here, we could go and ask him if
Jason, can we have a holiday?
Can Laura and I
just holiday? You'll have to go away. Leave us. It'll be fun, won't it? Yeah.
You know what? He's a pretty nice chap. I reckon he'll let us. So. Little wrist tape there, the left wrist. Hands and wrists take a lot of hammering, don't they, being a pro golfer as you get into your 35s and plus?
Yeah, you see that. I saw that on the old PGA Tour a lot. You know, the wrists were the injury-prone areas, because obviously girls, we're not as strong as these guys, but you see these guys, because they hit down through the turf so often, repetitive. It's almost like a repetitive strain, isn't it? The knees are the other thing, but wrists most certainly and hands do go. Yeah, and I'm sat next to a person who's had plenty of operation on your hands.
I've had 7 wrist and finger operations. since 1986. Unbelievable.
A lifetime of swinging a golf club, Simon.
Yeah. So Jason Day, just, I think, having a look at a swing that was taken working hard on his mechanics. We have high hopes for Jason Day. We just feel like he's one of the guys who figured out how to play majors pretty early.
Yeah, yeah. It's an art in itself because everyone puts so much stock in them. Missed his cut in his last event, the John Deere, so not good memories of his last start, but these players, they brush off stuff like that.
Yeah, you know, John Deere's was kind of like a sprint to 26 under or something.
Yeah.
So a bit of a different test, I think. Very
Very much so, but if you miss cuts, it can work on your mindset.
What would you say were, like, you were fantastic at majors. What is the major mindset? Like, how is it different from the run-of-the-mill, steady beat events? What do you have to do differently in terms of prep or mental?
Well, that was my thing. I treated every tournament exactly the same, be it the English Open, the Singapore Open, the US Open. For me, you can only win the week you're at, so don't make it so special that all of a sudden you've put pressure on yourself before you've hit your first shot. So I never put any preference on anything. Obviously, on Sunday, if you've got the trophy, obviously it means a lot more, but I never used to try and work it up so much that I struggled to concentrate.
If you had a fifth gear, you'd use it all the time.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Yeah, we were just chatting, you know, that major mindset. And do you think that, I mean, there's a danger to try to overdo it, isn't there? Try to get in too much information and confuse yourself.
Yeah, I never understand when guys come in and they play the week before and that, you know, they have the week off. Some players like to play into the majors and play the week before. That was the way I always used to like to do it. You can have too much of a good thing. You know, if you turn up on the Thursday the week before, play 2 or 3 rounds before Monday rolls round of the week, I think you can just overdo it. But everyone's different. You find your own little way of doing things. And if you win, it's the right way. If you miss the cut, it's the wrong way. So it'll even itself out over a career. But everyone has to do what they're comfortable with. And my way was completely different to a lot of these other great players nowadays.
Bryson DeChambeau hit over 1,000 golf balls at the Masters this year on the driving range.
Yeah, he's a very strong lad, but that can't be a great idea. But for Bryson, that's what he wants.
Do you not feel like he ran out of juice on
That's what I mean.
Sunday afternoon?
Sunday afternoon, he thought the galleries were going to be behind him against Rory in there. That was almost set up to be a match play, wasn't it? That's the way we were billing it going into Sunday. And he had nothing left on the Sunday. To be fair to Bryson, that particular Masters Sunday, he hadn't played great to get in that final group, but his short game had bailed him.
Yeah.
And unfortunately on Sunday, he just didn't have the game for it.
So Jason Day working hard, making a swing, having it recorded by his caddy, then looking at it, working hard on a takeaway move here. Let's see, working hard, very stiff-wristed. Looks quite tense, doesn't it? Quite positional. And very fluid through the ball. So Jason Day grinding in a feeling, using his camera to make sure he is exactly on track this week. Yeah, we are live at the range. Beautiful sunshine all across the driving range, and somewhere down there, brushing up on her tan, is Di Stewart.
Well, I'm trying to with David Howell as we walk down here. It's a beautiful place to be, and we spotted a couple of players that we're going to talk to. What do they? I've had a lot of questions on social media. What do they do with the balls after the players have hit them?
I think they probably give them to junior organisations around the country.
Sure.
I think that's a very R&A thing to do, for sure.
Yeah, Sarah asked that question. I'll get back to you, Sarah.
Always growing the game.
What they do with the balls. Here with Harry Hall.
Yes, Cornwall's finest.
Loving the cap, winner on the PGA Tour and qualified at Burnham and Barrow, which is a place you're familiar with.
Yeah.
Harry, can we grab a quick chat? Is that okay? Looking good, looking great. Can you stand in the middle for our camera shot? Kev, get us in vision. Good to see you, Harry. Qualification at Burnham and Barrow. How delighted are you to be here?
Yeah, really excited to play Portrush and have a good week.
Did you play it yesterday, day before?
Played 18 yesterday. Yeah, I think I'm going to not play today, just refine a few things and then be ready for tomorrow.
Do you know, I'm feeling very, very chilled speaking to you. I'm feeling feeling very calm, which is what you need around Portrush. Now, Burnham and Barrow, did you know this gentleman had a hole-in-one on the 16th? There's a plaque there. Tell us the story, David.
Did you see my plaque, Harry?
I didn't, unfortunately, no.
16,
though.
16. It's a short par 4, isn't it? Yeah. Last hole of the week, 3 out with 3 to play, foursomes in the afternoon. Thought I'd lost my ball. We walked to the 17th to get on with things, and there it was in. Job done, game over. And they gave me a plaque. So that's my Burnham and Barrow story.
I birdied that hole twice in the 2 rounds. So.
How did you feel playing in the qualification? Any nerves?
No nerves. No, I felt really good. I had a nice week at the Rocket Mortgage prior and flew straight there and played some golf.
Great. You did all right in the Scottish last week. You were watching, David.
Yeah, he played quite nicely.
Yeah, I was in the final group on Saturday. Didn't have a great weekend, but I'll learn from it and hopefully correct it this week.
Harry, we're calm and moving down the range. You're looking very dapper.
Just tell us one about what's the hat. What's the story with the hat? That's got open connotations, hasn't it?
Yeah, Jim Barnes wore a hat like this. He won the Open 100 years ago this week.
Fantastic.
And yeah, I just like the style.
That's written in. I'm not allowed to bet, but if I was allowed to bet, that is written in the stars.
Yeah.
Everyone at home might be able to.
Harry's going to win.
Harry, thank you.
We hope you do. Thanks for talking to us, Harry.
Great. Let's go further down next to Ricky Fowler. Hello. Good to see you, sir.
Good to see you. How you been?
Really good, thank you. Great to see you. Ricky's hitting a few there, obviously. Ricky Fowler had a great result at the Open here in 2019. 6th place, top 10, 6th place finish. And there's obviously a runner-up in the Open. In fact, maybe we could grab a quick chat with him. Should we try?
We could try.
He's in mid-flow. Let's go and ask. Ricky, have you got a couple of minutes? Would that be okay? No. You're in the middle.
27 seconds.
27. How are you, sir?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, really good. It's good to be back here at Portrush. Good. We were just talking about your finish in 2019. Tied 6th, very decent.
Yeah, decent week. I mean, you guys know I've always loved playing over here, whether it's the one time we've been to Northern Ireland or, over in the other lakes, the links courses that we're typically on that other island over there.
Great stuff. A big admirer of your game, David Howell. We were just talking about in your finish in 2019, and your game at the moment. How are you feeling about everything?
Good. It's been heading the right direction. Been trying to get the body in a good spot. It's allowed me to get a few decent finishes leading into this part of the year, and just trying to finish as strong as we can. The next, I guess we only have a handful of weeks, and then we're into what would be our slower or potential off season.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything special in the bag this week?
I wish I could tell you there is or was, but
any 2 irons?
No, I think I'm going to stick with 5 wood. So this is kind of my normal setup. I feel like this golf course, compared to other links courses, it's a little bit more in the air. There's a few tee balls you could play, down on the ground, but a lot of approach shots that are much more in the air. Some tee balls where you have some forced carries and then you don't want it to run too far. So I'm still able to hit 5 wood down if needed, similar to a 2 iron. But I thought for me, just sticking with what I know and what I normally play. If it was a different, course that we've, some of the other ones, maybe look at putting my 2 iron. I do have it with me, but
outside the bag.
Yeah, it's there just in case. But as of now, sticking with the normal setup.
Listen, we're really enjoying what we're seeing from your golf right now, so good luck.
Thank you.
Best of luck this week. Thank you. We've interrupted you. Thank you, sir.
I admire this guy too.
Tell us why.
He's one of my favorites.
Oh, David, you're blushing.
There we go.
Why exactly is he one of your favourites?
He's just good people to be around. He's arguably the best storyteller out there too.
You've heard him a few times.
A few good times.
After dinner speeches. Yeah, he is brilliant. He does make us giggle. Likes to talk about himself quite a lot, though.
Yeah, I've been trying to work. I've been trying. I was thinking at the start of the interview. I've been trying to work on my body to stay fit, and it's not working out quite so well.
You give him some tips.
Enjoy and have fun.
There we go.
That's it.
I love it.
Got to that stage in my life.
Brilliant.
There we go.
Most amount of appearances on the DP World Tour. Yeah. Should we give him a round of applause?
Legend.
David Howe,
Thanks,
awesome.
Ricky.
Thank you, Ricky. Thanks, buddy.
God bless.
Good to see you. Let's go down and
I'm blushing.
Enjoy the. Oh, you are.
That was
blushing.
nice, wasn't it? What a nice guy.
Oh, he's such a great guy, Ricky. Always has time. Another question on social media was: do they move the balls the places back on the range of where the guys hit every day.
They do, but I've always thought they should start at the back and move forward, because here we are wandering around, and by Sunday they'll be hitting off this grass which has been walked on by, you know, 1 million people.
Yeah, it has.
I don't know why they don't start at the back and move forward, but they always come back. That's the way they do it. Yes.
Everyone's having a bit of a chat, smiling ahead of the Open Championship starting tomorrow morning. Quite a few questions for you here. On the driving range, David, do some of the players look at the other players' stats on the big board?
I would say not really. However, there are, when someone who can absolutely crash it, you know, your Rory's or the, I don't know, the Estonian young lad's name, who's got 200 miles.
Tedder.
There we go. I mean, I saw him on social media. So you would absolutely, you would
Yes.
look up and laugh and feel a little depressed and then move on and then formulate a plan for how you're going to beat him anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you see someone that's exceptional at hitting it, yeah, you'd have a cursory glance.
Good to see you.
Yeah, that's it's Ian Garber there. He's like a range rat.
The legend that is Ian.
He is Ian, yeah. Used to room with Ian. He was very messy.
We don't need to know about that. But you were messy, Ian. What's the best way to block out onlookers from Stuart when you're on the range? David, no, Stuart has sent in a question. Thank you, Stuart. What's the best way to block out onlookers and, you know, all the attention?
Oh no, I think you want to lap the attention up. I wouldn't.
You don't want to be in your bubble?
No, not really.
Okay.
I think no. Look, all these lovely people have come to watch you. If you can, just clip a few shots and smell the roses along the way.
Enjoy. Well, as Rory McIlroy, you will have seen, walked off the range, massive round of applause, and people were standing up in the grandstand. He gets such a great reception. That first tee's going to be
do you want to chat?
Absolutely packed.
Come on, give us 30 seconds. Come
30
on.
30 seconds, he wants to.
There we
Stuart,
go.
great to see you.
I do have to go to Dita. There we go.
Oh.
I only grabbed. Do you know when this man won the Open? I played with him in the first 2 rounds.
I was inspired. I was inspired.
What did you see from David?
Consistency, a future in broadcasting that was bright.
I like that. No, I'm with you there.
Well, Ricky Fowler's just been bigging him up. Oh, good,
Yeah.
good to be back here at the Open. Always a special place.
Oh yeah, always a special place. I love being here. You know, Northern Ireland is still a little bit new for all of us because we've only been here one at a time, but this is a great town and the links here are magnificent.
Plan for today? What are you up to? Where are you going?
I'm headed straight to the 10th right now to play the back 9 and then a few little media things and done. Yeah.
Favourite hole? Have you got a favourite hole here?
Oh, gosh, I don't know.
Mine's the 5th, White Rocks. It's the drivable par 4.
Yeah. That's a good. I'll go with you. That's a good one. Yeah.
Great.
They put the white stakes behind the green, just to be clear. That's ground under repair, free relief, correct?
You can think it that way if you want.
You need to be really bold on the second shot there.
You do whatever you want.
It's a free drop back there.
Stuart, you've been fab. Thank you. We'll let you go. Also, great to catch up with
Thanks,
you.
Stuart.
Former Open champion. Brilliant. A big admirer of David Howell. In fact, are you an admirer? Let us know. But great memories for Stuart. Always coming back here to the Open. Often has his son with him.
Do you know, it was a real treat to play with Stuart.
Yeah.
You get to you play with him the first few days. He played nicely, nothing amazing. Somewhere around the top 10. I'd made the cut, and then I remember sitting in the airport bar, waiting my flight home, and he'd gone on and had the weekend of all weekends, and of course won in the playoff. It was absolutely amazing. What a nice thing. Open champion.
Oh,
beautiful.
I've loved this walk with you. Thanks, David.
Yeah.
Let's get back to our commentary team. We'll go for a walk back this way. Come on. Off we go.
Yeah, fantastic insights. Ricky Fowler, member number 1 of the David Howell fan club. I hadn't seen that coming, Dame Laura Davies.
No, it's not a combination you'd expect, but clearly, and as Ricky said, one of the best storytellers. He does tell a good story, does our David.
He's a raconteur, isn't he?
Oh, absolutely. Argumentative, though. He could start an argument in an empty room, that man.
Yeah, Dangerous Dave, we call him. Dangerous Dave. Ricky Fowler. Interesting to see. Working on his game. I think his game's got better. Just one of those guys who you thought would have, I mean, of all the majors, an Open winner with the way he was a shot maker and everything. Agree with that?
Ricky?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Well, Hoylake, he came so close, didn't he? He knows how to play links golf, and he enjoys it. That's the key.
Yeah. Great to see the American players get out on the road and go global. That is absolutely crucial. Yeah, interesting. Maybe just the driving. His driving kind of went through a blip. He was an amazing putter. Then you work so hard on your driving, then your putting comes off a little bit. Were you able to sort of keep your game going over whole seasons, or did you find bits fell off and you had to work on bits? So like the bloke who's got the sticks in the circus, who's got 6 plates on on those sticks. You've got to keep running round and running round to keep them all going.
Well, that's the art, isn't it? If you can not have a weakness, not necessarily brilliant at anything, but if all aspects of your game, be it driving, long irons, mid irons, you know, there's 5 or 6 components to a really good game. Good out of bunkers, good. If you can be solid with all those elements, then you're going to be one of the top players. Now, the in and out players are brilliant drivers, maybe not a great putter, but a streaky putter, and that's how you have the guys that have the consistently brilliant careers, like a Mickelson. Every part of the game brilliant.
Yeah. And course strategy around a links course. Laura, I know you've just arrived here, but you know this particular course is the opposite of like a St Andrews, where it's just straight out this way, straight back this way. Lots of dog legs going in all sorts of different directions. Hard to gauge the wind. I think there'll be a lot of strategy here.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you take your choice. A lot of the modern day players, they just hit their drivers pretty much everywhere and just take it in the rough and know that the rough, if it's really horrendous, they're going to struggle. But the clever players find the spots, and round links golf, that is the key, isn't it? Keep out the bunkers is your main. When you turn up to a great links course, keep out of the bunkers.
Yeah, certainly the bunkers around Portrush are, well, they're a shot penalty.
There's 59 of them.
59 water hazards, they're the same thing. Yeah, fantastic view. So this, we're kind of borrowing from the Valley course, which is the other course, a beautiful golf course. The 4th and 5th holes. This is the 4th hole that you can see up there, middle of the screen with the green at the right. That's a par 5. It's someplace, if you've never played Royal Portrush,
I never have.
Just got, let's play together.
There you go, whenever. I'd come back in a heartbeat and play this place.
Okay, I saw Angus earlier. He's the GM. He will 100% look after us.
Wouldn't it be lovely?
I used to play here. The north of Ireland, Darren Clark, we were at college together, and he said, you've got to come and play this, and I certainly did. It was magnificent.
I want a day like this, though. I don't want a miserable... I know it's great fun to experience the weather, but I want a day like this to play it.
I'd probably be with you as not a massive get soaked by the time you tee off on the first.
You're a fair weather golfer, aren't you?
I wasn't
a bit like a fair weather friend.
Oh, nothing like hanging out with you, Dame Laura Davies. They do tend to give these sorts of awards to anybody nowadays. Anyway, so Ricky Fowler, he always reminded me when he first came out as one of those sort of drums where a children's drum where you rub the middle and there were 2 drum heads. Like the center stays still and the arms just kind of went around the turning center. I think that's tied it up a bit. Not such a big sort of out behind his hands, fall back behind him and then rip it through. So I think he's leveled that out a little bit, stabilized a little bit his pattern of shots.
Well, his body's got older. He's not as loose as he used to be, so he can't do it properly. Physically, it's hard.
Yeah. So on the right side of the screen, we have got the top tracer technology. That's just catching the ball statistics. So Ricky Fowler, the 95 Apex is just his normal PGA Tour shot. That's the kind of his stock flighted shot, not trying to knock these down.
It feels like this week, though, it's going to play a bit more like that. You're going to, because it's not rock hard out there, it's, you know, a little bit of greenery. They might be able to play a few more stock type shots. It's not like a burnt out Royal Lytham, for instance, where you just can't hit shots like that.
No.
As the week goes on, if we don't get ridiculous amount of rain, but it does sound like we're going to have enough to keep the course softer than probably the R&A would like. They'd probably like it to be a lot firmer.
Yeah, when you have a look around there, you can see the rough. It's a great rough.
Oh,
it's it's a proper penalising rough. So I think that's, you know, it's a bit greener, so not so fiery in the fairways and the greens, but then the rough, when it's wet, tangles you up a little bit more. So
listen, don't get me wrong, it's not an easy test at all, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of scores they do shoot, because in theory you'd think if you get the weather like this, they're going to go crazy under, but you know that just doesn't happen around these great courses.
No, I have to say, it's very refreshing. Feels kind of sad that on Sunday we won't have any more majors to look forward to this year.
No, just got to wait till Augusta. What is it, 7-8 months? That's a long time to wait.
It feels like a long time, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it comes around quick.
Yeah.
Lots of good golf, though. We've got a Ryder Cup. We've got a Ryder Cup, for heaven's sake.
Women's Open is at Porthcawl.
Yeah, that's in 2 weeks' time.
2 weeks' time. The Seniors Open is next week at Sunningdale.
Yeah. No, there's
a little. You're like a little ray of sunshine to sit next to.
Well, we just got to look forward. You can't worry about what you've not got. What you have got.
Oh, the glass is half full in the DLD, the Dame Laura Davies household.
It's
now, Ricky Fowler. It's definitely a quieter action, isn't it? It's more body-driven, less handsy, just working his numbers.
Yeah, he's not, you know, they're taking attention of all the numbers and the feedback, obviously, because that's what all this is very good for. But at this point, where he's he's probably less than 24 hours away from hitting his first shot. I'm not quite sure what his tee time is. Should have looked it up, really, shouldn't I? But, you know, at this stage, you're not working on your game. You're just working on your rhythm, trying to leave the range tonight with some good thoughts.
Yeah, speaking of tee times, Padraig Harrington, Nikolai Højgaard and Tom McKibben will kick off game 1, 06:35 tomorrow morning. Paddy given the honour of hitting the first shot. Well deserved.
Oh, very much. Two-time, I mean, back-to-back champion. I mean, that in itself is unbelievable. And he's playing great golf. Just won the US Open, Senior Open, of course.
Yeah, and I mean, very interesting. He made the cut last week in Scotland's Genesis.
He doesn't miss many cuts on regular tour events. He's still very, very competitive.
Yeah, tons of power. Fit, strong, loves the game. Some fantastic tee times to follow tomorrow. Absolutely amazing. So, just been discussing the chances of Ricky Fowler, the chances of a Harrington. I feel like if you think back to the links style of course, there is a way, as Tom Watson proved, to manage your ball around those courses. Yeah. There's so many different options. It isn't go to the PGA Tour, and if you're a medium hitter, you've literally just got no chance.
Yeah,
Nothing like that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It certainly levels the field out. You do need a good luck with the draw. You were telling me earlier that early late is possibly going to be the best half of the draw, so that'll be a big factor. Some players, you know, sometimes in an Open, it ruins your chances. You get the wrong half of the draw, you could be out of the tournament before you get your chance.
Yeah.
So not going to be that dramatic this week.
Ricky Fowler will be off at 12:09 tomorrow with Adam Scott and Ethan Fang, the amateur champion. Ethan Fang, who won on the 36th hole at Royal St George's with a fantastic birdie and a nip and tuck match. So,
yeah, Ethan making his debut, isn't he? From Plano,
Ben
Texas.
Griffin. Just
what a year he's had.
Amazing. He was going to be selling mortgage loans.
Well, he was. Yeah. And his friend said, you've got to give it another go.
Give it another go.
Good decision.
It's a mad game, isn't it?
2 wins this year on the PGA Tour.
Ricky Fowler working hard. Yeah, fascinating to see. So we're kind of midway through the day, Wednesday. the driving range has been super, super busy. We've heard from George from time to time. Di has been giving us really great insights into the minds of the player as they get ready for this huge event. Lovely.
Well, she must have been a naughty girl behind bars. Oh, OK, she's just in the grandstand there.
Dame Laura Davies, very, very cheeky. Look at that. Don't get your head stuck in there, love. No, fantastic to see. And it is a place where you can sit for a while to range and just take it all in. You see so many more shots than you see on the course. There's a ton of stuff. The tented village for kids, you've got so many different options there. Short sleeves is very ambitious.
It's a bit chilly out there
it's
today.
Not, you and I would not be, I think we've too many years and years of being in America or tramping around Asia.
That's very warm.
Yeah. Cricket matches on the beaches and all.
Lovely, yes. Used to enjoy it all, Simon.
Right, here we go. So this is our sort of minion cam. If you are out there, there's a little thing in the middle of the driving range, looks like a minion. But it is actually a camera. It's a very interesting view. Don't know if I can get to see kind of like how rotated through the ball. You know, it's a game where, you know, you stand to the side of the ball, but I mean, it's so important to get a continuation all the way through the ball. There it is. There's, I don't know what you call it. I thought minion cam. I don't know. Would you go with that?
Well, listen, you've now named it minion cam, so we'll have to go through with it. I wouldn't be able to resist trying to hit it if I was on the range, to be quite honest with you. That'd have to become a target for me.
Really?
Yes.
What, damage our precious bit of...
Oh, I wouldn't be worried about it. These players, you do what you want.
Can you take dames away from people?
You should do.
Anyway, so yellow card for Dame Laura Davies. Let's have a look. So look how rotated through it is. There it is. Minion cam. And really, you know, if you think of the target line, when you hit the ball, your chest and hips are probably something like 30 degrees open to that target line. So it's not a square-on game from the point of, you know, stopping and letting the club head go past. You've got to sort of keep going. A lot of amateur golfers hit to the ball and stop, whereas a pro golfer knows that's just a consequence. It's just, you know, it's not an event at impact. So, magnificent views. Up on the top right, that is the par 3 16th. And let's go and find George, who's out on the course.
Well, it's his official last media duties as a defending champion of the Open, Xander Schauffele. What a year it's been. Welcome back.
We're going to call this a bonus round, my man. I was done yesterday.
Yeah, you just when you thought I wasn't going to get you, I've pinned you down as per usual.
I saw you lurking.
How you been, mate? Good year?
Yeah. No, not really, but trying to turn it around.
Fair.
Yeah.
Must bring some good memories being back here, though.
Yeah, I mean, from 19, you know, don't really think much of being the defending champ after giving the trophy away. So just trying to learn a new golf course. This is unreal weather. Yeah. A little SoCal, San Diego weather. So just enjoying the day.
How did you enjoy the trophy? What was your favourite drink of choice out of it throughout the celebrations?
I mean, you're supposed to drink wine out of it. Had some wine out of it. Also had some tequila out of it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Felt a little bit cleansing, you know,
yeah.
Clean it out a little.
So good. And I guess now that you have to give it back, how much do you want to grab it straight back again now that you're back?
Yeah, it's definitely motivating. Once you give it away, you want to hold on to it again for another year.
Nice. Well, I know you're a busy man, so I'm going to leave you to it. But congrats on being a tremendous champion, and we wish you all the best, mate.
All right. Good to see you.
Good on you, mate.
Thanks.
So there you have it. You know, not often champions like that give us such amazing access and amazing insights, but that's just the character Xander Schauffele is.
It is. I think that's one of the things, you know, when you're wandering around. Ricky Fowler, I saw him. He must have given 45 minutes of autographs. He autographed until there were no people left who wanted his autograph yesterday when he came on the range. Darren Clarke, when he came onto the range this morning, took him 20 minutes. He did every single flag that every single person wanted and every single selfie. There is a generosity that I think the game has been lucky. You were an amazing ambassador globally. That is a part of a nature of our game, I think, unique to our sport, that kind of history of all of that.
Yeah, because you stand side by side with the galleries on the golf course, you know, they can be right next to you when you're hitting shots. That doesn't happen in most sports, to be honest. But I think a lot of these players will add in, you know, normally if they go the range an hour before, they might add 15, 20 minutes in because they know, you know, if they're a certain part of the world or certainly at some of the events, they know they're going to be doing signing. And rather than disappoint, you can sign 100, but the 101st, if you don't sign them, you know, that person's been let down. So that's why these guys do it, because, you know, they've got terrific lives playing this game, so why not spread a bit of the love out with the galleries that basically, you can't say they pay their wages, that's crude, but without the galleries, this game's just not fun to play in front of during COVID times when there were no galleries. I think players really appreciated what they had in their galleries. I really do.
Oh, totally agree. Now, the weather is always like this in Northern Ireland. If you live in America or anywhere all over the world and you're thinking of coming here, it is always like this. Matt Belsham giving Matt Wallace a little tune-up.
Your nose is growing. Are you telling a little porcupine there?
I tell everyone it's always amazing weather in Europe, in the UK.
Yeah.
So... Francesco Molinari in the background. Matt Wallace just looking to try to stay maybe a little bit more stacked. Don't want that head to drift off. Matt Belsham's a great technical coach, really good analyst of the swing. Super nice bloke. Right, so Matt's actually got to keep his left ear there. That's a better way of doing it. Because then if I put my shaft on the right ear, I'm holding you, you're not learning the feeling. It's not like me who's doing the work. Whereas if you've got to keep your left ear on that, you've got to learn the muscles which keep you stable like that. So very interesting to see. I mean, tomorrow, we tee off tomorrow, still working on your mechanics, just tidying it up. Matt Wallace hoping for great things this week.
Yeah, 50 at the Genesis last week, the Scottish Open, so made the cut, which gives it's nice to play all 4 rounds. You don't want to be done on a Friday and do I go over early, because it's never a nice feeling doing that. So he played all 4 rounds.
Just trying to keep it a little bit more stacked, a little bit more central. And that's a good way of thinking about your swing. You know, if you think about your swing as trying to move in a tube, it's not really weight shift. That's kind of like the wrong terminology, because that means it feels like you're going to move. You're just kind of like shifting the pressure underneath your feet there, trying to keep your ribs mostly kind of on top of your hips. That's a really good image. Your legs will definitely lead as your ball striking gets better. Legs will lead into the transition in the downswing, so you shift onto the left and then everything kind of catches up. But get too far away or too far off the ball, it's really hard to get back to it.
Yeah, this game is all about, it doesn't matter what your swing look like. I know the more pure golf swing it is, the better, but everyone does it slightly different. But as long as you do it the same every time, that's the key. As long as you're good swing all the time. You're not always going to hit a good shot. We know that. It's not that kind of game. But the more you repeat the action, the more consistent and the better you become. And that's for amateurs as well.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that amateurs can learn. I mean, look at the precision of every shot. Aiming clubs down, ball position club down, right? Just to make sure I practice from the right thing. Then, I've just got one swing thought, which is don't sway. So it's all about the precision of your practice. Much better to practice properly than to just put in tons and tons of hours sloppily.
Yeah, 100%. That is the key.
So Molinari and Matt Wallace And now to Di Stewart.
Thanks, Simon. Just had Dan Brown walk past us, winner of the BMW International Open. What was it, just last week, wasn't it?
A couple of weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, which
Yes.
is a tournament you've won, BMW.
I have. Yes.
In Germany, and a great story as well. And he's really proving himself as a brilliant player. How do you think he'll get on these links over the next few days?
I think he'll play very well. He
Royal
had
Troon?
a chance to win last year. Yeah, it was a really emotional victory for Dan, no doubt about that. You know, had some a sad loss in his personal life in the week leading up to it, and to control his emotions, and he played beautifully.
Yeah.
And I like what he said. He said he just tried to play the course on Sunday as he would have done on Thursday. And he had an amazing 3-wood to the last. What a great mentality. Just don't change a thing.
Yeah.
Easier said than done. But he's a classy guy.
He certainly is. So hospitable as well, and always stops by and has a quick chat with us. Just spotting Zach Johnson, actually, who's behind us. Looks a bit confused. Got a lot of tape on his elbow, on his right elbow. Former Open champ.
Yeah, he's getting to that age, isn't he? I know. I know that feeling. He's literally sticking himself together by the looks of it.
It happens, though.
He's always been very diligent, though, always stretching in the mornings. And yeah, he's like a busy bee before he goes out to play.
It's what you've got to do. Top tip to everybody: before you play a round of golf, go and stretch. Let's walk down here as we walk towards the massive dunes in front of us. You've played this course. Tell us a little bit about what you love about it.
Well, first off, it's very scenic, which is always nice. You know, we are literally right on the coast. The dunes are incredible. They're just magnificent. They catch your eye.
Point out as well, magnificent crowd. If Kev can pan, look how busy it is, David.
Yeah, there we go.
Brilliant. Can you give us a wave?
Yeah, give us a cheer.
Can you give us a cheer? Okay, we'll do that again after 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, they're excited, aren't they? We can't wait. We'll get them louder this afternoon. We're back at 2 p.m.
Have they just seen me? Is that why they cheered?
Oh, they did. They said, "Is that David Howell?" It was just like Rory McIlroy's cheer. It's a great setting, though, and these guys, a lot of them will go out and play just 9 holes. I spoke to Harry Diamond earlier. If you missed that, you can watch it on YouTube, RNA channel. They're just going to play 9 holes this afternoon. David, thanks so much for your company. You can have a little bit of a respite, but hope to see you later on for Live at the Range. Back at 2 o'clock. We're not going anywhere. We're staying right here. 6 years ago, a Royal Portrush delivered one of the most emotional chapters in Open history when Shane Lowry roared on by the home fans, won by 6 strokes. Today, we return to this rugged stretch of Northern Irish coastline where the world's best will try and tame this lynx and win golf's oldest and greatest championship. The big question is, who will lift the claret jug this year?
The world's best, together on the same stage for one last time this year.
The Open Championship is about all of golf for all of time.
I don't believe it! A gust of wind.
Six years ago, a Royal Portrush delivered one of the most emotional chapters in Open history when Shane Lowry roared on by the home fans, won by 6 strokes. Today, we return to this rugged stretch of Northern Irish coastline where the world's best will try and tame this lynx and win golf's oldest and greatest championship. The big question is, who will lift the claret jug this year?
The world's best, together on the same stage for one last time this year.
The Open Championship is about all of golf for all of time.
I don't believe it! A gust of wind, a hop of the ball, one more roll could be enough. And at the end of the journey, there may be a claret jug awaiting.
Every great player who's ever played the game has won that championship.
The journey is long and filled with obstacles, of near misses, of heartache. But as the champion holds aloft the claret jug, we all know it's bigger than golf. This is history.
Such iconic moments over the years, and we are back for the 2025 Open Championship, the 153rd staging of the event. Just look at this landscape coming off the Atlantic there, overlooking the Dunluce course, which will stage this prestigious event. We cannot wait for the action to begin. All the build-up over the next 3 days for you. We've got every angle covered. Pretty special place to stand right here next to the claret jug and also next to Pete Finch. Absolutely delighted to have you back, Pete.
Thank you. That was a wonderful introduction. It's wonderful to be standing here by you as well on such an amazing setup here for the range as well. I think out of the previous years that we've done this might be my favourite.
Oh, it's an absolutely fantastic place here at Royal Portrush. Just tell us why the players love coming back here. It was first staged actually in Northern Ireland in 1951. We'll speak more about the history in just a moment. Second staging 2019. This is the 3rd time ever that it's been in Northern Ireland.
I think for me, and I think a lot of the players, this is the ultimate test of links golf. I think for many of the professionals here this week, it's probably their favourite links as well. Like the course, each hole is so individual. It changes direction so many times. The elevation differences from literally one hole to the next can be quite extreme. So there's so many challenges, there's so many unique little features of this course, and it's in a part of the world which is just so ruggedly beautiful that every time you come here, it's inspirational for a lot of the players.
It's stunning, and speaking to everyone around the place, they're so excited that it's back here. Shane Lowry last etched his name onto the trophy in 2019. It's just around the front here. But he, my goodness, it created such special memories. We can't forget that new course record of 63 on the Saturday of the Open in 2019. Played some of the best golf of his life. Do you still get goosebumps thinking about his performance back then?
Yeah, I mean, it was such a special Open in many respects because all the pressure and all the eyeballs were on Rory McIlroy. Obviously, he'd come back to Northern Ireland, and all the hopes really of the of the island of Ireland.
Of
We're
the
pinned
nation,
on Rory.
yeah.
And then all of a sudden, kind of Rory falls away, misses the cut, obviously very emotional. And then Shane just comes through. An incredible round on Saturday, still the course record, and sets himself up for that 6-shot victory. And the scenes afterwards, it just meant so much to so many people. And even thinking back on it now, it was amazing.
He loved celebrating, didn't he, Shane? For a few days afterwards, went to Dublin. But
he went to the Harbour Bar first.
Yes, he did, which a lot of the crowd actually have been talking about. Have you been? Did you go?
I've been there a couple of times, from what I remember. I don't know.
Oh, great
I'm not sure.
stuff.
I think
Great
a bit of
stuff.
me is still there.
Possibly,
Yeah.
but I remember as well Shane talking about his daughter in the yellow jacket, being at the back of the green on 18, bringing back such amazing memories. He's done a feature recently walking down that 18th with Andrew Cotter, and it just gives you goosebumps. And actually that yellow jacket he's now handed to his younger daughter. Absolutely fantastic. But in terms of you saying coming under the radar, so to speak, with the attention being on Rory, this year I listened to a press conference with Xander Schauffele, the defending champion, obviously won at Royal Troon in battling those conditions at the weekend up in Scotland last year. He's kind of coming in under the radar this year. We've got all the focus on the Northern Irish players.
A little bit. I think with Xander last year, watching him play, certainly Saturday to Sunday, there was a real aura about him. Like, he looked untouchable for a lot of those rounds. And he's had his injury problems at the start of this year, and he's not quite got back to the form that we saw. I mean, he's obviously a world-class player. You do have to consider him a contender, but I'd say there are other names up there that are more likely to walk away with this amazing trophy.
Yeah, so many different storylines developing, so much to talk about. It's pretty special standing here and thinking about the history of Royal Portrush. As I say, the first Open here was 1951, won by Max Faulkner. The fashion back then was amazing. And then 2019, to get an Open back here in 2019, quite a lot had to go on in the background. It was a 68-year gap.
Yeah, I mean, there were huge changes to the golf course to make it tournament ready for the modern game, because as far as the design, it's a classic. It's a wonderful golf course, but obviously length and distance and the kind of strength of the players nowadays, it does mean that some of these classic courses do have to be altered. And that's what they did. I mean, they transformed this incredible golf course into something truly world-class, into something truly special. And
that happened around 2014, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Because we had all the Irish players winning majors 2010, 2011, so it was a spur to get the club to make those changes for it to be possible to be held here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's now going to be looking like, especially this week, we've had a fantastic run of weather last week.
It was boiling hot yesterday.
This week looks a bit more unsettled, so we're going to get...
Do you want that?
I personally do, yeah, because we're going to get such changes as well within the weather. Like, we're going to have wind, we're going to have sun, we're going to have rain, and the look of the draw at the Open is something which is so integral to choosing a champion. And it looks like this week, if you get a morning, afternoon, or afternoon, morning, it looks like it's going to be absolutely crucial.
Yeah, as we were getting the buggy in, we were saying we kind of want this inclement weather, don't we? And the winds to pick up, it makes it a real battling the elements Open Championship, a force of nature, that's for sure. Okay, well, just to confirm the weather prospects for today, it's about 17 degrees. What's the wind doing, Pete?
The wind is doing whatever the hell it wants at the moment, but I would say that with links golf, you need the wind to make it interesting. If it's a little bit damp, but it's still, like, even the longest, the best links course, these players can absolutely tear it apart. So especially when you get down to the 4th and the 5th and the 6th in that little corner, if the wind is whipping there, it can make some of these holes so challenging. And it can switch as well here.
Yeah.
So it can come off the coast, it can go towards the sea.
Because this isn't a straight out and back links course, is it?
No.
It zigzags all over the place.
You've got to be paying attention to almost every shot. Like, there are so many courses, St Andrews, for example, like Troon to an extent, where you're going to go out, you can play the same wind pretty much every hole, then you switch back and then you play it differently. At this golf course, it can change from one hole to the other, and then if the wind switches, then it can completely confuse a player and completely confuse a caddy. I mean, those guys have really got their work cut out this week.
Just to tell our audience, why is this claret jug, before we head to our commentary team, why is it so special? Why do the players want to lift this?
I mean, you're looking at the most famous trophy in golf. It's so steeped in history. The names on here and the legacy that goes with getting your name etched on this is truly unlike any other event.
Yeah.
I mean, the Masters obviously fantastic with the green jacket, but to have a claret jug it means you are a complete golfer. It means that you've tested some of the toughest conditions that you can and come out the other side. And, you know, you've got Tiger, you've got
Shane's
such amazing players on here.
Just down there. You have, thank you, Pete. Your hand actually was quite close. Do not touch the claret jug. Keep your hands away. I'll keep mine away as well. Right, we've got cameras everywhere, top tracer technology, all angles covered. Let's get to our commentary team for now. I hope you've got a cup of tea. Settle yourself in. It's going to be brilliant. The start of the Open Championship week. Let's get to George Harper and to Simon Holmes.
Yeah, thank you, Di. Welcome to Live at the Range. This is the viewpoint that you're going to get to see, a unique view, the driving range. There it is, 2 holes on the Valley Golf Course. Lots of targets, give you an opportunity to see what the players do in preparation for the competition round. George Harper, we were out there yesterday. It is a great spot, isn't it?
Yeah, it's simply stunning, Simon Holmes. The weather slightly different to yesterday. Almost got a tan here in Portrush, but it's one of the most picturesque golf courses that the Open comes to. It was one of my first Opens back in 2019 and still is one of my personal favourites, as you can imagine. We've talked about Shane Lowry a lot, and I'm sure we'll talk about him even more over the coming days, but it was truly memorable.
Yeah, there it is. That's the 160 marker. And HSBC, one of the great sponsors in golf, and especially you know, this week a partner of the Open Championship. 160 is how old that bank is. So that means it's founded in 1865 in British Hong Kong, and it has gone global. And we thank them for their amazing support, bringing all of this to you. So we'll have some of the players maybe take a shot at that marker. There you've got the big grandstand behind the driving range. It was very rainy this morning, so it was kind of a quiet morning. But there was one man who was out there, the 2019 champion. And I think that's a big difference, George. You know, when the rain was pumping down, the Americans were all huddled under their umbrellas. Shane just kept hitting. I think that's a big advantage for him. It's not something that phases him.
100%, and you look back to 2019, the weather was miserable. He fought the elements and better than all of them, and by a country mile as well, winning by an immense 6 shots. So he loves this, and I think if you are from this part of the world as a player, you wouldn't mind a couple of days like this to maybe scare away some of the field. But it's great to see him back. He's had an amazing preparation. I was talking to him yesterday on the range. He's been playing all over Ireland and Northern Ireland, links golf, different courses every other day, and yeah, he's licking his lips, no doubt about it.
Yeah, it was that 63 really. He kind of won it on Saturday, and he just had to hang on. Finally won by 6 from Tommy Fleetwood, who again must be kind of trending into this competition.
Yeah, look, it wouldn't surprise me at all if those two were going head-to-head come Saturday, Sunday, this coming weekend as well. Shane's clearly been in good form, but hasn't delivered on the big stage thus far this season, so he's had his eyes on this one for a while, and he's put in so many hours. He's visited Portrush a couple of times prior to this week, so look, if he's not going to lose this on lack of preparation. He's as ready as he'll ever be for an Open Championship. So
let's just explain some of those numbers to you. So we are, the whole of the driving range is lit up by top tracer technology. So what happens, you're going to see players hit shots and then look across to their left where there is an enormous screen which basically shows that. So this is sort of like not normalized changes, so that's exactly what the conditions were. And it's interesting to see them just kind of play around with the apexes. That's the height of the ball. So obviously, if you're coming from the PGA Tour, it's just rip it up there. It's like playing in a dome, not here. So let's have a look at the Lowry swing.
What you'll notice as well, Simon, is Lowry's well on the left side of that range, just so he's got the best seat of the big screen as well for all these stats and facts.
So let's take you through. So the carry is just carry, 160 ball speed. Guys look at a lot of that. Kind of 173, 174 is kind of ball speed for PGA Tour average with their driver. Launch direction, and apex. So a lot of work goes in. You're going to see guys working with manufacturers this week because of the wind. You're going to see them working with different sort of shot shapes as they know they've got to work it around. We saw that yesterday.
Yeah, that was magical. We were lucky enough to have a front row seat with Ulrich Portgeter, one of our recent PGA Tour champions. The young South African, he won the amateur championship at Royal Lytham in St Anne's, and now he's gone on to do amazing things. But wow, watching him absolutely launch the driver. He's one of the biggest on tour at the moment. And it was just such a simple change, Simon. He was there with his manufacturer, changing the shaft ever so slightly. And the ball was quite spinny, so he was losing it out to the right. And then as soon as he changed that shaft, bang, one drive, magic.
Yeah.
And it just started nuking it straight through the wind. And it's incredible, Simon, and you love talking about this all week here at Live at the Range, but the tiniest little changes in technology for these guys in particular is just so big.
Yeah, well, if you don't have that technological support, you know, we'll never hear of you. So the manufacturer, the player's skill combined with the technology, combined with the amazing fitting skills that those guys come out and they can just go, oh, I know how to fix this.
Yeah, and that's right. The manufacturers love to say, look, every player's different. We want to do what the players want to do, but their job is just to make it a little bit of a cheat code, a little bit easier.
Yeah, so let's have a look at the Shane Lowry swing. What I love about this, you know, you see a lot of kind of tension. You see a lot of people trying to hit like rigid positions. Justin Rose hitting rigid positions, Ricky Fowler, JT. And for me, the Lowry swing, the magic of the Lowry swing is the freedom. It's like if you watch this, there's no tension. Softer arms, not so rigid, not so position conscious, much more kind of just playing different shots.
Well, we all know about his short game prowess, and it doesn't look too dissimilar with driver in hand, does it? He is just relaxed, silky smooth. Look at that, narrow stance, and just full rotation as well. He just keeps going at the end there. Losing that one slightly to the right, but he's also joined there by Neil Manship, his coach. He's been helping him out for a very, very long time.
So there you have it. Top Tracer will bring you all of the data, all the ball speed data that the players are working on all the time. Look at that high right side through Lowry, just moving around. That's the lower one, 78 feet of apex. So that's kind of more of his bullet shot, knowing that he's going to have to play some crosswinds.
Yeah, well, that's the great thing about Portrush.
So Shane Lowry, we wish him well. You are watching Live at the Range from Royal Portrush. The calm before the storm, George Harper.
It certainly is, but the storm is growing. It is brewing because the world #1 has just cruised on to Live at the Range. That's when you know it is go time. The best in the business from all across the globe reside here now in Portrush, Northern Ireland.
There he is. Hat off. Don't normally see that. Very interesting process, isn't it, Scottie Scheffler? It's like, look at that. Like, check the grip, check the face. You see him do that a lot. He's got a practice club with a molded grip on there. Very much a fade action. Sam Burns, that's his buddy in the background.
Certainly see the tan line without the hat, can't you? Oh, let's
there it is.
Let's cover it up. Come on, get rid of it. There we go. Oh no, just a little bit tight. Haven't had a haircut in a while, so it's just filling out the hat. There we go.
There we go. Clarky, hands in pockets, holding office.
He's half spectator, half player this week, isn't he?
He's got a lot of chat.
Just holding court, enjoying his week in the spotlight.
Yeah, very interesting action. A lot of chat about his footwork, but not about his performances.
Pretty clear cut there, isn't it? Somehow battled away to a T7 at Oakmont as well, which is arguably a bad week for him. But just super impressive, super consistent. And he is at the top of an amazing field and consistently as well.
Yeah, so let's just sort of understand the Scottie Scheffler action. So wait for him to have a hit. New glove. That doesn't feel quite right. What else you got for me? Ted, new glove, please, mate. It's no good. Or maybe he's just kind of breaking in gloves. You often find that, you know, just kind of getting like 4 or 5 or 6 that this week really fit properly. You're kind of figuring, okay, I'm going to probably have 3 or 4 gloves that I'm used if it's going to be rainy.
Well, you're not sure you remember Brian Harmon winning at Royal Liverpool, but he had about 20 gloves under the umbrella. And you're right, like when you do get a fresh mitt out of the packet, it's quite stiff and you've got to stretch it out a bit. So he'll rotate about 5 or 6 over the next couple of days, so they all feel slightly molded, as you mentioned.
Yeah, so
all the little details count.
Let's have a look. This looks like a pretty brisk warm-up. I guess he must be going out with Sam Burns fairly soon onto the golf course. That would be a great watch. And there you go. Those are his records at the Open, his results. Trending nicely, never out of it. 2 top 10s. Just hoping to be able to hoist the most important championship trophy in the game.
Yeah, and you get the sense it's the career Grand Slams are certainly on his mind, and this feels like the hardest leg for him, so he'll have ultimate focus this week.
Yeah, it is. It's like it's hard to know what suits him, what doesn't. I mean, the best part of his game, you can't see it because it's in his head, right? His mental side's amazing. Look what he did at the PGA when everyone was kind of flying up the leaderboard at him. So Scottie checks the face, hands on the club. Have I got my grip? And so what happens to him? Very, very vertical hand path, hands on. He's got his aim, he's got his training club in there. You can see with the reminders of where his hands need to go.
How crazy is this? You know, think of all the amateur golfers, think of the beginner golfers that use the same tool, and then our world's best player is still using it.
The challenges in golf are the same. You just get closer to perfecting them, or your mistakes are more small. It's not. It's we play what they play. You know, that's the magic of the game, and you know, and it's all about your game, isn't it? It's like if you're 5% better than I am at tennis, I never beat you, right? You don't have a good game, I don't have a good game, and that's not true in golf because we go round like. Next month, you guys could come and play on this golf course and walk the test that these guys felt. And that's one of the magical parts of our game. So the Scottie Scheffler footwork. and what you have to understand is, like, he moves very little. By the time the club head is parallel to the ground, he's already moving left, right? And then he just keeps moving and moving left. So when that left foot is rolled to the outside, and even as he gets into the longer club bounces, it's only just supporting himself. It kind of like almost feels like he jumps, like he gets so much vertical force off that left leg. Very high left arm, very steep left arm plane, which faders do. Monty fader, he had the same. So working with his hands on the club. Now watch that left foot. So you'll see it kick. This is only probably a 9-iron, so it won't be that much, but it kicks and jumps.
Interesting to watch him at the Scottish Open last week. Seemed to, well, get relatively aggressive on the putting greens when he was missing a few short putts. Couldn't understand how the ball didn't drop on a few occasions.
No, I think
some
that
emotion.
He's calm, as he seems to us, right? But I mean, he is like tigers in the competition. He's like, he will be the last man standing. He will die on the course to try to get one extra shot. I love that about his game. So, high left arm, 2 training clubs, 2 aiming clubs, getting his pictures right.
An extremely high left arm, isn't it, Simon?
Yeah, it's very steep, the left arm. So, Scottie Scheffler's last 9 results. No. From the Masters, so 4th, kind of ho-hum. And then CJ, win. PGA Championship, win. 4th, win. 7th, 6th, 8th.
That tied 8th intrigues me because that's almost like a perfect warm-up for the Open. You know, gets your blood pumping enough. He's worked out plenty over the last week, so ominous signs for the rest of the field.
Yeah, and he wasn't super hot. He had that hand injury, which he kind of said took a while for him to get used to. But I would say the Scheffler team, the Scheffler camp game is back on forward. 3 wins and a 4th in a month. That's kind of like Tiger Woods stuff. You know, you hear guys saying, oh, you know, I've just won, I'm exhausted, I'm taking 3 weeks off, and not Scottie Scheffler. Where's the next competition? So, that is the best man in our game. Stands very close to it. Hands close to his body, left arm high. Goes left early. And then just working that ball up to the apex and drops it down. I think he feels the face as well as anybody that I can see in the game right now. That those little micro calibrations that he makes, superb at that.
Amazing to think that when he played his first Open at Royal St George's, we barely looked at him, barely knew who he was.
Well, he did come out, I would say, as a hot college player, and there were many.
Yeah,
and then he went on to Corn Ferry,
finished top of the pops in Corn Ferry,
and then he came out. It didn't take him long. I think, you know, the putting on the tour was something that he, you know, maybe the green speeds or just finding the lines, something he's worked on a lot. Phil Kenyon, putting whiz, putting guru, putting whisperer, has helped him a lot.
I actually flash back to the Waste Management Phoenix Open. It was one of my first ever gigs in America. And Scottie Scheffler was one of my first ever interviews. And I believe that I was one of his first ever interviews because he'd just come from the Corn Ferry Tour. And people are like, oh, you need to go talk to this Scheffler guy. And I was like, are you talking about Schauffele or Scheffler? And it was a little bit of confusion. I'm like, oh, yeah, righto. So went and played a hole with him and spent a good 20 minutes. And it was great fun. And at the end, I kind of jokingly said, oh, I remember the name. And I didn't remember the name. And boy, oh boy, do I remember it now. Absolutely incredible looking back at the video and seeing the same swing, but yet so unrecognisable back then. Still a lovely guy.
Oh,
a great interview.
He's such a polite guy, isn't he? So respectful. And golf is always lucky. Like, we're so oftentimes, our great champions are great ambassadors, global ambassadors for our game. I think that's such a crucial part. Maybe we haven't been lucky, but like for me, the best professional of all sports, Arnold Palmer, man, he had time for everybody. And I think that, you know, bless him, he created a legacy where his way of behaving to the fans who are the heartbeat of our game set a benchmark, set a respect. So, Scheffler, here we go. Let's have a look at that left foot now, a little bit more action. Yeah, it's like a landing, the way that left side launches up and then comes back down to the ground. So,
you can clearly see this is a relatively quick range session, purely a little warm-up session as he'll go get his bearings at Portrush.
We're going to do a little walk, actually, if we can, down the range. But we don't want Kevin, our cameraman, to walk into anything. But we'll...
That's the hardest gig, really.
It's really tough. He's doing a brilliant job, isn't he?
And then the caddy's protecting it.
Oh, nearly went into a couple of bags. But we've got the grandstand to our right. Everyone's here on our left-hand side. But as you say, you've just arrived. And today, it's about getting to know the property, finding your hotel, sorting out your equipment as well. We've seen a lot of 2-irons in the bag. Would you expect that? And a 1-iron. We've seen one iron so far.
Wow. A little butter knife.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah, I think typically in terms of what a Monday would look like, especially if you've maybe just come from the Scottish, there's a certain degree of maybe taking it a little bit easier, like you said, just kind of getting your bearings, taking your time, maybe just doing a basic MOT check as well. You know, just fine-tuning, making sure your fundamentals, fundamentals, you know, your alignment's great, you're feeling good, and it's all about mapping out the golf courses as well. So golf being an individual sport, it's a team effort too. Caddies will be going out there, you know, really mapping out the strategy. You know, what's my finish line? You don't really want to pick out your start line because that could change throughout the week. So it's just really kind of gauging that sort of confidence and being comfortable with your arena.
Absolutely. You did a drone shoot here, which we've seen, which was brilliant. And you were throwing golf balls on the green and they were going in all sorts of directions. It just shows how much the undulation plays a part. And all these elevations as well. We spoke to Darren Clark earlier, of course, a former Open champ, and lives literally a stone's throw away. He says he knows this course like the back of his hand. But anything can happen once the wind picks up. You don't know exactly where the ball's going to go.
Yeah, you could pitch the ball in the same spot, but two different trajectories could result into two completely different outcomes. One's a great example with that false front. You know, anything pitching in that front section, you could just end up 50 yards away. You know, it can make you look like a fool at times, but this game is hard.
It certainly is. Actually, Matteo Manacera said occasionally it's easy, so we want to speak to him more about how he makes it so easy. Listen, we'll keep you up to date with what's going on here. We're on Rory watch as well. He's just been in the press conference and he says he wants to have fun here in Northern Ireland. He's meeting up with mates and family. He said, gosh, we can't wait to see him, can we? But for now, let's get to George. He's out and about. George, where are you?
Yes, hello everyone. It is great to be back at the Open here in Portrush. I am your man on the ground for the week. I've been in the commentary box this morning, but now I am off the leash and I'm excited to be here. It's such a good setup once again. The R&A have done an amazing job. We've got the Open Clubhouse here, so we've just seen a cohort of players rushing off after the little rain delay. So there is plenty of the best talent here at Royal Portrush, and they come along this massive gangway down to the first tee and the practice green. But look at this. Just a reminder, this is a Monday, but the crowds are massive, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes. If you're not here as part of this great crowd, my job's to take you where you would want to go. So please leave us some comments, but also we're going to get some interviews with as many players as we can over the next 3 or 4 days. We'll be door stopping a lot of them. It's pretty hectic out here because there's literally so many players that are just the best of the best. So here is the putting green. A lot of the players will start here and finish here. Relaxing. We've got Cameron Smith out there, Tommy Fleetwood's out there. It just gets better and better. So it's an amazing setup, and you can see here the fans arrive through the chute. And can you imagine this walkway later in the week when the crowds are everywhere, the players are on fire, Sunday afternoon, the juices are flowing? It's going to be great. And then, as you can see, the first tee, so it can be quite a nervous walk at times, especially if you are in contention. But long story short, I was here in 2019, lots of memories, lots of good, some bad, but this first hole, looking straight up the chute here, absolutely stunning. A few bad memories if you're Mr. McIlroy, who's in the press centre, but there's a lot of good memories for players like Shane Lowry and whatnot. Got some great golfers on here. Look, we've got young Daniel Hillier from New Zealand there. Akshay Bhatia's out there. It just doesn't stop. So hopefully, when I head out on the course over the next few days, I can give you all the very best access and interviews that I can. So keep in touch, and hopefully we'll see you very shortly with some of the best in the business.
Welcome once again to Live at the Range, day 2, and it is major week. It's Open Championship week, and you can feel the excitement. You really can. Here with Pete Finch on the range. Pete, really good to see you. We spent 24 hours together yesterday. We certainly learnt a lot. It's the Tuesday of the Open. Things get a little bit more intense, don't they? Monday, everyone was arriving. What happens today?
I mean, yeah, you're right. Yesterday was more like a reunion. It's people seeming to say hello after quite some time apart, especially playing all the different tours. And today, a few more coaches, a few more launch monitors, a little bit more tension in the air. Because after the delays yesterday as well with the thunder, this is going to be the point where people are trying to get the games in shape and seeing the course fully maybe some for the first time.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely packed, isn't it? Let's take a little walk down the range, which will be really... It's pretty busy already, but will be in an hour or so. We know that Darren Clock is out with Rory McIlroy today. They're playing together. Darren, we spoke to yesterday. He's got his house just over there, obviously a previous Open champion. He had an event last night. He really enjoys the hospitality of Northern Ireland, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. I mean, he's had a hole named after him, which is...
The ninth.
Which is a huge honour. I mean, for a course that you grow up playing, like to have a hole named after you, to be put alongside, I think it's Fred Daly's got a hole out there.
Yes, that's right.
You know, it's an amazing thing to be able to tell people. And then Graham McDowell got a hole named after him on the other course, which I noticed how he slipped that in there.
On the Valley course.
On the Valley course.
Yeah, this place is just steeped in history, mentioning Fred Daly, who won the Open Championship at Royal Liverpool, a Northern Irishman. But we like to highlight the Irish guys. Obviously, Shane Lowry, press conference yesterday, a winner in 2019. He was taken down memory lane. He said, you know, it really doesn't count for anything. You know, I'm back on the tee on Thursday and I've got to prove myself once again. I love the fact in the press conference they spoke about his close relationship with Rory McIlroy, and just I think it's really interesting for our viewers to know these guys are really close, aren't they? You already know that. They live in Florida, but they've learned from each other, haven't they? What has Shane learned from Rory?
I think what Shane has probably learned from Rory is when you get good friends who play together a lot. I mean, Shane must have beat Rory so many times in matches that they played, and yeah, vice
versa, yeah.
So Shane can look at that and say, yeah, Rory is a generational player, one of the best that's kind of ever been in the modern era, and I can beat him. You know, so you can build on that confidence. Is this why you see friends, when one of them wins, you often find that others win pretty close after?
Yeah.
Because they feel the confidence. They understand, you know, I can do this.
Yeah.
With Shane, I would be thinking that win in 2019 counts for a lot. Like, not that it counts for nothing, he has to prove himself again, because over the past 5 years, he's not won on the PGA Tour, he's obviously not won another major. I would be taking every ounce of confidence and every positive memory from 2019 and drilling that into my subconscious and just trying to feed off it again.
Yeah.
Because he must be stepping on some holes and remembering the great shots and the feelings that he would have had.
Well, what sticks in my mind is that second shot on the 10th hole where he used the mounds, used the contours. We speak about the elevation on this golf course, the ups and downs of it, and he with his caddy Bo, that shot was that. They had quite a lot of discussion about that, but if you check the archives, second on 10 to that round of 63 on the Saturday, it was absolutely brilliant from Shane. So draw on all those experiences, but you've got 4 rounds of golf in the elements. Rory was saying from Shane, he's learning how to, enjoy life. He said at the end of last year he wanted to have more fun in his life, and hopefully he's finding that balance. The Scottish Open last week, he said he's got loads of positives from. What did you see from him at the Scottish?
I mean, you saw him come back into form. I mean, we could be honest about it. Since the Masters, he's not played well at all. He's not really played a lot from that point, because it must have been such an emotional come down to win an event which everybody's been talking about for so long, for a decade, to finally climb that mountain and think about, well, what am I going to do next? And he's already mentioned in press conferences about this Open was circled in the calendar before the Masters. This is the one that he's looking forward to the most. What my fear is with Rory is when he starts to build tournaments up, and when he starts to talk about them, he very rarely comes through to win, because the emotion, you just get so emotional about these.
Do you know what I quite liked, though, in the press conference yesterday? He said in 2019 he tried to sort of close himself off a bit, and this year he's going to go out there and embrace every part of it. So it's got to get that balance as a golfer, because you've got the fans who want your attention.
Yeah.
You've got the practice rounds, which are really busy, really packed.
Yeah.
And then you've got to perform on the Thursday. So to find that mental balance of how much to give to sponsors, to crowds, and then to your performance, it's so intricate, isn't it?
Yeah, and with Rory, the mental game and the mindset he takes into tournaments is probably more important than his golf, because we all know he's an incredible player. Like, we all know what an amazing ball striker he is.
He played well last week. You don't think?
No, he did.
Good.
He did play well.
And I'm kind of thinking maybe...
Second place isn't bad, is it?
No, and I'm kind of thinking maybe not winning last week's probably a positive, because it takes less energy.
How many guys have won the Scottish and then gone to win the Open?
I think maybe Mickelson was
the
last.
What year was that?
A while ago. I think he's the only one he's the only one I could think of. But like, there's different approaches that you can take. So that I know Shane's doesn't play the Scottish Open.
No, he hasn't played. He's only played it once in the last 8 years, and then he went and missed the cut at Hoylake. So he likes. Shane's been having a great time. I'm sure you've seen him all over social media. He's been playing the best courses in Ireland. They're absolutely gorgeous. Waterville, Adair Manor, Hogshead. And he said, actually, the weather's been too good. He could have done with a bit more wind, a bit more rain.
A little bit more prep. I mean, he's going to get it this week, isn't he? I think, well, they all are, obviously. I mean, having a local advantage and having knowledge of what that weather's going to be like and how to cope with it is massive.
Yeah.
It is crucial.
So we've got an amazing team with us this week, and I'm hearing that George is behind us.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 12th hole, a par 5. And a very happy Darren Clark, his favourite major of the year, no doubt. Last time he was here in Portrush, he absolutely loves showing people around. And today, he is showing around Rory McIlroy and Tom McGibbon. So, a very hometown affair in this 3-ball this morning. Par 5, 12. Lovely hole. Shaping up at 532 yards. Good to see Tom McGibbon back. Bunkers lining the right edge of this fairway, and the slopes ever so slightly towards them, so you want to be hugging the left. Fun hole, no doubt about it. But naturally, the crowds have started gathering. These are such a good opportunity to come see your favourite players during these practice days. Oh yeah, that is spanked dead centre A1. Right, so he's got right down to what looks to be the 3rd trap on this fairway, which is, wow, okay, that's 320 yards. Let's see what Rory can do here. Setup looks immaculate as per usual. Lost it well right. Oh wow, this is drifting a long way right. Would like a reload there. Crazy to think what happened last time in 2019, starting with that 8, a big old quad on the first, and finished with a 7. So outside of that, he was just 1 over par for the other 16 holes of that first round in 2019. So he can shift it around here once he gets going. And oh my goodness, that's way left. Okay, it's a spray can. And look at that, very narrow fairway, but you can see the crowds here absolutely flooding to watch Rory. And Rory's first ball went way out to the right, and his second ball's gone left side. So a little bit of rust, but this is a really nice fun part of the course, the 12th hole. Good attacking par 5 opportunity, and then into a fun par 3 13th. So as you can see, the atmosphere is already electric, guys, so I think I'm going to follow Rory for a few holes now, just because, I don't know, maybe I'm a fan of golf. Maybe I like that, much like everyone here. But I'll tell you what, these practice days, it gets better and better as we start ramping up to the 153rd Open Championship. Come on, we'll see you soon.
Oh, Victor Hovland. Now, an interesting story. He's been working really hard with Grant Waite, who has got his back to us. Victor, great finish last week, kind of a turnaround in his season. You know, had an interesting story. One of the worst rounds he's ever had was at TPC Sawgrass. Calls up Grant Waite, who he fired earlier in the year, and says, okay, I get it, I've got to do this. So there he is, Grant. Great player and really good coach now with the glasses up on his hat. and worked all day Saturday, all day Sunday, all day Monday, and then Victor says, do you think I should go to Valspar or not, right? And Grant's like, you absolutely got to go and test what we've been working on. Win. It's a mad game.
And Hovland definitely one of those players, there's a big bunch of them, isn't there, that wouldn't necessarily be coming here as one of the favourites, but certainly a huge group of players that could, with the right conditions for them. And we know Hovland deals with wet weather pretty well, doesn't he?
You just feel like the next thing that's going to happen to him is he's going to tip over into that major champion. He's going to pick up one of the four, and you can see Oakmont was a great chance. I mean, it was such a weird competition because, I mean, JJ Spawn, before the weather delay, looked as though he was absolutely done and dusted, and he comes out of that weather delay and turns like into a different bloke. So it's a fickle game, isn't it? So Hovland and Grant off, I think, for the golf course. Huge respect for Victor Hovland. Really good. And I think they're maybe heading out with Henrik Stenson.
Yep, Stenson, the 2016 Open champion. At Troon, where we were last year.
I'm in one of the most beautiful parts of the golf and almost the golfing world. The walk down 18. Super special to be here. Look at the grandstands. The sun is almost bursting through as well. If anything, it's pleasant. So when you face the elements of the Open, which is forged by nature, it's sometimes a relief, not only mentally, but on the body, to have days like today. Such a beautiful morning for golf. They've cruised around. It's been a fast round too, which has been helpful for everyone involved. But look at this. What an atmosphere. Feels like the Open's already started here. The grandstand will be packed as the week goes on. Rory McIlroy obviously getting a lot of attention. I can say after the last 90 minutes or so of following this group, Tom McGibbon has been playing very well too. So keep an eye on him throughout the week in his backyard. But this just is super special. I remember Shane Lowry charging down here, smile on his face, the world was his oyster. It doesn't get too much better than this. In terms of golfing, you can see a lot of these players, Rory in particular, hug the right edge of this green, because if you miss left, there is a huge drop-off. So that's really one of the only issues. And then there's a little gully over the back here, which we might be able to take ourselves to, but this is simply stunning. The atmosphere is electric. And here's Rory now. Let's see if he can bin his birdie putt. What have we got here? 18th hole. Trying to get a little read for you. Looks to be pretty straight. Maybe slightly off the left. Yeah, bang on. Game on, baby. Yes, boy. Shaking hands. He's looking good. The new haircut's in play. The crowd always gets excited, let alone in this part of the world, Northern Ireland. Absolutely fizzing for this week.
Yeah, the driving range looks magnificent. It's an absolute hive of activity. And somewhere down there is our own Di Stewart.
A player who's certainly on form right now, Marco Penge behind me. Ince, you know really well, you played England golf together. He did fantastically well at the Scottish Open last week, but tell us about him. Why is he so good?
He's always been so good. You know, I grew up playing England golf with him and his wife, Sophie Penge now, better get that right. And yeah, he's just always been such a powerful hitter of the golf ball, always had such an amazing attitude. But I also think it's just, obviously golf is an independent sport, but there's also a greater team that surrounds one. So I think you've got to really take credit to his team, you know, amazing caddy Max, you know, coach Alex and wife, family, on both sides, in fact, so supportive, travel so much with them wherever they go, and it just helps. And I think ever since his first win, and I was just speaking to Sophie about this, it's quite difficult to feel settled. It's very easy to get an element of kind of imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
And I think until you find something can actually click. You get to walk around with a bit more confidence, and it's got that domino effect of how you treat your practice, how you treat your colleagues, your opponents and competitors, and yourself actually.
Yeah.
So I think it's really interesting to see how he's really settled in and now playing some of the best golf ever. I think we can just walk over and just kind of pick his brains a little bit, to be fair. But look at this golf swing, super athletic setup. He's always been mega powerful, and I just think filled with confidence.
Do you know what I noticed last week with how highly the commentators were speaking about Marco? Can we
We're just
grab
talking
you
about
just for
you,
a
Marco.
second? We're just bigging you up a little bit. Well, a lot actually. Just saying, all the commentators last week on Sky Sports and around the world were saying how well you strike the ball, how brilliant you're doing at the moment. How are you feeling about your game and coming off that second place finish last week?
Yeah,
well done, by the way.
Thank you. No, last week was obviously a big confidence booster for myself. Having a top finish against the best players in the world was pretty cool. So, yeah, feeling pretty good going into this week, and hopefully I can just produce the same stuff.
You two know each other well, don't you?
Yeah, we do.
She's a decent golfer, isn't she?
Yeah, she is very good indeed.
We just mentioned about how it's more than the individual, but it requires a good team.
Yeah.
And you look over, you've got some of the world's best golfers. They've got all the money in the world. They could have whoever they want. But you've got quite a big team.
Yeah.
Just tell us a little bit more about your team and the impact that has to your performance, and also how you can take on a week like this.
Yeah, definitely. My team's pretty big. I've got my coach, caddy, physio trainer.
He's busy down here.
Yeah, he's
what are you
probably
doing
trying to
down here?
reorganise the bag because he leaves it pretty messy.
Packing it, yeah.
Extremely messy. Yeah, we like
Whose
the bag.
fault is that if it's messy?
It's mine. There's no doubt about it.
Everyone plays a big part, and I wouldn't be where I am without them. So, I really like having them around. We're all staying together in the house this week, so just taking the mick out of each other 24/7's good
That's
fun.
what you want to do, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're here at the Open Championship, Royal Portrush, seen it before?
Yeah, I came a few weeks ago for a bit of early prep. Still pretty new to me, so I'll be going out this afternoon to play 9 holes and maybe 18 tomorrow. So, it's a great place. Crowds are good already for a Tuesday, and just looking forward to getting going.
Can I ask Max a quick question? Yeah. How impressed were you with his demeanour last week on the course?
Yeah, he was extremely nervous on the quiet.
Why are you so nervous?
New side of him we've never seen.
No, he was great. He was remarkably chilled under the circumstances, to be honest. I think PGA was a big help. We'd done something that week that was quite new, and then it wasn't new last week, and I think sort of home turf as well was a little bit different, so I kind of knew he was fine. It was fairly simple, all in all, I would say.
What does preparation look like this, the start of the week? Because you can get super technical, you've got your coach here as well. It's a golf course you don't know that well, although you were here a couple of weeks ago. So, who has to work harder here? Is it more of the kind of technical execution work? Is it the kind of studying? Is it a bit of both? What does that look like?
Yeah, me and Max probably do things a little bit different to some players. We feel like when we're walking the course together, that's when we kind of get really good, productive information. So, it's not just a matter of just sending Max out on his own and him learning the golf course. He does his stuff, and then we kind of do a lot together. So, I've got to make sure I'm hitting the ball straight for his information to be any good. But just a big all-round team effort, really.
The problem is when he hits the ball straight and that turns out to be really bad. That's the only time we ever fall out.
Then it's your fault.
Listen, we're really enjoying watching you golf right now. It's super, super exciting. Well done last week, and well done on your first DP Tour World win. And good luck this week.
Than't you, guys.
Great stuff.
Have fun, gang. Thanks for your time.
Got a very interested spectator here.
2 yards above the ball.
Who's this?
Hello,
mate. Noel Horan, everybody. Part-time singer, full-time golf broadcaster now. Mate, how much are you loving this? Not only the Open, but in this part of the world as well.
Oh, it's unbelievable to have it back in the island. How good was the last one? It was probably one of my favourite Opens ever, and obviously with Shane winning it. Shane's only from about half an hour away from me, so it was big for the country and our area. And it felt like the whole nation was here that weekend, didn't it? When he shot that big one on Saturday afternoon and closed it out.
It was a good night.
It was all right. Did you have a good time? Did you?
I certainly did, mate. But, mate, how does it look as well? You played here not long ago. It doesn't get much better, right?
No, especially this corner where we are now, down at the bottom on 5 green and 6 tee. It's pretty epic to look down the beach with the cliffs and yeah, it's amazing. But the course is in unbelievable condition. They've had the perfect weather throughout the year for it to get ready, so it's in good nick. It's going to be a good tournament.
Yeah, well, let's make our way up to this view, and you're obviously out here watching your good friend Tyrrell as well. What can we expect from the big man this week? He looks in pretty good form.
Yeah, he's very consistent, very consistent player generally. So yeah, no, he's been playing really well. He's obviously had a good run at the majors this year too. So we'll just keep our fingers crossed that the A game turns up this week. You know.
How's your form?
Well, very different to Tyrrell Hatton's, put it that way. Yeah, I'm all right. I mean, as I said to you before, off camera, I'm either look like I play on the tour or look like I've never played the game. So that's one or the other.
Mate, speaking of the island, it doesn't get much better than this. How proud are you to be from this part of the world?
I mean, look at that. It's pretty epic around here, isn't it? Look at this. Guy out for a run. Biggest golf tournament on the planet happening here. It's pretty sweet. It is very, very cool up here. Goosebump stuff every time.
All right, now I want you to practice your golf commentary here with Tyrrell Hatton. What do you see in this one?
Now, this is going left to right, I assume. Yeah, there it is. Oh, a little bit too left to right, but yeah, no, he's been playing well. He's playing some good golf this season, and he's obviously, as I said, he's very consistent. So you kind of don't worry about any of his mad misses or anything like that. He doesn't have one of them in the locker, so it's just when he puts, he plays well, you know.
So what have you been up to outside of golf, mate? What's keeping you busy? A new album, I hear?
Yeah, making an album at the moment. Started shooting a new season of The Voice in America.
Oh, brilliant.
So I've kind of this is my off year, but a very busy year. Very busy off year. Just trying to chill out when I can, and we're going to have to.
Yeah, I remember coming to the show. You did what? How many shows in a row, or how many shows? Not in a row, but you must have done what, 70 shows or something?
I think we were up mid-90s maybe by the end of the year.
Oh my God!
Yeah, it was a great year though. I really I feel like the older I'm getting, the more I take it all in. Yeah. And the more grateful I become. Not that I wasn't grateful before, but you just kind of find yourself just taking more of it in, and for what it is. Yeah, and it was an amazing year last year. Hopefully I can back it up.
I'm sure you can, and obviously the golfers are getting a lot of attention around here with the local fans. I'm sure a few of them are happy to see you as well.
Yeah, there's just been a few screams, and I'd be like, no, keep it quiet. It's a golf tournament. Yeah. But no, it's amazing. I can't believe the crowds. It's Tuesday.
Amazing. Yeah.
And it's just, the place is rammed. But it's amazing. Golf is huge in this country. Always has been, always will be. So we never have to worry about getting fans in the gates when it comes to this.
Yes, especially with these views. Right, where's Tyrrell and the boys? We'll go to the 6th and set up for these boys. Looks absolutely magical here. You keep watching.
So earlier this morning, Bryson DeChambeau was hitting balls, looking at his spin rates, and fascinating always to hear what's on his mind. Let's get back down there and join him.
I was going to say, last year at Troon, you were laughing when you said it, but your quote was, "I can do it when it's warm and not windy."
Yeah.
So I was going to have things changed, but also just on a tactical level, what do you need to do in links golf that's different? Like shot to shot, what skills do you have to build up?
Yeah, I think building up, hitting it, and using the wind, playing into the wind a lot more, not trying to ride the wind, is something that is pretty simple to talk about, but sometimes difficult to execute when it's a unique scenario, depending on where the hazards are and the bunkers are, and trying to hit a certain shot to a certain place. Just being a little more strategic, and that's what we're going to look at doing this week, is just trying to be as strategic as possible and putting the ball in places where I can give myself good chances for birdie, but also not give myself too many difficult places to play from is the goal.
Dumb follow-up probably, but does it involve more thinking over the ball with each shot? Are there more things to think about?
100%. You're feeling the wind, how much it's coming into you, and if it's off the left or right, a lot more than normal. And okay, how do I feel? How to turn this into the wind, or if you're going to try and ride the wind one time, how do I control that? Make sure it doesn't go into a crazy place, because once that ball gets going with that wind, I mean, it's sayonara. That thing can go forever offline. It'll turn east, sometimes. But just having fun out here is what I'm trying to accomplish this week and being pretty strategic.
Just next to you, yeah.
Yeah, Bryson, people have a lot of different ways to describe like the wind over here. Some guys have called it a heavy wind or a thick wind. I was wondering if that makes sense to you, if there's a way to quantify that and how that's different than somewhere else.
I'm still working on that. We're doing some testing right now and going to continue working on how different types of wind affect the golf balls. It's something I'm working on a personal project, and it's going to take time to understand it. From a terminology, yeah, heavy wind's a great way to describe it. It's thick. Like I'm not going to say, okay. It's one of those situations where you're in the environment and you go, all right, this feels like a 15-mile-an-hour wind. And all of a sudden it plays like a 30-mile-an-hour wind. And you're like, what the heck? So I think that's the trick of it. If you grow up here, you play a lot of golf over here, you get quite comfortable and knowledgeable about that. I just need more reps, in a sense. And hopefully I've had enough reps to be able to do that. Played well in some windy conditions. Andalusia was a good test last week in the first few days. Played well. But again, the wind is different from there to here. So we'll see how it goes this week, and hopefully it stays warm and my body stays warm. But yeah, it is a thick wind.
Joy in the front, please.
Bryson, something on the similar lines. You said last year that you were blown away by the wind.
Yeah, literally.
But this year you've had some really good round in the winds. I mean, we talked about Miami.
Miami was a good one.
Valderrama was another.
Yeah.
What kind of things did you try to do to become a better wind player? And given your scientific bent of mind, did you get into a wind tunnel and try to do things?
Oh, man, imagine, okay, this is going to be wild, but imagine a scenario where you've got like a 400-yard tent, right? And you can just hit any type of shot with any wind with all the fans. Like that's what I imagine, like in a hangar or something like that in a big stadium. That'd be cool to test, one. But two, all I've really done is hit more half shots and tried to play into the wind a lot more. So if it's a left to right wind, I'll draw it. If it's a right to left wind, I'll try to cut it more often than not. If I try to play with the wind, sometimes I lose control of that golf ball, and that's what I did. Whenever I had a right to left wind and I was trying to hit draws, man, that thing would go forever offline. So those are the few things that I've been working on. And wouldn't it be cool to test in like a massive wind tunnel? Yes, I'd love to do. I'd for sure do that.
Let's go have a yarn to the man himself. Cam, jump over here with Mark. Come on, boys, get on in here. Look at this. The fellas, how are we?
Good, how are you?
Fantastic, Mark. Good to be back.
Couldn't be better, yeah.
Not quite as warm as what Valderrama, was it?
Yeah, a little different to Spain last week, but I love this weather for the British Open. It should have to deal with the elements a bit, and definitely looking forward to it.
You boys love this stuff, hey? Love links golf. This is sort of a secondary home for you Australians, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. Kind of reminds us a little bit of home, I think, particularly down south, probably where Leisha is more than where I'm from. But, yeah, always love getting over here. It's always a good time, the Open.
How does it feel returning as a former champion? Every time I'll ask you that every year. It's a sitting duck, but it's a great question all the same.
Yeah, absolutely. Just that little champions locker room. I mean, I walk in there, see the names and talk to the boys and stuff. It's unreal. So, yeah, every time I get back here, it gives me goosebumps.
How's the form, fellas? Leash, how are you hitting them?
Hitting them all right. The result wouldn't show that from last week, but I actually played all right. So got Valderrama a few times. Yeah, but no, happy with how things are looking. And obviously, this is a massive week, so it'd be a good one to play well at.
Very nice. Now, Cam, look, I know this is a golf show, but I'm a massive rugby league fan, as are you. How good was it to watch Queensland do a number on New South Wales a few weeks ago?
Mate, that was epic. We watched the game there on Wednesday. It was on about lunchtime, so scheduled all the media and practice around it. Sat down for a couple of hours. Yeah, it was awesome to watch them do what they did, particularly being underdogs. I think the Queenslanders love it, don't they?
Oh, we love it. And look, how are you feeling yourself this week as well? I know every year you come around, but how do you feel about winning this again?
I mean, that's what I'm going to try and do.
Yeah. Cheers, Leishy.
You know, the game feels like it's coming along a little bit. Did a lot of work on the swing at the end of last year, and have struggled a little bit on the course, but it feels amazing on the range. So, but it feels like I'm getting there every week, every tournament. Feels like I'm getting closer and closer to being back in that form. Just need to go out there and do it.
That's my boy. Enjoy it, eh? Always a pleasure, my man.
Thank you.
Take care.
We're celebrating the 160th anniversary of HSBC, and I'm here on the range with Podrick Harrington. We're going to do the challenge. Podrick, it's cold though. You said
it's miserable to bring me out. Do you think I'm good in bad weather or something?
Well, you are very good in bad weather. You said even I want to go home now because it's raining so much. Our challenge is to carry at 160 exactly, and then to hit the board, hit the 160 marker. So off you go. You've got 3 balls for the first challenge to fly at 160. Brian Harmon is at the top of the leaderboard, 158. It's going to come up on top tracer on the big screen. Oh, it looked good. How far's it gone? How far? I'm looking at the data. 160! Does he get a cheer? Yeah! Come on, high five! That's amazing! Oh my gosh, it's our winner! Brilliant stuff. Can we give him a cheer? Podrick Harrington, everyone. Give him a cheer. Let's get the crowd going. Awesome. Go on, go on. It's good. No, it's good. Yes! He did it! Woohoo! Oh my goodness, I've never seen scenes like it. It's like you've won the Open Championship. Does it feel like you've won the Open?
I probably got a bit more excited there. Nothing like showing off.
This is amazing. You're at the top of the leaderboard with both of our challenges. Thank you so much. Another high five. Brilliant.
Time to finish up.
Yeah,
okay.
he's even Podrick wants to go home. Well done, you. Excellent stuff. Thanks, guys. Brilliant.
Lovely day here at Royal Portrush for the 153rd Open. Radar's alongside me. Radar, lovely day today. The weather's going to get a little bit damp later on in the week.
It certainly is. Hello, everybody. But this morning, I got up quite early to come into Royal Portrush, and it was very humid first thing, but not so much now. The sweater, all week, get used to it. The sweaters will be on and off, and umbrellas will be up, but that's just part of the Open. Doesn't matter where we go with the Open Championship. We go to so many great places, but...
Great day to get your game in shape, Radar, isn't it, with the practice facilities here at the club on a lovely day just before we start the championship. That range is going to be packed all day long. Probably not playing so many holes, maybe play 9 holes or something like that, then come to the range, just fine-tune your game.
Yeah, a lot of players do it differently. You know, they go out there and play 18 the first day, Tuesday, then maybe just 9 holes just to ease into it. A lot of players who are exempt for this championship who didn't have to qualify come here months ago. Rory McIlroy surely would have come here probably a couple of times, even though when he was 17 years of age, he shot a 61 around here. So he knows this place very well, even though it's changed a little over the years.
Good crowds watching the players hit some balls, and about half an hour earlier, well, the world #1. Here he is, Scottie Scheffler. Oh, standing behind him last week over in Scotland. Genesis Scottish Open, watching him hit balls. It's quite a treat.
Yeah, it is. It's a great thing. He hasn't got that reminder grip that he has. He practices with so very often. I had one of those when I was a youngster, and then they just disappeared. And I think Scottie Scheffler has brought that back. It's just a rubber grip that has moulded into what they say is the perfect grip.
Yeah, he's using that now, isn't he? Yeah.
Has he got it?
Yeah, he's got it, yeah.
Cool.
They were sort of poo-pooed, weren't they, back in the day, as a bit of a gimmick, but not anymore.
Not anymore, no.
Not anymore, no.
No, I had to work in a pro shop, and my boss, Ian Brander, he had one of those, and I used to get out the back there and...
Isn't it amazing? Right. Isn't it amazing that even the world #1 still working on his grip?
Yeah.
We try and impress the importance of that to people at home, to amateur golfers.
Grip and alignment, Jamie.
Yeah.
As you know, it's so very important in our game. And that grip, really, I'm going to say it's not a 2-knuckle grip. When you look down, when I say as a right-hander, you look down and you can see 2 knuckles, the one on your forefinger and the other one And, you know, it's probably a 2.5. It's not quite a 3er. It's not a Langer strength grip. It's not an Azinger strength grip, which is like almost a 5-knuckler. What were you?
I was about a 3, I reckon.
Well,
Yeah.
that's good. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I tried to weaken it off as I went on.
Really?
The stronger you got it, the more you're going to hook it. I started off as a hooker and then try to go the other way.
Yeah.
But you've got to get your hand on the club, haven't you?
No knuckler is like a really weak grip isn't as good as having a stronger grip. That's a really good grip.
The great thing with Scheffler is he hits the ball both ways. I mean, he can just do anything with it, can't he?
Yes. And I've always put him down as being an Open champion, and that's not I'm not just getting on the bandwagon, Jamie. It's just I feel as though
I'm with you.
He can really bend it and he can turn it against it. He's a good enough putter. He's a better hitter than he is a putter stats-wise. But he...
I was with him last week, walked around with him a couple of times, and into the wind, he just come up short quite a bit, quite significantly short.
Balloon balls?
Yeah, he just seemed to spin it a little bit too much into the wind. I'm sure he's working on that, flatten out that ball flight. Because we are going to get some wind this week. It's not going to be horrendous, but it's always windy here.
Yes, it is. It's a fantastic golf course. It truly is a magnificent thing, Royal Portrush. I've been here twice. Irish Open a few years back. Jamie Donaldson was the winner. I think he beat Anthony Wall, if I'm not mistaken.
I think he did, yes, I think he did.
And then I was here for Shane's in 2019. What an Open championship. It's going to be sensational.
Yeah, Lowry shot 63 on the Saturday, probably the round of his life, to open up a bit of a gap, give himself a good lead going into the Sunday, Lowry.
They expect 270,000 people here this week. It's a lot of people, isn't it? Big old property.
Well, they love their golf on the island of Ireland. There's more golfers per capita in Ireland than the rest of the world. So they absolutely love the golf, which is a surprise to me.
Oh, they do, yeah. They love any sport.
They do, yeah.
Funnily enough, they like the horses as well, Jamie. He works so very hard, does Scottie Scheffler, on his swing. Always practicing down in Dallas.
Best part of his game, Radar? I mean, I'm going to answer my own question. I say he's chipping. I love watching him chip.
Well, you took the words out of my mouth, yes.
Same?
Yep. His chipping is unreal. If you want to watch him, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls at home, when you watch it on TV, you have a look. He doesn't really, with a pitch, from 40 yards even, he picks it. He just bruises the turf. There isn't a gouging divot.
It's a clip, isn't it?
There's no lean into it.
No, not like us.
No, it's not. So, go on, get out of there. I mean, it's like, but he just clips it off there and he can spin it so well. That's why it chips in so.
Well, he's trying to hold it, isn't he? He's trying to hold it, isn't he? From wherever. Quite incredible.
Did you see his interview yesterday when he said?
I did.
Did you watch that?
I thought it was fascinating. I really enjoyed listening to it.
Well, he said one a couple of years ago at the Masters after he went. He said golf doesn't define him. I mean, it's and what he said yesterday was equally as sensational. Like,
I think it gives him some freedom. I think it gives him freedom because it seems like it doesn't mean everything to him.
Do you feel as though it's reverse psychology?
Possibly. I don't think it's on purpose, but he obviously there's more to his life than just playing golf. It's more important than his golf. But you still get the impression that golf means so much to him. He's passionate about it. He's obsessive with it. But I think when you work that hard and you're that obsessed, when you do get to the end and you reach your goal, it's like, well, what do I do now? I think that's what he was saying.
Well, that's what Rory was alluding to after winning the Masters.
Same thing. Yeah.
Same thing. Like, what now? And you've got to regroup. And Rory, I think, has regrouped already. It's only a couple of months, and he has regrouped. So that's great news for everyone because he wants a big Open championship.
Well, the thing with Scheffler is he wins so often, I don't know, doesn't he? It just seems to be... It's a surprise if he doesn't win. What did he say? He said it's great for 2 minutes, and then I think about what am I going to eat?
See, when you have a player such as this, like Tiger, and such great players, they drag the others along. They improve, but they improve the other players as well, because they have to stay in touch with him. You can't win all the championships. Like I remember Harrington saying, 3-time major champion, Portrush Harrington saying about Tiger Woods. He says he's not going to win them all, so we have a chance here to pick up some scraps and win some as well. I mean, it's true as well. And Scottie Scheffler is one of those players. Sure, career Grand Slam, I think that's very difficult. Rory showed us how difficult that was to do. It wasn't difficult for Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods. Career Grand Slam, they both did it twice.
I can see him achieving that feat, Scheffler.
Yeah, there's not really a US Open, or we've got the PGA, an Open. I think, and we said it earlier, I think he is made for this type of golf.
I just think the way he plays, he's made for any golf, quite frankly. He can win anywhere, can't he, Scheffler? He's so adaptable.
But when you have to use the imagination as almost a 15th club, I think this guy comes into his own. I'm not sure we've seen a golfing brain equivalent to this since Tiger Woods. 15-time major champion.
I love his clearance out the way. He gets out the way of the ball so well, uses his feet. It's not something you can copy, to be honest with you. It's unique to him.
Into the long irons already. They'll come in handy this week. Usually downwind on some shortish par 4s, you'll see those, and now he's straight into the 3-wood. But we'll see a lot of driving irons here at Royal Portrush this week. And as I say, when the wind's at your back, you don't want to get too aggressive, because a lot of the fairways out there, I had a look yesterday, they bottleneck a little. The further you go down there. Little divot with that one, just trying to gouge it. Probably a little squeezy fade.
Good shot to have that, isn't it, off the deck. Just takes the spin off, get a bit of overspin, get it through the wind. Through it off the deck, I think so. It's just safe play off the tee.
See if we have another one here, just a little puff. Yep. That means he's just trying to hold it off a little and just hit it, just a little leaker from left to right. Not a huge one, but he wants it to fall that way. He doesn't want to see it falling from right to left. Look at the grip, see? He goes in there all the time. A little like Adam Scott has over the years as well. It's the first thing they do. They grab the club and set it in their fingers on the left hand, being right-handers, and just put it in position. Get the grip right where they want it. Look at the bow on that left ankle.
Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Carrying that 280 with the ball speed of 169 for 3-wood, that's impressive. Not that high either at 86 feet, it's about right. Big dog's out now.
Interlocking grip there, Jamie, look.
Yes.
Most players, well, Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods had the interlocking grip. You can see it right there. Most players, most professional golfers use the Varden grip, which was the overlapping grip, which was invented by Harry Varden back in the day. But if Tiger Woods and Jack Nicklaus can use, and Scottie Scheffler now can use the interlocking, well, why not? I was actually taught to go from the interlocking to the Varden grip.
Yeah, same. Yeah, as you say, the vast majority of players use the Varden grip, but you've just mentioned 3 incredible golfers who interlock. Maybe we should all do that. 315-yard carry on the previous driver. That's a healthy hit, isn't it?
Well, the thing is why we were told to go to the Varden grip, not the interlocking grip. The interlocking grip, you can kind of get more fingers on it. Am I right in saying that?
I don't think so.
Or am I missing a finger?
You're missing a finger. I think it's the other way round.
Okay. Yeah, well, the Varden grip, you get more. You get more
on that.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm
you get
saying.
more,
Yeah. The interlocking grip, you haven't got as many fingers. With your left hand on there, you only get 3. But the Varden grip, you can get 4 fingers on there.
Feels stronger, doesn't it? When you've got the interlocking, you feel like the hand's working maybe a little bit better together. But there's a little bit of a fight between the 2 little fingers, which they're interlocking. But listen, whatever works. I mean, when you first start playing golf, get all 10 fingers, 8 fingers and 2 thumbs on the club as youngsters. Pretty effortless, that. Ball speed 181, that's getting up there now.
Well, he's long enough, Scottie Scheffler. He isn't one of the longest out there. He's but long enough he can reach all the par 5s. Doesn't need to try to hit it any further. Why would he? I walk around with his dad a lot out there, Jamie.
Yep.
Scottie Senior, and he's a wonderful fella. Really nice man, funny man. You can't watch him putt. You can't watch him hole out. A lot of the time he comes over to me and says, well, did he get it? I'm like, yeah, well, yeah, he holed it. I mean, it's incredible to watch. The Scheffler family, they are all such a great unit.
Yeah, it's very difficult for the families, isn't it, as well? I mean, my dad watched me at Birkdale. He only watched me in 1 opener, played in 8, and after 3-4 holes, I wasn't having a good time, and he cleared off. He just couldn't watch anymore.
No.
And of course, I made a few birdies on the back 9, suddenly he reappeared. But it's pretty difficult for your family to watch you.
Here we are at Royal Portrush. This is the scene overlooking the range, and we are live at the range in the gorgeous county of Antrim along this rugged stretch of Northern Irish coastline. Absolutely delighted to be here. It's such a spectacular day. The sun is out, blue skies above, a little bit of wind. I'm here with Pete, and it's all set for a fantastic less than 24 hours before that first tee shot is hit tomorrow morning by Podrick Harrington, who we spoke to on the range yesterday. He said, well, I'm not normally an early riser, but I'll get up for the Open Championship to hit that first shot. And this is what he's won a couple of times, hasn't he, in the past? And my goodness, what names on this claret jug. Don't touch it, Pete. You're not allowed.
Well, it's a little bit too late for that, I'm afraid.
Yes, you've had your mitts on it. But Xander Schauffele, obviously the defending champion, gave it back earlier on this week. And yeah, quite a few press conferences yesterday. Really fascinating information to come out of so many of them. And one of them, the world #1, Scottie Scheffler, didn't hold back, gave some fantastic insight into what he thinks about the game of golf and his life and his career. Let's hear from Scottie. We can speak off the back of that.
You know, I think it's kind of funny. I think, you know, I think I said something after the Byron this year about, like, it feels like you work your whole life to celebrate winning a tournament for like a few minutes. It only lasts a few minutes, that kind of euphoric feeling. And like to win the Byron Nelson Championship at home, I literally worked my entire life to become good at golf, to have an opportunity to win that tournament. And you win it, you celebrate, get to hug my family, my sister's there. It's such an amazing moment. And then it's like, okay, now what are we gonna eat for dinner? You know, life goes on. Is it great to be able to win tournaments and to accomplish the things I have in the game of golf? Yeah, I mean, it brings tears to my eyes just to think about, because I've literally worked my entire life to become good at this sport, and to have that kind of sense of accomplishment, I think is a pretty cool feeling. You know, to get to live out your dreams is very special. But at the end of the day, it's like, I'm not out here to inspire the next generation of golfers. I'm not here to inspire somebody else to be the best player in the world, because what's the point? You know, this is not a fulfilling life. It's fulfilling from the sense of accomplishment, but it's not fulfilling from a sense of like the deepest, you know, places of your heart. You know, there's a lot of people that make it to what they thought was going to fulfill them in life, and then you get there and all of a sudden you get to #1 in the world, and then they're like, what's the point? And, you know, I really do believe that, because, you know, what is the point? You're like, why do I want to win this tournament so bad? That's something that I wrestle with on a daily basis. It's like showing up at the Masters every year. It's like, why do I want to win this golf tournament so badly? Why do I want to win the Open Championship so badly? I don't know. Because if I win, it's going to be awesome for about 2 minutes. And And then we're going to get to the next week, and it's going to be like, hey, you won 2 majors this year. How important is it for you to win the FedEx Cup playoffs? And it's just like, we're back here again, you know? So we really do. We work so hard for such little moments. And, you know, I'm kind of a sicko. I love putting in the work. I love being able to practice. I love getting out to live out my dreams. But at the end of the day, sometimes I just don't understand the point, you know, because I don't know if I'm making any sense or not, but am I not? It's just one of those deals, you know. I love the challenge. I love being able to play this game for a living. It's one of the greatest joys of my life. But does it fill the deepest, you know, wants and desires of my heart? Absolutely not. I mean, I love playing golf. I love being able to compete. I love living out my dreams. I love being a father. I love being able to take care of my son. I love being able to provide for my family out here playing golf. And, you know, every day when I wake up early to go put in the work, you know, my wife thanks me for going out and working so hard. And when I get home, I try and thank her every day for taking care of our son. It's just, you know, that's why I talk about families being my priority, because it really is. You know, I'm blessed to be able to come out here and play golf, but if my golf ever started affecting my home life, or it ever affected the relationship I have with my wife or with my son, you know, that's going to be the last day that I play out here for a living. You know, this is not the be-all, end-all. This is not the most important thing in my life, and that's why I wrestle with, why is this so important to me? Because, you know, I would much rather be a great father than I would be a great golfer. You know, that at the end of the day, that's what's more important to me.
Really, really extraordinary. Such an insight there from Scottie Scheffler about the way his mind operates and the way he thinks. He loves playing golf, he loves the challenge, but sometimes I just don't understand the point, he said. What did you make of his comments?
I mean, listen, I've never seen an open therapy session quite like it before. He's obviously got some things on his mind. And he's questioning, like, what is the point of doing all this? I think for golf, because of the consistency of it, like the Open Championship is the last major of the year. You know, this is something which is going to be built up for. But if you think about the Open Championship, straight after this, he'll be doing FedEx Cup. And straight after that, we've got Ryder Cup. And then straight after that is something else. So there's a consistency to it where you just have to be at the top of your game all the time. And maybe he feels that he doesn't have that moment to really enjoy the victories that he's having.
Does it feel a little bit about what Rory was alluding to at the end of last year, trying to find the balance and get, you know, have a bit more fun in your life? Because, as you say, it's after you win a tournament, after you win a major championship, the next question is how are you going to do this week? I found one of his comments, does it fill my deepest wants and desires of my heart? Absolutely not. So he's done a bit of soul searching recently, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it.
Because we don't normally hear that from Scottie Scheffler, but we love the honesty as well.
Yeah, and this is what we want. You know, we want players to be coming out and speaking openly about how they feel. You know,
totally.
I think many people believe that a lot of tour pros are very trained, very vanilla, and not expressive with their feelings. So for Scottie to come out and say stuff like this is great. If you agree with it or not, is an interesting one. Rory's quite an extreme example where, you know, that was his Everest as he described it.
Yeah.
You know, he was waiting over 10 years to win that Masters, a tournament that he should have won ages ago. So the emotional come down from that was probably quite extreme. With Scottie, because he wins so often, maybe he just doesn't know how to celebrate.
But can you help him with that?
I mean, there's a little place called the Harbour Bar.
The Harbour Bar, which is where George Harper Jr.
If he
was.
does lift this at the end of the week, maybe we should just invite him out.
Do you know, a great idea. But you do hear it from sportsmen, men and women all the time, when they've achieved so much in their career, winning a World Cup, an Olympic medal, or the goals that they've set themselves. What is next? How do you big yourself up again? It's a bit like Rory after the Masters, you know. That competitive vibe came back a little bit at the Scottish Open, and I'm sure we hope to see it this week. But that sort of roller coaster that we mere mortals can only imagine when you reach that high, it must be, from an outsider's perspective, a lot of people may think, what are you talking about? You're living this life of this brilliant life, travelling the world, and you're winning tournaments. What's there not to be happy about? But we know there are so many layers to happiness. I suppose it goes into that kind of chat.
The criticism would be, you know, you are living out a dream.
Yeah.
And he did say this in his presser as well, Scott. You know, he is living this dream. He loves the process of it all. He loves winning. And
he'd love his name on this.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And then he did allude to that.
He did allude
to that. And that's a criticism. You know, you live in this dream, like, why would you be almost complaining about it? But in any walk of life, like, if you fulfill a dream, it is that question of, well, what's next?
Yeah.
I can't dine out on this forever.
Well, you could.
But could you?
Well, I'd probably bring it up a few times.
I think I could
Yeah.
as well.
But no, seriously, it's fabulous to hear from Scottie, and I'm sure there'll be so much debate. This is all we were talking about this morning on the drive-in. So many different opinions, and really good to hear someone's raw thoughts. OK, well, we've got our reporter George Harper Jr. out and about. I'm sure he'd be like to be near this. He has been a few times this week. George, where are you? What are you doing? We want to know.
Good morning and welcome to the first tee. The sun is shining down on Royal Portrush. It is a beautiful day on the eve of the 153rd Open Championship. And what a great all-English affair we have here. Justin Rose, Matt Fitzpatrick and Marco Penge. Justin Rose, hello mate, you are back in action. Always a pleasure to see you. A little bit less stressful this year, cruising into the Open rather than FQ.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was grateful for that. Obviously, it turned out to be great preparation last time round, you know. Got me a few extra links rounds in the qualifying, which served me well. But, yeah, nice to have a bit more time over the summer.
Nice, and also, it's Matt Fitzpatrick dialing in. What's the key to this tee shot, Rosie?
You know, stay out of the bunkers, like every links hole, really. But, yeah, there's a bunker on the right, 270. Looks like 5 wood for him bringing it in, so he's trying to hit it up the left half. There's a bunker up there, more like 300, so it looks like he's tried to favour the left side. Yeah.
Looking for a commentary job after this, are you?
Well, you never know, mate, you know.
Mate, how good was it last year? T2, your second time you've come close to the Open. Must encourage you and inspire you this year as well to know that you can keep it up.
Yeah, for sure, you know, especially Augusta as well just proves that when I do find my form, I'm capable still of competing with the best of them. So, yeah, I mean, links golf, I think, can always throw up loads of variables. So, yeah, 100%. Looking forward to the challenge this week.
What are you taking? Where's your view?
2-iron or 7 wood?
Well, I personally grew up on a 7 wood, so I would...
I like the 7 wood, you know. There's all this talk about keeping it low and all that stuff, but sometimes downwind, you want it coming in a bit softer.
Okay.
Probably at the 7 wood.
7 wood? I like that. He's got a great looking gear bag here as well. New balls. Got all the gear, no idea.
That's me.
Alright, driver option here. Alright, let's get on that tee, Rosie. So, as Justin mentioned, an amazing result at the Masters. Unfortunately, fell one short in a historical playoff against you-know-who. And then we cannot forget his efforts at Troon last year, making that huge run. Tied second. It's truly tremendous effort. 7 wood here. Wind off the left. So peaceful. Delightful swing. Let's go finish things off, Justin. Your 23rd Open. How incredible does that sound? How do you keep up with these young bucks?
Yeah, listen, I think that's the key, isn't it? I am pushing hard. Like, you think some things do get easier as you get older, maybe a little bit more wisdom, experience, but that only really counts, I think, in contention. You can't rely on wisdom and experience on day one because, do you know what I mean? Yeah. So for me, trying to keep up the physical level is the challenge, and things aren't getting easier, but it feels like as I'm getting older, I'm having to work harder, which is not what I signed up for, but hey, I'm enjoying it.
Hey, now look, I heard on a certain TV show that you mentioned you'd party a lot harder than Xander Schauffele if you won the Claret Jug.
Yeah, still stand by it.
Still stand by it. Can you clarify or tell us what a party would look like if you did win the Open this week?
You know, I think, we'd go deep day one, but I think, for me, the Claret Jug is like a centerpiece for every dinner you're going to have for a whole 12 months. Do you know what I mean? Just, I would use it for its intended purpose, beautiful wine.
Nice.
Share it with friends. I would probably be turn into a red grape by the end of the year, yeah.
Well, you think you can shake me now, but if you won the Claret Jug, I'd be around for plenty of dinners.
You'd be well invited, mate.
Good luck, Rosie. Give him a round of applause, everyone. There he is. Can he get the job done? Can he go one better than last year? And at the Masters, Justin Rose. Who's picking him?
Beautiful day. Probably be the best day of the week. Good day for hitting some balls on the range, that's for sure. The main man is there. Main man, all the crowd want to see anyway. Rory McIlroy's arrived on the range. How do you think Rory's going to feel on that first tee? Radar.
Well, I think tomorrow one of the loudest cheers could be if he rips it down the fairway and stays in bounds, in which he couldn't last time, and on his way to making an 8. I think that'll be one of the loudest cheers, and I think he will laugh. I think he really will.
He will too, yeah.
Because he'll be thinking about it.
No
Look, he's
doubt
not
about
going to
it.
hit it out of bounds.
Yeah.
Everyone at home, do not worry about it. He will not hit it out of bounds. If I was a betting man, which I am not, I'd back right rough. I'd back it's he won't go anywhere near that left-hand side. It was so very sad what happened. It just wasn't to be, was it? It was like...
There's so much on him in this part of the world, isn't there? Well, he's a different player now to he was in 2019, more experienced. Yeah, I just think it's a shot he just wants to get out of the way. Pick your favourite club and just go with it. Read a great article when he came here as a 16-year-old and he shot 61 in the North of Ireland Championship. And the crowds just kept coming out to watch him. He was a phenom back then.
Oh, I remember when he first came out on tour. I actually went, he played, when he ran 4th at the Alfred Dunhill Links, the next week we got together and we had a little chat on the range. And after the championship, and he played very, very well down there in Spain. It was Catalunya or somewhere. And I remember going to the airport and we're both on the same plane. And I went to the restaurant and he says, I'll buy dinner. I said, Rory, you're 11. I mean, come on, stop it. I mean, I'm going to buy you some dinner. No, I'm buying dinner. So we bought dinner. But everyone, all of our island, because it was a place where all the chartered planes come in. And he was so very famous, as you said, as an 18-year-old kid. It was just, you know, well, he was on television chipping balls into his mother's washing machine when he was, you know, tiny little guy. So he's had to live with it all his life. He's used to it.
And he's had to get used to winning the career Grand Slam as well. That's taken a little bit of time just to sink in, I think.
Yeah, well, let's hope so, because I always had Rory McIlroy. He's got 5 now and the career Grand Slam. I always had Rory McIlroy getting to a Tom Watson number of majors, and that's 8. I just hope I'm right, I think. A lot of people might look and say, oh, no, Rory's got 10 in him. It's tough now. It's tough to win majors.
Well, he's won this great championship. He's won this great championship before, Radar, 2014, Royal Liverpool. Let's have a look back at it.
The Open to me has always been the biggest and best tournament that we play in. We go into Hoylake as one of the favourites to win, feeling like my game was in good shape. 72nd hole at Hoylake, the massive grandstands, you know, the standing ovation. Even just thinking about it now, I get goosebumps and hairs in the back of my neck stand up. It's a memory that will stay with you for a very long time. Champion golfer of the year and the winner of the gold medal, it's something you dream about. I think the most famous trophy in golf, one of the most famous trophies in all of sport. So to be able to have my name on it, you know, with so many other greats of this game, you know, it means an awful lot.
Yeah, great memories there for Rory. I can't believe he's only won one of these. I would have thought he's going to win another Open Championship. I mean, if it's this week, this is the fairy tale, and this is the one he'd have been dreaming of as a young man, young boy on the putting green. This is for the Open.
And St Andrews a couple of years ago, he had the lead going in there. Cameron Smith won that one. And Rory, a lot of people discussed it, and they said, oh, well, he just wasn't up to it the last day. That isn't true. What happened with Rory McIlroy was with that group, that last group on that Sunday and at St Andrews, and he he didn't hit it too bad. He just didn't hit it close enough, Jamie. Like, kept on hitting it to 30 feet. Now,
you can't hold it from there, can you?
Yeah, no. Well, you're not going to hold as many. You could go out and have a day out, but...
And Cam Smith hold everything.
Yeah,
I was with Cam Smith's group.
Yeah, well, there you go. Rory McIlroy didn't play badly and didn't suffer.
I feel like he left it all on the Saturday, you know. He played so well Saturday, and then he gets to Sunday, and he's just a little flat. Just a little.
No. Just wasn't to be. And he was upset about that. He really was. He thought it was his time, and some say, you know, if you're going to win the Open Championship, if you want to go down as one of the greats,
listen,
you win at the old course at St Andrews, but I don't care where you lift the claret jug. Doesn't matter which place you lift it.
You can't win them all, can you?
But St Andrews would be special.
Would he rather win here or St Andrews? Not that you've got a choice.
Just a great question.
But it's an interesting little subject. Well, I know I know one thing. He's so glad to get that 2025 Masters. It's a long, long wait for drinks, isn't it, after that 2014 PGA Championship?
Yep. Yep. I was
what a day's golf that was.
Just, yeah. It was sensational. Yeah, me as even an on-courser and you as an on-courser, me walking around there, I just didn't want to think about it. I really didn't want to think about what could happen. And then all of a sudden, he hits it in the water on 13 for a little pitch shot, and then makes a great 3 down 15. And yeah, it was something that was almost surreal when he did it. And when he went to a playoff with Justin, then we start to think, okay, who do we want to win here? Justin Rose being a friend of ours and friend of the world.
Well, you wanted them both to win, didn't you?
Yes.
Of course you did.
And you're like, look, career Grand Slam. And how nice was Justin Rose giving him a cuddle on the last green, like a nice
class
hug.
act.
And he's lost 2 of those in a playoff now, Justin.
Yeah.
It's like Michael Bannon there, his long-time coach. What a team they are.
And welcome. Now, the 13th tee has been a very profitable one for us. We've seen some great guests throughout the Open Championship. And arguably, we've got the best one of the lot here. World #1, Scottie Scheffler, is in the house. Enjoying a beautiful day here at Portrush. Doesn't get much better than this. The crowd is massive. If you scan up to the left, it is honestly, it feels like Championship Thursday today. This is almost a false realization for these guys about how perfect the weather is. How calm is this bloke? Creating a career unlike many others. A Masters champion, a PGA champion. You get the sense that a Grand Slam is already on his mind, which is the insane thing, and I don't think anyone would be surprised if it happened in the next 2 or 3 years. I personally believe that the Open is probably going to be the hardest one of the lot. So he'll be dialed in this week. He wants to get this major monkey off his back as quick as he can. Is this the best week for it? We are very close to finding out. Wind slightly off the left of these guys. Svensson here, enjoying a little walk around with the best in the business. How cool is that about the Open as well, the practice rounds where players just rock up on a tee time and you get interrupted by the best in the world. Very, very cool. Torbjorn Olesen as well. Good to see him at the Open. Finding some nice form over the past few seasons. Every time you get to Wednesday at the Open, things just ramp up. It dials up a little bit. You can see them in the zone, sense them really dialed in. Some lovely golf swings here as well. Scottie Scheffler, what is next for the man of the moment? How quick did he respond to Rory winning the Masters? Bang, I'm going to take the next major. The PGA Championship is mine. Solidifying his spot as the best player on the planet. Amazing demeanour, calming manner. And he's going to hit one more for us as well, you little beauty. Hey mate, how are you? A lot of players were hitting 6 and sometimes even 5 iron into this hole yesterday. Certainly a different story today. Looks to be a silky smooth 8 iron in his mitts. And in true George Harper Jr. fashion, I'm going to do my best to try and talk to the big guy himself, who, by the way, has just put it to about 5 or 6 feet. So here he goes. Scottie Scheffler. How are you, mate?
Good, good.
Welcome back to the Open. How are you feeling?
Doing good, yeah. Getting a few holes in this morning, and then put my feet up in the afternoon and get some rest to get ready for the tournament.
Almost a bit of false realisation, this weather, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Yeah, it's a little too nice right now, I would say.
Yeah, nice. And how are you enjoying it? I hear your family's here this week as well. You must be loving it out here.
Yeah, my wife and son are here, and so that's always nice when they're able to travel with me. And then my parents came over for the first time as well, so they're enjoying some links golf for the first time.
We were joking off camera about one of my first interviews with you. You'd just won on the Corn Ferry and come onto the PGA Tour. It actually wasn't that long ago. Can you tell me about, I guess, your rise to where you are today, and how do you feel about it? Because it's happened quite quick, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a fun stretch. I've played some nice golf, and it's I'm fortunate to get some wins from some of the nice golf that I've played. But like you said, I don't really put too much thought to it. I just try to practice and work hard, and see where that gets me. And so far, it's been doing pretty well, and I just try to do my best to stay in the present. So this week, I'm focused on getting used to this golf course, getting adjusted to the conditions, and getting ready to play a tournament.
Nice. And we've heard a lot about Rory's Grand Slam. Is the word Grand Slam in your mind at all? And if so, would the Open be potentially one of the hardest legs remaining of your Grand Slam?
And I'm not really sure. I don't put a lot of thought to that stuff, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm out here focused on this week. I'm not thinking about any sort of career accomplishments or anything like that. Right now I'm focused on the Open at Portrush, and then next week when I'm at home, hopefully I'll be focused on being at home.
So in other words, you're a pretty relaxed guy.
I'm trying to be.
Mate, I really appreciate the time.
Yeah,
it's always a pleasure to have you.
Thanks so much.
All right, good luck this week.
See you later.
Yeah, I'll see you at the end, eh? All right, so there you have it. Scottie Scheff's feeling pretty relaxed, as per usual, but what a gent. And as you can see, for someone with so much riding on it, so much on the line, it just seems like absolutely nothing phases him. So, is it his week? Is he going to do it again? I'll give you the red hot tip. No one on planet Earth would be surprised to see his name at the top of the leaderboard later this week.
Here with Harry Hall.
Yes, Cornwall's finest.
Loving the cap, winner on the PGA Tour and qualified at Burnham and Barrow, which is a place you're familiar with.
Yeah.
Harry, can we grab a quick chat? Is that okay? Looking good, looking great. Can you stand in the middle for our camera shot? Kev, get us in vision. Good to see you, Harry. Qualification at Burnham and Barrow. How delighted are you to be here?
Yeah, really excited to play Portrush and have a good week.
Did you play it yesterday, day before?
Played 18 yesterday. Yeah, I think I'm going to not play today, just refine a few things and then be ready for tomorrow.
Do you know, I'm feeling very, very chilled speaking to you. I'm feeling feeling very calm, which is what you need around Portrush. Now, Burnham and Barrow, did you know this gentleman had a hole-in-one on the 16th? There's a plaque there. Tell us the story, David.
Did you see my plaque, Harry?
I didn't, unfortunately, no.
16,
though.
16. It's a short par 4, isn't it? Yeah. Last hole of the week, 3 out with 3 to play, foursomes in the afternoon. Thought I'd lost my ball. We walked to the 17th to get on with things, and there it was in. Job done, game over. And they gave me a plaque. So that's my Burnham and Barrow story.
I birdied that hole twice in the 2 rounds. So.
How did you feel playing in the qualification? Any nerves?
No nerves. No, I felt really good. I had a nice week at the Rocket Mortgage prior and flew straight there and played some golf.
Great. You did all right in the Scottish last week. You were watching, David.
Yeah, he played quite nicely.
Yeah, I was in the final group on Saturday. Didn't have a great weekend, but I'll learn from it and hopefully correct it this week.
Harry, we're calm and moving down the range. You're looking very dapper.
Just tell us about what's the hat. What's the story with the hat? That's got open connotations, hasn't it?
Yeah, Jim Barnes wore a hat like this. He won the Open 100 years ago this week.
Fantastic.
And yeah, I just like the style.
That's written in. I'm not allowed to bet, but if I was allowed to bet, that is written in the stars.
Yeah.
Just had Dan Brown walk past us, winner of the BMW International Open. What was it, just last week, wasn't it?
A couple of weeks
ago.
2
weeks ago, which
yes.
is a tournament you've won, BMW.
I have. Yes.
In Germany, and a great story as well. And he's really proving himself as a brilliant player. How do you think he'll get on these links over the next few days?
I think he'll play very well. He had a chance to win last year. Yeah, it was a really emotional victory for Dan, no doubt about that. You know, had some a sad loss in his personal life in the week leading up to it, and to control his emotions, and he played beautifully.
Yeah.
And I like what he said. He said he just tried to play the course on Sunday as he would have done on Thursday. And he had an amazing 3-wood to the last. What a great mentality. Just don't change a thing.
Yeah.
Easier said than done. But he's a classy guy.
He certainly is. So hospitable as well, and always stops by and has a quick chat with us. Just spotting Zach Johnson, actually, who's behind us. Looks a bit confused. Got a lot of tape on his elbow, on his right elbow. Former Open champ.
Yeah, he's getting to that age, isn't he? I know. I know that feeling. He's literally sticking himself together by the looks of it.
It happens, though.
He's always been very diligent, though, always stretching in the mornings. And yeah, he's like a busy bee before he goes out to play.
It's what you've got to do. Top tip to everybody: before you play a round of golf, go and stretch. Let's walk down here as we walk towards the massive dunes in front of us. You've played this course. Tell us a little bit about what you love about it.
Well, first off, it's very scenic, which is always nice. You know, we are literally right on the coast. The dunes are incredible. They're just magnificent. They catch your eye.
Point out as well, magnificent crowd. If Kev can pan, look how busy it is, David.
Yeah, there we go.
Brilliant. Can you give us a wave?
Yeah, give us a cheer.
Can you give us a cheer? Okay, we'll do that again after 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, they're excited, aren't they? We can't wait. We'll get them louder this afternoon. We're back at 2 p.m.
Have they just seen me? Is that why they cheered?
Well, they did. They said, "Is that David Howell?" It was just like Rory McIlroy's cheer. It's a great setting, though, and these guys, a lot of them will go out and play just 9 holes. I spoke to Harry Diamond earlier. If you missed that, you can watch it on YouTube, RNA channel. They're just going to play 9 holes this afternoon. David, thanks so much for your company. You can have a little bit of a respite, but hope to see you later on for Live at the Range. Back at 2 o'clock. We're not going anywhere. We're staying right here.
it's in. It's in. Into the rain, the wind. Here she comes. Oh, no. I don't believe it.
That's just extraordinary.
We're live at the range once again, and these are the views over the stunning Royal Portrush in the county of Antrim. It's a fantastic landscape, great golfing territory, a rugged Northern Irish coastline, steeped in history. The first Open was 1951. It came back after a 68-year gap. 2019, Shane Lowry victorious, of course, and the Claret Jug returns here for the third time. So much work has been done on the course, and the players really do rate it so highly. Absolutely beautiful. Look at that beach. And here we are live at the range. We've got you covered for the next 4 hours. We've also got the practice round. We'll be dipping in and out and bringing you all the swings, all the analysis and everything ahead of that first tee shot, which is at 6:35 tomorrow morning. Here with Pete Finch. And Pete, we're just absolutely loving the sunshine, loving being here, seeing the best swings in the world for the final major of the year. And a gentleman I was with last week ahead of him going to the Formula One at Silverstone, Matt Fitzpatrick, he's an F1 fan. He's coming into a bit of form. I said to Matt, you're playing rather nicely at the moment. Decent finish, top 5 at the Scottish Open. Tell us about Fitzy, major champion, of course.
Yeah, he's a world-class golfer. He's been out of form for way too long. Like when he managed to pick up that little bit of speed, he obviously won his major, like rose to the very pinnacle of the game, and then it's just like this kind of sad, kind of slow decline. I mean, obviously we all know golf is hard, and there are so many amazing players. A slight drop in form, and other people will take your place.
Yeah.
But for Fitz, like he's getting back to where he belongs, which is definitely near the top.
Yeah, certainly is. Right, we'll take a wander down here. But George Harper Jr., he's out and about. He's always trying to find the best storylines. And he's found a brilliant one, the 5th hole. It's my favourite hole, White Rocks. He's only gone and bumped into Rory McIlroy. George.
Well, afternoon seats don't get much better than this. We're here on the 6th. Look at the views. The sun is shining. And I've literally got a front row seat watching Mr. McIlroy. Here he is. The crowd is absolutely heaving. Barely a breath of wind. This is just as peaceful as it gets. Playing in his own time. Beautiful high, baby draw, needs to kick left. It's a lovely shot. He's done very well there, has Mr. McIlroy. John, a little rest, mate?
Yeah, I would love it.
You've had a big day.
Huge day.
How good is this, eh?
This is lovely.
This is the life. Are we even playing golf?
You find a good spot. It's like this every day in Northern Ireland.
Oh, come on. How is this homecoming, mate? Pretty peaceful, pretty amazing?
Yeah, it's been lovely so far. I got out early the last couple of days and played a couple of good practice rounds, 18 holes. And then I needed a bit of extra sleep this morning, so got out a little bit later. But yeah, I mean, just absolutely amazing. The crowd's here for a practice round on a Wednesday, and yeah, it's funny. 2019 doesn't really seem like 6 years ago.
Yeah.
It's come around again pretty quick. So I'm excited to have another opportunity here.
And it's nice to see the fans all out here. It doesn't really feel like a Wednesday. It feels like a Sunday almost.
Yeah, it does. It's it's amazing. It does feel like I'm under a bit of pressure. Harry, I've got a little bet going with Harry for this front 9 here,
Okay.
so I have to make a couple of birdies in the last couple of
Well,
holes.
you actually still owe me €100, so don't forget to pay that bet.
I will.
But, mate, look, all jokes aside, you must be just super relaxed and super happy with how things have been this year, and now a good chance to finish at home as well.
Yeah, geez, look, it would be, I mean, how good would it be to bookend the major season, win the first one, win the last one?
That wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, it would be pretty nice. But yeah, it's, it's so nice to be home, so nice to see some familiar faces, and this course is obviously one of the best in the world, and it's just, Yeah, and I think as well, what makes me so proud is, you know, having the rest of the field here, and a lot of them coming up to me and being like, you know, this is an amazing golf course, an amazing area, and so, you know, that's been really nice too.
Well, mate, I've forgotten about the Grand Slam, so we need to get back in the groove here, all right? But, you know, you've had your success, you've had your good glory lap, so now switch on.
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, I'll get my finger out.
Good on you, mate. Here, I'll leave that seat to you. Well, there we have it. What a picture. A lot better without me in it. There he is. At home in Portrush. It's been an amazing day. It's been an amazing week. And just one more sleep and we will be there. Thank you very much, Mr. McIlroy. Good luck. Rory McIlroy, ladies and gentlemen. Can he get it done here in his backyard?
Absolutely brilliant. What a gorgeous chat with Rory. Sat at the back of the sixth, the par 3 there, walking down to meet his caddy, Harry Diamond. Oh, well done, George. And Rory seeming so relaxed, really great, with the sun shining here at Royal Portrush for the third staging of the championship at this prestigious golf course. Here we are at the range, and we're here for the next 4 hours, bringing you all the stories until 6 o'clock. The crowds are loving it. For now, let's get to commentary and join Mark Rowe, and I believe Rich Beam is with him. Mark.
Thank you very much, Di. Yes, didn't he look relaxed? Not as relaxed as George Harper, I have to say. I think George is just on holiday, isn't he? And every now and then having a chat.
Well, if you love what you do, Mark, it's never work.
Yeah, that's what everybody used to say, how lucky you are. Travelling the world, playing the game of golf, seeing the world, and what a fabulous lifestyle. And it is a fabulous lifestyle, but at times it can be hard work.
It definitely can be hard work. There's no doubt whatsoever about that. But you know what? When the day, you have days like this, though, it's just not quite work.
Yeah, I think when you get these blue skies and you get the fluffy white cumulus in the distance there, and you look at this scene, this is obviously the scene at the driving range, you realise what a beautiful part of the world this is. What a beautiful golf course. As Rory said there in his interview with George, just how fabulous. I think everybody here this week is saying exactly the same thing. All I've heard is I have never seen an Open Championship course in better condition.
Yeah, it's true. They got this thing just dialed in, and the rough is it's healthy in spots, it's spotty in other areas. But listen, this is exactly what links golf is all about. And right now, the course is presented so perfectly. It was a lot of fun yesterday walking around, seeing all the sights, seeing all the people, the players, and the excitement level for everybody out there. You know, this is what makes the Open so great. It's just, it brings out the best in everybody, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Rich, just look at the backdrop there. I mean, what I love about this golf course, it is probably one of the most undulating on the Open rotor, so it's got an amazing character, it's got such an amazing feel, and then you've got the coastline, the rugged coastline, the waves breaking. I mean, every single thing about it, to me, is golfing heaven.
It is. It's one of these places where you just you'd love to play just once, and it doesn't matter whether it's weather like this or it's the normal weather that we'll start seeing a little bit more tomorrow. Champion from 2018.
Yeah, amazing 2018. Doesn't seem to me to be 5 minutes ago when he won. Amazing victory at Carnoustie, and down the right side. He's moved around the world, hasn't he, since that win? He went to America, he lived in a couple of different cities in America. Now back at home in Italy, in Torino, in Turin, yeah. And I think he's much happier, much more settled now.
Yeah, I mean, I think going over and playing in the U.S., he wanted to kind of base himself in a certain area. I was surprised at first. I heard of San Francisco and then then down to L.A., but you know, you got to go where your family kind of wants to go too. But trying to base yourself on the West Coast as a professional golfer, I've always thought is a lot more difficult, because the bulk of where the guys play throughout the year is Central Time Zone and Eastern Standard Time. So just not that easy if you're a West Coaster.
Matteo Manassero hitting his tee shot from the first. with an iron there. Matteo is a great story, isn't it? The comeback from being the brilliance of the youngster coming out, winning so early in his career and winning so prolifically, losing his game, getting the yips, going back on the Challenge Tour, Rich, winning on the Challenge Tour in Italy, coming back, winning on the DP World Tour, and now has a PGA Tour card through that 10-card scheme. And this is a wonderful comeback story.
It is. It is. You know, I was a little surprised to see him go to the U.S., even though he did have access to one of those cards, because he had such a good experience last year in the DP World Tour. And I kind of thought that he might want to stay for one more year, really kind of build on the confidence that he got last year. He's struggling a little bit with results anyways in the PGA Tour, but his short game, #1 scrambling on the PGA Tour.
Yeah, that's the 5th, the downhill, drivable par 4, which is going to create so much excitement this week. The out of bounds just behind the green, and that's a really tricky hole. Big decision to make on that tee.
There's no decision. Take out the big stick and go ahead and give her a wallop.
Yeah, I love your attitude, Rich. That's why you became a major champion.
Well, listen, if the hole presents itself, you know, and the conditions are halfway decent, you got to give her a go. That's what the statisticians tell all these guys. Listen, try and get as close to the green as you possibly can every single time.
In a straight line.
Well, that's, you know, they don't say that. They just say get it as close as you can. Fowler actually looks like he's going to be laying it back. And if you lay it back, it's still nothing for a second shot, just a short little wedge.
Just take a look at how beautiful those fairways are, links fairways. Real contrast, actually, Rich, to the Renaissance and the Scottish Open last week, where it really was bone hard and dusty and running 70, 80, 90 yards. There's still a bit of fire in these fairways, though, but it's just they're greener.
Yeah, there's a little bit of fire. It's still not, even though it's green, it's not super soft underneath. I think with all the rains they caught on Monday, though, that it softened it up quite a bit, especially after it was, what, almost 80, 85 degrees up here this last weekend. But yeah, last week at the Renaissance Club, things got a little baked out, and I think the greens more so than anything else for the players. That was difficult because, you know, if you didn't hit a very pure putt, if you mishit it just a little bit, it's going to start hopping and wobbling offline. And so these guys found the greens very difficult to figure out pace-wise. Maybe not the lines, but pace more than anything else, time and time again. Leaving themselves 5-7 feet for pars from, you know, when they have a 40-footer. It was interesting to see.
Yeah, we had a meeting with the Royal and Ancient this morning. What a magnificent job the Royal and Ancient do in this championship. It just gets better and better every year. But they were talking about the greens, they're predominantly fescue. They're going to try and get them running at about 11, Rich, which is pretty slick if the breeze gets up. They'll slow them down if they have strong winds forecast. But 11's a nice pace for links greens.
I would agree. And as healthy as these greens are walking around, 11 is not going to. It's not going to cause too many issues. I think even if the breezes get up, I mean, if it gets up to 40, then that's one thing. But they're not forecasting that at all.
Yeah, there's Tommy doing his duties on course during the practice round. I mean, he could stand there for hours. He's so popular. And he's doing a great job there. It's wonderful for all these youngsters to be out here during the practice round. I remember 1977, going to my first Open Championship with my father. The jewel in the sun, Watson and Nicholas at Turnberry. Oh, my goodness me, that was the most thrilling golf I could ever have watched, and probably haven't seen a more thrilling Open Championship since. There's others might compare with it, but that was a classic.
That was a classic, yeah. I mean, folks talk about Stenson Mickelson at Troon when they were so far out ahead in 2016. That was incredible. But, yeah, Watson and Nicholas, the styles that they were wearing back in the day, too.
Yeah, I remember. The green trousers.
Yeah,
I think Watson had green and white check trousers on, if I remember. Yeah, nice to see that colour.
This is Darren Clark's hole. Or the whole name is Darren Clark.
Cool, isn't it? Having a whole
Can you
name
imagine that in an Open Championship? I've known Darren for a very long time, but that's a very cool honor.
It is, and I think that they could bestow the same thing on you, but I think it should be the bar area. It should be Rich Beam's bar.
Listen, I've got no issues with having the 19th hole named after me. that's all good.
I think you'd actually have a few named after you. This is Christian Bezuidenhout there at 9, going with the iron. Lovely golf swing, lovely putter as well, great putting stroke Bezuidenhout. He's kind of a player to me that flies under the radar a little bit as to just how good he is.
The kid's supremely talented. He truly is. He works hard at it. Boy, he's out there grinding every single day. The tempo is sensational. That looks like Rory went from number 6 to number 9.
He was. That was earlier, though. I think George was speaking to him probably just a little earlier.
Was it earlier?
We just look at the crowds, 10, 15 deep out there, all trying to just get a glimpse of the Grand Slam winner. I have a good vibe for Rory this week. You know, everybody would say, well, there's so much going on, so much pressure, so much he has to do in the media, so much attention on him. But I think he's better prepared now than ever. And I think everybody said once he climbed Everest, got to the peak, got to the mountaintop of the career Grand Slam, it would be hard motivating himself going forwards. But I think of all the places in the world he could come and motivate himself to another major, this is the one.
Well, I think that the tough time motivation yourself is only going to last for so long, because pretty soon, as I said at the US Open, Rory McIlroy is going to get tired of getting beat. I mean, he's ultra competitive. He's not out here to go through the motions. He's not out here to just kind of wander around the links. He wants some hardware, and he wants it in the biggest tournaments at the most famous of all the golf courses, and this is right up there.
Yeah, and he wants to keep it out of that stuff, that sort of wispy fescue for the rest of the week. It can be thick in patches. It's not as thick as it has been in a lot of previous Open Championships, but it's still very penal. So taking a second go, just make a couple of adjustments, just to find the fairway, see where he can get it down there into the fairway. But it's a golf course he knows so well. I saw a fabulous thing on social media with Rory, and he was given an old Joe Powell driver to hit by John Morgan, actually, and he took this club without a practice stroke and nailed it absolutely arrow straight, almost as far as you could believe it could be hit. And he turned around and he said, I would have won in any era. It was just fabulous.
Absolutely.
But that's so hard to hit those old clubs in the same way, and he nailed it about 290.
Well, when you look down at it as well, you can't believe how small it actually looks. You're thinking, this was technology back in the day. You better believe it. I mean, the guy's swing, I mean, what could possibly go wrong with that? So it doesn't surprise me that he caught that thing right out of the center. I actually have an old persimmon driver as well. Every once in a while I take it out just to remind myself that you need to practice to hit it right in the middle of the club face.
Told me that. Keeping the ball flight down. It's also, I always think Open Championships for Tommy, having grown up there and on the Lytham Coast, as we would call it. I played a lot of links golf, would have played a lot of times in the wind alongside caddy and finished there. I would say Tommy, I thought if any major Tommy was going to win, it would be an Open Championship.
Yeah, that's, you know, I've been asked, you know, who do I like this? And I always go back to Tommy, and listen, I know I've had a great relationship with him for many years, and I pick him a lot, you know, but I pick him because I know that the style of golf course that he's playing at, whether it's this one, whether it's any of the other number ones that I've picked him to do well at. Tommy, he's talked about this championship, how much he wants to win this more than anything else. He loves links. He finished runner-up here back in 2019. So hopefully he's got some good vibes around here and a little bit of, he's got a little bit of passion in him to go out there and listen and take on this golf course.
Be a popular winner, wouldn't it?
Oh, of course you would.
Yeah. I mean, outside of probably Rory and Shane and, you know, the local favourites, it'd be a popular winner. There's Victor Hovland looking super chilled, isn't he? Looks like he's just come off the Padel court.
Nothing wrong with that. Listen, I think it's good looking at these guys playing in shorts and shirts untucked a little bit. Just relax the rules a little bit about what you're supposed to wear out there. I get it. You know, there's some places that you want to go and do that and whatnot. You know, Muirfield is certainly one of them. But come out here, just hang out, let it loose.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of fun out there. Lots of vantage points, as I say. It's a very undulating golf course. Plenty of humps and hillocks where you can get a great view of these wonderful golfers. This is back down on the driving range. We'll be back with you shortly.
On the tee. Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more.
Just swing. Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go? Just swing.
Swing wild. Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever, however,
Wherever.
It doesn't matter.
Just swing. Head over to golf.golf
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic stuff. Absolutely brilliant. Quite an extraordinary day.
Hello and welcome to the 16th tee, one of the scariest tee shots in the game. We're very lucky to be joined by two Open champions, Brian Harman and Zach Johnson, the little American duo, taking on this catastrophic hole. And I'm just going to nudge my way in here to the Brains Trust. Zach Johnson, hello, welcome back.
Thank you, good to be back, always.
2015 champ, that never gets old, does it?
No, it doesn't, but I am getting older, if that makes sense.
I'll tell you what, in your Open career, have you seen much harder tee shots than this?
No, and it's usually into the wind, it seems like. So today we got a pretty benign, whatever, warm day.
All right, here's...
yeah, it's awesome. Harman's going to hit a little 6-iron.
That's not a 6-iron, is it?
No, it's not. Wow. It's probably a 4. I don't even know what it is. I'm just messing around.
So for the punters at home, what are you looking at here? How are you analysing this hole as you step up here in tournament days?
Well, what you're supposed to say is the pin is your right line, stay left.
Yes.
But in my head, I'm just like, don't go right.
Okay, don't say that. Don't go right is the call. What club's in your hand there?
I got a 4-iron.
4-iron.
Yes, sir.
Wind behind and off the right a little bit. As friendly as it'll get this week.
You like this fascinating? You gotta roast it, buddy. Okay. Is this
Here he is. Such a tough shot. Swing. The crowd love it.
Thank you.
Brian, if I could grab you. I'll grab you both while you're here. Now look, fellas, obviously being from America, it must always be quite nice to come and claim the carrot jug, right?
It's my favorite tournament. It's my favorite tournament. It's the best one. I mean, fans are incredible. their golf knowledge is superior, and it's just, I really enjoy coming over here.
How nice is it hanging out, walking the fairways, knowing you've been there, done that? It must just be, I don't know, not many of us at home can feel that.
I appreciate that sentiment. I'm sure he does the same thing. But one, you get here and you get your feet here. All the courses are great. This Portrush is amazing. You don't even think about it. Well, I got to go out here and execute, because this place requires every aspect of your game. The beauty of this tournament, I agree with Brian, it's my favorite tournament because you have to have everything on. Every aspect of your game has got to be on, especially between the ears. And it's hard. So, yeah, I mean, the Claret Jug is... I miss it. I want to be honest. I miss it.
Where's yours sitting at home? Where's the one you've taken away?
The replica just does not do the real one justice. It feels like you're almost cheating on it a little bit. But yeah, I'm with Zach. It has to be top 2 trophies in sports, if not the best one.
Nice. Well, I'm going to finish on that note, because, boys, that was delightful sentiments to the Claret Jug. Well done. Hey, always a pleasure to have you boys back.
Thank you.
Enjoy the week. Well, there we have it. 2 Open champions. Absolutely brilliant, and nice to see them here. That's us at the 16th.
Good work, George. Everywhere you look, past champion golfers. Rich, what was your best finish in the Open Championship? Did you ever get close?
No, I think the last year I finished maybe top 20. I'm trying to think if I think Carnoustie, yeah, and 2007 was my best finish.
Interesting there. You see Rory there trying the high lob shot. Didn't quite make it up there. Ball came back to his feet, then it's right back in his stance, playing the low bump shot. That's what practice rounds are for, really, Rich, isn't it? More than anything is deciding the shots you might play if you find yourself in those certain spots.
And you got to give yourself, don't go to the worst spot you can miss it, because you don't want to miss it there anyway. So you got to go to where you think realistic pin placements are, and you got to say, okay, if I short-sighted over here, like this hole right here is a perfect example. The pin goes back right. If you miss a little right, you got to go up a pretty sizable slope, and then the green runs away from you just a little bit. So you got to sit over there and say, am I going to take a wedge and try and put a little spin on it? Or am I going to take a hybrid and just kind of get it on top of the grass running? There's all kinds of different ways to do it. Just whatever you're comfortable with.
What a beautiful place to sit there in the Royal Portrush Golf Club bench behind the 6th, I think that was.
Be nice if they had a cooler and a tap out there.
6th, Sepp Straka, 13th, par 3. 99 yards, it's showing as it's playing today. He's a very fine player, isn't he? I think another Ryder Cup to come at Bethpage for him, for sure.
For sure. 2-time winner on the PGA Tour this year. Won the American Express out in the desert, and then won the Truist in Philadelphia.
Looks like Andrew Novak.
It is. A winner with his friend Ben Griffin in New Orleans this year. And that was on the heels of a playoff loss to Justin Thomas at RBC Heritage.
A couple of great weeks for him, wasn't it, that? And then also Griffin kicked on from that and won his own tournament. I think it was the Charles Schwab or something like that. And he's had a brilliant top 10 at the US Open Championship. So Griffin's come from almost obscurity to brilliance.
And you got 2 guys there that obviously had a lot of success in New Orleans, and I think that Ben Griffin is going to be a lock to make it on the Ryder Cup. Now, if you're the captain, do you kind of look at that pairing, what they did in New Orleans, and Andrew Novak is not, he's playing awfully well, just hasn't followed up with that win. Do you say, listen, I'm going to pick you and you guys are going to be my horses?
That's very interesting. That is a very, very good shout in a way. I don't know myself about that. I can see Griffin, but I understand why you'd pick Novak. He's a great player.
It's not
no
like,
doubt about that.
Yeah.
JT Poston, also at the 13th, the par 3. Oh, there you go. There's a proper links bounce. Don't go in, surely.
Not in a practice round.
Don't waste it.
Don't waste it, no.
I like him when I watch him on the PGA Tour coverage. He's always smiling. I like his attitude. He goes for shots. Really positive attitude to the game of golf. Frankie Molinari, look at him. He'll be signing all day as well. He's so popular. Italy's first major champion. What a career. And his brother Eddie's not bad also. He can golf his ball a little bit. But don't get talking stats with Eddie. No, you don't. You can never get away.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, some of it's fascinating to listen to, but boy, I just, whew, that's a lot to process.
Yeah, I ask him, you know, how he's going with what he's doing, and he starts, and I go, no, Eddie, you lost me at hello, sorry. Love this golf swing. I'm a big fan of JT. Always got the most wonderful touch around the greens as well, which you need at major championships. I think he's got more majors in him, for sure. I'm certain.
Oh, most definitely. It'd be surprising if he doesn't.
Look at this, look at this. That's just, that is, I mean, he's had some very, very low rounds and not capitalised this season. Yeah, he's got to win, but, you know, yeah, I feel, you know, some seasons he won 5 times one year, didn't he?
Yeah, I think it was world number 4.
Yeah, he won 5 times one season. For me, I look at him and I just think if he, the slightest fragment of confidence and the thing that sort of brings it all together, and he just wins prolifically.
He's got the game for it. He's got the demeanor. He's not going to back down or back away from any tussle.
Interesting there, George, talking to Zach Johnson, and had his arm quite heavily strapped, didn't he? Sort of around the elbow, and a lot of players get problems with their elbows. And
good old tendonitis.
Yeah, there you go. You can see the strap in there.
And anybody who's ever had it just knows exactly how uncomfortable it is.
Now, this is slightly downhill for Sepp Straka. He should be coming off the right-hand side. And does. Just a fraction more than he sought. I mean, not a bobble is there on the greens. They are like velvet. Just putting to different spots. That's also something you see the players doing during the practice rounds. The caddies will throw a disc down where they think the flags are going to be in different corners of the greens. Players will chip and putt to those. They get just a general feel for the way the greens move.
The 13th hole is basically just 4-corner offense or defense. Everyone you look at it, they're basically just 4 spots: front right, back right, front left, and back left.
Yep, Tony Finau. There's the discs down that we were talking about. They're not actual holes. I'm not about to say, I don't know if we're going to get to see him hit a few putts, and he's going off to a couple of chips at the side. I'm not a big fan of Tony Finau's putting stroke when I watch it. It looks just on the edge of a little bit twitchy for me.
You know, listen, I think he's worked awfully hard at it throughout the years. I kind of think that he's just kind of figuring out each week how to kind of get through it all. I mean, I think he's going to go with a couple of different methods as the day goes by, or the years go by.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more.
Just swing. Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go? Just swing.
Swing wild. Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever,
However,
Wherever.
it doesn't matter.
just swing. Head over to golf.golf.
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
On the tee. Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Welcome back, and happy to be bringing you some practice round action from this year's Open Championship. There's two Italian stallions next to each other, Francesco Molinari and Guido Migliozzi, who also has a great game for links golf. He's very much a player that can flight the golf ball down. He's not afraid to use that sort of low stinger, Rich.
Which you definitely have to have. You just can't come around this golf course and not have it.
You're good friends with Tommy. Where is he sort of mentally now after the disappointment of not winning a signature event on the PGA Tour just a few weeks ago? That was tough to watch, wasn't it, for Fleetwood fans?
Oh, yeah. And I was there right there. I had a nice little chat with him last Sunday about it, and he's completely fine, completely over with it. Yeah, it took a couple of days, as it should. But, you know, I don't want to say it's a forgotten thing for him, but he's learned from it what he's needed to and moved on.
Yeah, it was, as I say, he had it in the palm of his hand, really, didn't he? And then Keegan Bradley made a crazy long putt on, I think it was 15, and then hit a beautiful wedge into 18. You've got to give him that, but the three-putt of Tommy's was unfortunate at the last hole, and, you know, watching it as a Tommy Fleetwood fan, as we all are, it was a tricky one to watch.
It was. It was one of those, and you know, the interesting thing about it is that on Sunday, you could tell right away that he just wasn't quite as sharp as he wanted to be. First couple of holes kind of made a couple of, drove it poorly, made a couple of small little mistakes, and ultimately I think you can look at the finish for him, but I think that the struggles that he had the first 6 holes ultimately is what cost him the championship.
Nice to see Lee Westwood out there. Take a look if the swing has changed at all, but it hasn't really over the years, has it?
I don't think there's any way for it to change. Who's going to tell him to do anything different?
Oh, come on. Uh-oh. Kick left somehow.
Always was a fabulous driver of the golf ball, Lee Westwood. I mean, yes, of course, we remember all the Ryder Cups he played. I think he played in 8 Ryder Cups. I might be wrong. It might even be more. You'd probably correct me. But I do remember how close he came at Turnberry in the Open Championship when Stuart Sink and Tom Watson played off. He 3-putted the 18th green there. And that was the closest he came to winning the Open Championship. Nice memento. Just amazing crowds out there. Everyone wanting a little bit of Rory McIlroy. And look at that, keep on signing them. How many do you think he will sign during the course of an Open Championship week? It will be into thousands, I reckon.
It depends. I mean, I don't think it'll be in the thousands.
Really?
I think that there'll be certain areas where he'll do it. Most of the signatures will be done by now. I think that, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday would have been the bulk of them. Maybe a few of them after the rounds on Saturday and Sunday. Yeah, look at the crowds.
Amazing, isn't it? What are you going to have?
That's what makes the Open so special.
30,000. I don't know what the limit is. They will probably
285,000 during the week total. So yeah,
that's a view down by the merchandise tent. I think down where you can get a sandwich and and a drink. And if you have you been in the merchandise tent, Rich? Run out of money?
I had to buy a flag. That's all I did. Again, I'm kind of learning my lessons. Like when I go in there, I know I'm going to spend money, so I needed to just get one flag, and that was it.
So this is going to be a pivotal hole during the week for sure in this Open Championship. The 16th par 3 up the hill. Fabulous par 3, really tough par 3. I'd say 4 threes there and you don't play it. Nobody would not take 4 threes there.
Yeah, without hesitation. That's the 17th. And yesterday, I was out there walking, saw Justin Thomas and Harris English out there. And they both hit driver into the fairway, into the greenside bunkers, both right and left. So if you kind of get some favorable conditions, 17, it's a little bit different. When it's a little bit downwind, you're going to see some fireworks. But today it's blowing in the exact opposite direction.
I think there's a bit of a feel for the undulation there. You see the hole to the left-hand side of the screen. They're dropping down the hill. This one playing back up the hill.
It's one of the 3 players. A heartbreaking loss at the Detroit Golf Club. The Rocket Classic had a putt for it, had a look for it, and couldn't quite convert. I think it was about a 12-footer, and then
pot eater.
And then he had a poor tee shot on the next hole, and sadly 3-putted out of nowhere. But his dad actually flew in on Sunday. Chris Kirk's dad flew in on Sunday to kind of surprise him, and it's heartbreaking, you know, with that story to kind of see him lose. But Pot Geeter, boy, he's a
beast.
Kid.
That's what he is.
Yeah.
Pot Heater is an absolute animal when he gets on the tee and he hits it. It's quite astonishing. And he's 20 years old, and now he's a winner on the PGA Tour as well. And yeah, he's a real star of the future. I really enjoyed watching that Rocket Mortgage. Well, it's not the Rocket Mortgage, Rocket Classic.
Yeah.
They changed it. Yeah.
I get confused sometimes too. Tom Kim right here at the 18th. Interesting enough, just separated from his longtime caddy, which kind of seems to be what you don't see. In America, you don't see a lot of player and caddies. They don't chop and change like they do in Europe or used to do in Europe. And so when he fired his caddy not too long ago, or just this week, actually, I was very surprised. I was very surprised. Yeah.
He's practicing alongside if that is correct, he's practicing alongside Lucas Glover, who was the champion at the US Open in 2009 at Bethpage Black.
Yeah. Paul Tesoro was the name of his caddy. I was just drawing a blank there for some odd reason. Longtime caddy for Vijay Singh and then Webb Simpson as well. So he felt like he needed to go in a little different direction. Best of luck. Sometimes you just need a change.
Yeah, but you're spending a huge amount of time together, aren't you, player and caddy? And you know, it's you know, what do you say? You get there in the morning, you practice for an hour, a couple of hours, you go out, you're 5 hours on the golf course, you do some work afterwards, you're spending 6, 7, 8 hours a day together. I mean, and it's become more of a modern trend to actually, for a lot of the players, particularly the Americans, they even go out for dinner in the evenings with the caddies when the families are not there. And very close relationship, and it's one that is based on performance. In all honesty, at the end of the day, the performance is everything. If it's not working, it's not working.
I had the same guy for almost 14 years, and he's still my closest friend. We spent more time together than we do with our wives and families and whatnot. So I know him as well as anybody, and he knows the same about me.
Good view of the rough there, what the players are going to face this week. And apparently we were hearing that they're not going to, outside of the primary cut, the first cut, they're not going to cut it at all this week. They're going to just if it rains, so on. They're going to leave it and just let it grow during the week. So it can only get thicker.
Yeah, and there's parts of it that are pretty nasty. Did you play in Carnoustie in '99?
No, I didn't. No.
So so the undergrowth, underneath that rough out here is super thick, and it reminded me when I saw it yesterday of a little bit of Carnoustie. Now it didn't have all of it like Carnoustie did back in '99, but listen, the rough is it's no joke. You better not miss too many fairways. You're gonna run up your score in a hurry.
Justin Thomas there hitting a sort of a power fade down the left side. 172 miles an hour ball speed we were shown on that one. That's pretty similar to myself still, Rich? Not. But you did get to play with me in Texas when we were over there for the match play. We had a wonderful day out. It was amazing how many times I got it past you.
You're so delusional, Mark.
Do you remember the long driving contest we had down to par 5? And I thought I hit it well. Yes. I thought I've hit that nicely. And I got over the ridge, and my ball was there, and you carried on walking 35 paces to your ball. And I said, oh, you took a different line. You got to kick off that mound on the left, didn't you?
You keep telling yourself that there, buddy.
Yeah, I've still never forgotten that. I hated it. Imahira shows you what a truly international field we have here at the Open Championship. Players from all over the world, all the tours all over the world, ways to qualify around the world on all the tours, which I think is something that the Royal and Ancient do. The Open Championship is fabulous. It is a truly open championship. As you say, the players, it's Rory again. I mean, I told you, I said he will sign 1,000 autographs during the week, and now I've got a feeling I'm right. I would go over rather than under.
I'm not going to argue with you, Mark. You just wouldn't listen anyways.
It's always been the case. 10th hole there, 450 yards, par 4. Been fascinating, hasn't it, watching the players practicing? Take a little break. See you shortly.
Becoming champion golfer of the year is rarely a straight line.
I got to play my first Open, very fortunately, in St Andrews. As a golfer, it's the most special place in the world. To play an Open there is incredible, and I actually played quite well.
Nicely done. 3 under through 10.
I didn't qualify in 2011. I didn't qualify in 2012. 2014, I shot 65 in the final round, actually to finish 9th, which was pretty cool. That was my best finish ever in a major. And then from 2015 onwards, it's kind of all downhill at the Open Championship.
You break a few eggs before you can make an omelette.
I was just going through such a bad phase in my career, and then 2018 was Carnoustie, where myself and my caddy split up, and probably one of the lowest points in my whole career. I don't think I've ever been in such good form going into an Open.
What a start.
Shane moves to 11 under. He's leading the Open Championship.
I get down onto the tee and I'm looking around, the crowd are going mental, and I'm just taking it all in. I'm like, this is incredible.
Oh, what a boy, Shane Lowry.
There's no in between today. Like, it's either going to be one of the best days of my life or one of the worst.
What a time to throw in another birdie.
I have to go and win, and that's the way I felt, and thankfully I did.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more.
Just swing. Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go? Just swing.
Swing wild. Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever, however,
Wherever.
It doesn't matter.
just swing. Head over to golf.golf
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
There you go. I think just about every vantage point is taken here for this practice day at Royal Portrush. 153rd Open Championship, and they're having a lot of fun out there. That's the way to sit. That's the way to get the perfect view. Years and years ago, you used to have periscopes. They used to sell the periscopes, which was obviously a mirror at the bottom, mirror at the top. You could actually see over everybody's heads. But then there became so many periscopes, all you could see was periscopes.
And now you just need your cell phone.
But everybody watches the
and
entire
a selfie
day.
stick.
Yeah, but you can't watch the whole day through your cell phone.
Oh,
you can't video everything, Rich. At some point, you got to put it down and enjoy the golf. Always been a feature of Harman's game, hasn't it? The touch around the green, straight hitter, lovely touch, great putting stroke. He's not kind of the photo fit for an Open champion that you would pick, but you know what? You get a fast-running golf course, and he controls his golf ball beautifully, and a short game is essential on links golf.
He didn't make any mistakes when he won a couple seasons ago, that's for sure. It was impressive. Yeah. Akshay Bhatia right here, finding the rough. Always kind of dangerous. I mean, I bet you that is, yeah, that's.
Well, he's experimenting, wasn't he? What he was trying to do there is he had a thick lie, and he was trying to hit a choppy cut. He was trying to really chop down on it, hit a choppy cut, get a flyer and chase it. He's amusing himself because he's actually hit it so heavy, it's probably gone 50 yards right. It's right to the spectators, but the good thing is all you can do is laugh.
You can laugh today, but he gets in that stuff the next couple of days. Listen, you got to learn from your mistakes. You hit that first one like, ooh, no. I don't think we'll be trying that one again.
Well, there's a good view of the 16th green. Obviously, the tee is way down below on the top left-hand side of your screen. But look how undulating this green is. And look how many discs there are out there with players trying different spots. It's actually almost like the practice putting green outside the clubhouse.
Have you watched him swing the club, this young man?
No, young amateur. It's good.
Yes, yeah, from Estonia. I was walking basically one of the holes yesterday with he and his caddy, or his coach, I should say, South African guy, and watching him swing. So he cruises club head speed with his driver about 127, 128, but he can crank it up to about 135. And I'm just like, he's just a thin, wiry kid and just moves it.
Nature of the game now, isn't it? I was looking the other day at the stats on the PGA Tour for yardage. 2001, John Daly was the only player in the world hitting it over 300 yards. Now you've over 100.
Oh, yeah.
Almost the entire exempt section of the PGA Tour averages over 300.
You have to.
Technology hasn't changed the game, Rich.
Listen, if you also look at all of the technology that these guys have, that's sometimes some of the biggest stuff too, and the fact that they're dialed in with their swings. I mean, if you look at Marco Penge, a guy's. He's an athlete.
Oh, he's wonderful, isn't he?
He's an athlete. He could play any sport. I think he can play almost any sport that you could. And listen, he's an athlete.
Yeah, you think? I mean, look at where Bryson went with his golf game. He went for the sort of Super Bowl Cup and crazy length for a little while. Then he dialed it back down again. Now he looks like he's just a super fit golfer. But you're right with Penge. Penge looks like, I mean, he's sort of not a bodybuilder, but he's a sort of sculpted like a bodybuilder.
He looks like a boxer.
Yes, yeah, or a cage fighter. Yeah, no, absolutely. Big fan of Marco Penge, and he's got a massive future. Second, obviously, last week at Renaissance Club. Wonderful finish there. Now look at this, just getting over the hump there, gathering closer to the hole.
Just a little bit further, and then if there's ever a camera on the fairway.
Not much breeze out there, in all honesty. Beautiful golfing day.
Yeah, there's enough out there that I think it's good for these guys to get out there with this breeze just to kind of feel and try and take some of try and hit these lower shots in there. Try and dial in their feels as best possible.
Oh, how about that?
That's
Don't waste those. Tommy, what are you doing? Don't waste those on the practice day.
You need to see him going at some time, though. It's nice to see him going in the practice round.
Take another look at this. What is this? There's 25, 30 feet of fringe grass up and over a hill. Into the breeze, not easy to judge the pace, and in you go. Is it an omen, or is it one wasted? He's got a hoodie on like you. Look, he's rocking the hoodie. But what happens when it gets windy? I keep thinking about this all the time. You go on a links course and the breeze gets up, the tide turns, the breeze gets up, and you've got this hoodie. Is it not flapping around at the back annoying you?
You can always kind of roll it up and stick it down your neck. I mean, there's ways around it, buddy.
I see.
Sometimes you got to be, Sharper.
How are you?
Sharper than a ball.
You're number 20, she's got.
Oh, really?
Yeah, lucky number 20.
Lucky number 20.
There you go, chatting away. There'll be selfies as well. I'm not seeing too many selfies. Are they allowed to take the phones out?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but I'm going to say I haven't seen too many selfies asked for, which I think is, I think that's very polite of the fans not to do that. It's not as intrusive as just a little signature on your way past, is it? Now that putting stroke, look at that. It's like robo putter, isn't it?
It's amazing. I mean, he's got that thing dialed in. If you look at the performance at the Masters, that was all predicated by his short game and the putting. His ball striking, especially his iron play, was quite off, to be fair. But
it's a seriously fat, long putter grip, isn't it? It goes right up to the elbow joint within the millimetre, which the rules allow. It can't go past the elbow joint. But you know, this argument raged over the years, didn't it, about the long putter clamped in the sternum or the belly putter. Please tell me something, Rich, when that is up the forearm like that and you look at his putting stroke, is that not totally clamped and fixed?
Not according to them, the rules.
Sitting on the fence there, Rich.
No, I can see both sides of it. I think that creating this quote-unquote anchor band, I don't think it's done anything.
It's done nothing.
It's done nothing.
No,
I don't.
no.
I mean, you know.
In fact, on the Champions Tour, they're all holding it an inch away from the sternum or half an inch away from the sternum, and they're all putting just as well.
Yeah, it's as close as you can get it. You know, it's interesting. They think that that's, you know, since it's anchored up against, you know, that one fixed point. But if you go down there, that putter can still wobble around all over the joint.
Now look at this putt that Bryson's playing here. What is this? 90 feet, but not quite 100 feet, I don't think, front to back. I love how narrow that 10th green is. Yeah, that's something I've always thought I might like to have a go at. It's not wakeboarding, is it? With the single board, is it wakeboarding?
Well, yeah, yeah, wakeboarding, wake surfing.
Yeah.
Wake surfing is when you actually hold, when you just kind of get right behind the bow of the boat and it's only going 10 miles an hour maybe, and it creates these massive waves and you're kind of like surfing right behind it. She's wakeboarding.
Yeah, I thought
got the rope
it looks hard.
along.
I would imagine when you cross over the wake, that's when you're in the most danger of flipping off. It was a bit of breeze out there. You were right. I was thinking, looking at the flags, there was half a club, but it looks like more like a club of breeze. Yeah, what a thrill it is. I mean, that was the thing, wasn't it? How many signatures could you get? I mean, I left Turnberry that first Open Championship and I had so many signatures. But you know what? They were accessible in those days. I got Jack Nicklaus, I got Watson, I got them all by the time I left and still have them, believe it or
Well,
not.
you probably were pretty obnoxious as a kid. You probably were threatening them, too. I mean, I've known you for many moons, buddy. And no, and I think back in the day, too, I mean, they probably... The autograph seekers weren't probably as prevalent, mostly just the kids, and now it's kind of, you know, autograph collectors and things like that. So
I'll tell you a funny story. My mother actually got me Arnold Palmer's, and that was the most. I was stood there with my mother, and Arnold looked and said, "Lady with the big ring, pass that over," and signed it. My mum had this beautiful big ring that she wore, and he spotted the ring and said, "Lady with the big ring, please." And I met him many years later, and I told him the story. I was what a gentleman, what a wonderful gentleman.
He was class.
Yeah.
He was class.
The best, and Jack Nicklaus too. Mr. Nicklaus, as you call him,
Mr.
Jack,
Nicklaus, yeah.
You know, exactly the same. So that's why you realise they were great champions and great gentlemen golfers. Tommy at 13, Rich. What's he going to hit down here?
Oh, 199, back a little breeze. This is... I'm going to say this is a 6-iron.
Oh, I love that swing. I love that swing for links golf, that little 3/4 backswing. I don't think he particularly likes it, but no, a little askew, but I like that sawn off follow through. I like that short backswing. Worked pretty much most of his golfing career with Alan Thompson from the Heswell Golf Club up there on the Wirral. I knew Alan very well. I used to live with his assistant professional when I first turned pro back in the early 1980s.
He's a super nice guy. Just one of the kindest gentlemen you could run across. And Tommy works, goes over and sees Butch Harmon now and keep in touch.
Cave the amateur. Nice looking smooth rhythm. And again, just a little bit shy there. That's a long way shy.
That's a long way shy. If you want to buy a motor caravan, ask him.
Nice chance to see Westy. I don't see too much of him now. That's a great shame. Looking good in turquoise. Like that colour on him. Low hands. He's just always had a great rhythm in his golf swing. Look at that. Beautiful. Hasn't changed over the years. Whoa.
Well, that group is over.
Yes. Yeah, 3 tries and no one on the green.
Winning the Open changes a life.
A hero at 22 and the first Spaniard ever to win the title.
A name remembered, a legacy secured. But look beyond the champion and you'll see that maybe there's a little more to it. From first swings to final putts. From the back streets to the big stage. From the inner cities to the outer reaches. The Open's impact stretches far beyond the fairways. Every ticket, every fan, every roar drives our mission to shape the future of golf. Removing barriers, protecting the land, honoring the past, leading for tomorrow. So yes, the Open is life-changing, but what begins as a moment for one creates a game for us all.
My business has taken me all over the world, and one day, my son will take over.
The family business just wasn't for me. I wanted to build something of my own. And when my father saw how passionate I was, he did everything to support me. Now I have a daughter. All I want is for her to be
7,000 miles from home, but this is exactly where I need to be, and no one understands that better than my dad.
Wherever life or business takes you, HSBC can help.
Well, it doesn't get any better than that golfing. See what a vista. Look at that over. There's beautiful Portrush links, Royal Portrush. Practice day on the Wednesday just before we get going. Tournament proper, and I can't wait.
I'm a little disappointed. I'm missing all the black clouds, sideways wind. I remember coming to this golf course in 2012 when the Irish Open was going on, Mark, and I brought my family in tow, my wife, my 2 kids, and my in-laws came over, and we also had a nanny helping out. So we had a pretty big entourage, and it's this is the 5th straight week I was playing in a row, and it was just, it rained every single week. And I'm not too sure whether my rain jacket lost its gore or it lost its tex, but it was it lost it all. And of course, everybody, nobody brought any rain gear with them. So I went into the pro shop and spent about 5,000 pounds on new rain gear for everybody in my entourage. And Christmas cards from the pro kept coming in, I mean, Gary, right? I'm drawing blank his last name right now. I'm terrible, but I was just like, I needed it. And I just go, load them up. Here's my credit card. I don't even want to see the bill hardly. So where is the rain and the wind, Mark?
thought you were going to add there that you spent £5,000 on rain gear for the whole family, and then the rain stopped and the sun came out.
No, listen.
That would have been even better for me.
I still have my piece from Royal Portrush. It's sitting in my closet. I love it. I wear it every once in a while. I bought some brand new rain gear as well. I had to get some new stuff at my buddy at North Berwick. He gave me a nice smoking deal on some stuff, and I haven't used it yet. Hasn't rained one lick. But it looks good.
Yeah, I can imagine. Okay, 11th tee, par4, 475 yards. Double check, triple check for Bryson. Air density, pollen count. Anything else you got to factor in?
Listen, I'm sure there's quite a bit.
Yeah, there's not a lot left in the tank there, is there? That is the full switch. Oh, hello. Don't like that when you check the shoulders. Yeah, proper athlete. Look how strong he is. And quite a high tee and quite a high hover here. And it's all about motion, isn't it? He's moving, he's constantly. You see, there's the toes. Do you see the toes and the heels that start the motion? I was on the range talking to Padraig Harrington about that. He does exactly the same. I've noticed more and more players starting to start the motion with their feet and that. And it's just about keeping moving, Rich, isn't it?
Well, it is, and I think Harrington actually made a really good point. He says, listen, as you get older, things stop working, so you need to continue moving. Yeah, there's...
What is it about?
Well, unfortunately, we're not quite getting into see there, but good to see her out there doing her day job, and very good she is at that as well, walking alongside the players. Now, former Open champion Zach Johnson. Oh, nice bit of check there. Second bounce down the breeze as well.
Yeah, that had quite a bit of grab on it, didn't it? After that first bounce, maybe a little bit on the upslope right there, and had a little bit of check to it. Crowds out there basking in the sun.
Now here's a golf swing that hasn't changed very much over the years. Always worked alongside my great pal Dennis Pugh.
How is Dennis doing?
Dennis is really good. We message on a regular basis. He splits his time between the Wisley Golf Club and Munich, where his wife is.
Okay.
Nettie, and she's a very good golfer as well. Yeah, he's a great character and responsible for a lot of good golf swings, Dennis Pugh. Eduardo Molinari, obviously the Molinari brothers have worked with him all of their golfing careers. Ross Fisher had a lot of success with Ross Fisher as well. And others. I mean, Dennis will be annoyed at me for not remembering everyone, but there's too many. There's a putting stroke that I love. That has got some smoothness to it. Beautiful rhythm.
Yeah. It would be really nice to wake up every day and be able to roll it like that.
Yeah, you buy that one. There's a few putting strokes out there you think, oh, I'd buy that. That'd be worth buying. Chris Kirk, the aforementioned, as you said, who was so very unlucky not to win against Pot Heater at the Rocket Classic. And oh, there you go. That's what you do on links golf courses. Use the contours. In off the cushion.
Either that or it rolls the opposite direction and goes right in that bunker, and you have 1 foot in and
but
1 foot out.
When you're playing well.
Yeah.
When you're playing well, it comes one way, and when you're having a bad day, it goes the other way. We all know the story, Rich. And the great thing about links golf and the great thing about the psychology of playing in an Open Championship is you're accepting those two imposters just the same.
I'm sure you were delightful at that.
Great. Lots of broken clubs, putters thrown away on the beach. Yeah.
Speaking of putters, I was kind of just reading a little bit about the Open, and in 1951, Max Faulkner won this, and reading a little bit about him, he could be my spirit animal, because apparently, according to Wikipedia, he had a fondness for putters. He had over 300 of them because, you know, he never knew which one was going to be. Faulkner was believed to have over 300 putters, always searching for the perfect one. Me too. It's out there somewhere.
Have you got 300?
I've got
a lot.
I got a couple bags full of them.
Have you? I've got none left.
10%.
Every single one of mine got dispatched somewhere. I've got one that I use, and when it stops behaving well, it's gone. It's history. Okay, this is nothing. He's got a bit of fern action there. He's got all sorts of there. Now, watch this. It's nothing when you've got arms like that and shoulders like that. Just give me the club. I'll just muscle it out of there. What gorse bush? What tree?
Yeah, there's no substitute for power. Strength.
Chatting away there with caddy Greg Bodine. Bodine.
I'd say Bodine.
Bodine. I'll bow to your knowledge of the American pronunciation.
Is that left of 16? I read that's Bobby Locks Hollow.
Yes. It looks like they've had so many divots in there at one point that they've freshly turfed it, and
that's why they put down that that's why they put down those black. I don't know what you'd call them. They're just small things on the ground where you don't want to hit off of them. They want to keep
just
the
netting.
Super inch. Yeah, the netting. Sorry. I'm doing great today, aren't I? I've forgotten like 18 names and netting.
Out of a divot there, Ricky Fowler. Back end of the divot, just a little bit steeper. Just get the ball first, pinch it. How about that? What a shot. That was classy, wasn't it?
Calamity Corner.
Yeah, that's the drop off the side of 16, the par 3, isn't it? I mean, I tell you what, you do not want to try and go down there. You might not get back up.
You know, I noticed there's about 5 or 6 feet down, if that, there's a little flat area there, and I'd never remember seeing that when I'd come here in years past. I mean, I'm sure it was there, and I know that I've hit it down to the right because that's just what you do when you're not supposed to.
Yeah. 169. Still got a bit of club head speed, but ball speed there. That's still good ball speed for Westy. I think that Westwood was in my top 5 in his pomp, in his prime, in the top 5 drivers of the golf ball in the world during the time. All of the time he was out there winning and prolifically winning. Got to world #1, obviously. I don't think there's many players ever driven the ball better.
No, he was one of the best. He was certainly one of the best. It's such a simple motion too, and he just kind of you know, had that left arm bent at impact, kind of what you see Spieth and Victor Hovland do, but it works.
Yeah,
repeatable.
Same club head speed for Cave the Amateur onto where the spectators walk. That's what they say at Open Championships. If you're going to miss the fairway, miss it where the spectators walk. It's really good to see Lee out there alongside Tommy. Worked most of his years, Lee Westwood on his golf swing with Pete Cowan. Also a good driver of the ball, Tommy, as well.
Yeah.
Pete was here. You know, I saw Pete on the range the other day. He pops up at the majors, doesn't he, Pete Cowan? One of the world's great coaches.
He's got a lot of great thoughts about the game and things like that. I know he spent a lot of time with Seve Ballesteros, from what I remember. Yeah, he's out there working with Brooks Koepka right now, and I'm sure a host of other players.
Well, everyone, really. Pete can actually walk up and down the range and work with everyone.
Yes, he could.
What a magical short game. I love watching him. Took a look at his lob wedge. 4 degrees bounce. That's what he has on his wedge.
Yeah, he's got nothing on there. I think that's because Spieth is a natural left-hander, and he's able to figure out how to slide that club underneath there. For this turf, 4 degrees is perfect. You go to some other places, though, 4 degrees is not enough. For most of us, anyways. For him, it works perfect.
Well, there you go. That is a true piece of links land. Connects the land to the sea. And it looks as good from up there as it does at ground level. And that bounce argument's an interesting one. Yeah, I'm spot on with you, Links Golf. And this week, I don't think you need to go. I think anything from you can 7 degrees or so, even down to, as we say, down to 4 where Spieth is. I think a lot of the players will be taking wedges, sandwiches out, experimenting with them with less bounce this week.
Absolutely, absolutely, and thankfully they've got all the manufacturers' trucks out there on the driving range, and they got plenty of clubs they can try out.
It's amazing. You know what? Every single shot we've seen DeChambeau hit, he's had the flight scope down right next to it.
He always does.
Everyone.
He always does.
I mean, when does your brain stop wanting data?
Oh, for him, never.
Never, correct?
No, never.
Spot on. I think you're absolutely right.
Well, I think Fitzpatrick is a little bit the same way. Matt, he logs every single shot that he's ever hit in the yardage book.
And he's looking super cool out there, isn't he, Bryson? Loving being at Portrush. Got a great feeling he'll be in the thick of things this week. Major championship contender DeChambeau. But we will have to wait and see.
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic stuff. Absolutely brilliant. Quite an extraordinary day.
On the tee. Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, whoa, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Just before 3:20 here at Portrush in the afternoon. There's still plenty of action out there on the golf course. The players taking advantage of this beautiful day and playing late in the afternoon. And it's just been stunning. I'm going to say there's been 25,000 in here today, Rich.
As they should be. If you're going to come out and enjoy it. I think the practice rounds for a lot of the fans is actually what you really should go watch. You're going to get the players in a lot better moods. You get to see a lot more of what they're doing, see how they warm up. I think practice rounds is exactly what everybody should watch.
Well, let's catch up with Incy. He's somewhere out there on the course.
Out here on the putting green, Steve, thank you so much for giving up some of your time. You coach some of the best players in the world, like Colin Morikawa, Ben An, you name it, they are up there. Akshay Bhatia, another great example who's really improved in that kind of department. As a coach, I guess, one, how do you keep up with where everyone's up to, and how can you help them, especially when it's so close to competition day?
Yeah, obviously this week it's a little bit different. They're coming from the States. If they haven't played the Scottish Open, like maybe Akshay has done, like maybe Akshay hasn't, really getting used to the speed of the links greens, a little bit slower than what we're used to on the PGA Tour. And for good reason, obviously. If it gets windy here, then they can't really cut the greens too fast. So I think a lot of the guys that would use aim point really getting used to just how to calibrate themselves onto slower greens. And even for guys like Shane Lowry, who's not an aim pointer, just kind of seeing maybe some tighter lines, not playing as much break around the hole. And yeah, we've been trying to prepare to putt in the wind, but we haven't had much leading up to the tournament. So,
well, as an expert in that department, is there a common trend out here in Royal Portrush on the putting surfaces?
I would say that these are pretty hilly greens. There's a lot of slope on them, big surfaces. And I'd say certainly whenever you start to hit it in those fairway bunkers or you get offline, you're going to start ending up with a lot of longer putts out there. So really a lot of the work we've been doing this week has been speed control on the greens from longer distances.
Look, it'll be rude if we didn't mention Shane Lowry there, obviously champion here back in 2019. How's his putting at the moment?
Touch wood, has been really good. It's been really good. He's having a nice year on the greens. Outside of maybe like 1 or 2 weeks, just, Oakmont obviously, he had a bit of a comical week, I would say, even forgetting to mark his ball at one point. But no, for the most part, he's putted really good. And, he's coming back to surfaces that he's obviously done well on before. And I think, he'll enjoy the challenge, and I think he's in a happy place at the moment.
Okay, well, finally, for the viewers at home watching, you said lag putting is going to be a really important department here. If they're listening, one bit of advice for lag putting, what could you say?
I always go to the simple drill that Tiger always did, which was, putting with one hand and just getting a feel with, your dominant hand, having an even pace to your stroke and your tempo. And I think, I don't really see enough people putt one-handed in practice. So just trying to get the feel of the club head. And then obviously put the second hand on and try and replicate that feel with two hands. So that'll help everyone with their speed control.
Everyone's there in the living room right now or in the kitchen with their one hand and the dominant hand. Anyway, I think Tom Kim's asking for you. He's up next.
Oh,
there he is. There he is.
I'm not going to hear the end of this.
All right, Tom, you're up next. Thank you so much.
No problem. Thank you.
Well, I think Vince is way more important to talk to than Tom Kim, in all honesty. But good advice there from Steve Sweeney, the putting coach. Obviously, you were saying a lot of players see him on the PGA Tour.
A lot of the Callaway guys, but then there's other guys as well. Yeah, he's been around for a number of years now. Super nice guy. Again, a lot of players put his trust in them. So obviously, what he's doing is working.
Yeah, that's the key, isn't it? I always say that, obviously having coached short game for quite a few years, Rich, it's about results. If you don't get results, players aren't going to ask you, are they? They're going to look at how you're doing with a player. If he gets better, then you're going to be asked by other players. If they get better, then you go, and it's a snowball effect.
Yeah.
No one's going to ask you unless you're making somebody better.
That's exactly right. David Howell, a colleague at Sky Sports, he's working with Lori Cantor right now, and Lori's having a pretty good season of it. So I would imagine Howler's going to be in demand a little bit.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're going to go to somebody for advice, go to somebody that was great at that particular department of the game. I used to say that about short game, and I say it about putting. If I was going to ask somebody, I've got people on the DP World Tour, certainly Howler would have been one, Jamie Spence would have been. The guys that I look at that I really admire their putting, they're the guys I'm going to ask for advice. And you're right about Laurie Cantor, he's going to be a great player, despite David's advice.
Be interesting to see how this young man tackles this week. Again, qualified by holing out a 60 or 70 yard pitch shot, or maybe a little bit less than that, to get in the celebration afterwards. But I can tell you what, this guy has got all the talent in the world. I've watched him swing, and he can move it.
And he's got the lead guitarist from ZZ Top.
That's Lucas. No, that's Lucas Herbert's caddy. Or Aberg, I don't know which way he pronounces it. I call him Lucas.
They're brilliant whiskers, those, aren't they?
Oh, it's fantastic beard. It's manly.
Yeah, well, he's got beard of the week so far. He's loving it, isn't he? Look at the look.
Of course he is.
Oh, what a thrill! First Open Championship. I remember 1987. Muirfield was mine. Oh, it was just the best feeling in the world to get that little player's badge.
And my first experience was Carnoustie in '99, and I kind of thought, you know, if it's like this every year, I'm going to pass.
I'm not coming. Yes, I'll stick with the PGA and the American majors. Yeah,
pretty good.
They're too hard for me.
And funny enough, I love Carnoustie. Of all the places I go to, I love going to Carnoustie. I love playing there. It's so much fun. I played there in the Senior Open last year. Didn't play very good, which was very, very disappointing. But it was a great time. That's not where you're supposed to hit it.
Which actually, but I mean, the overhead camera obviously sometimes gives you a different impression of it, but you can see the golf ball, so he's actually got lucky there. He's got a decent lie, and it's not as thick as it could be in that area as it would have been in previous years, but you're still not going to see much of the flag from down there.
No, you're not going to see. He's not going to see anything. His caddy was kind of standing up there up top, and just say, hit it here.
Pretty good, in all honesty, just a little bit offline. Quite a hike up that hill.
I'd ask for a ride up.
You'd like a
Just put a
cable
gondola
car
down there. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that is a.
See, that's the penalty for hitting it down there. You got to go back up.
Yes. Yeah. Now you've got to catch your breath before you putt as well. By the way, be huffing and puffing getting up that hill. But fitness does play a part, doesn't it?
Oh,
Again,
massively.
in a major championship, you're going to get wind, you're going to get rain, you're going to get inclement conditions. You've got the most, or one of the most undulating courses on the Open rotor. Fitness is a part of this.
Fitness is a massive part of it.
Making a decision here, Westwood, isn't he? He's just looking at options there, and the putter is going to be the option for so many players in these runoff areas around the greens.
I'm a little surprised that Todd Hamilton, when he won, more guys didn't kind of adopt that. Nothing wrong with taking the putter out by any stretch of imagination, but sometimes you can get that hybrid and get the ball up off the ground just a little bit easier. Saw Tony Finau yesterday in our coverage, very low hands, starting position.
That's the second time we've seen that kick off that little hump on the right side. There could be. Oh! That would have been expensive. Imagine having to buy 25,000 people a drink. Yeah, would have been a lucky one though. Not the same if they do this. Look, if you get that kick off the cushion there and it goes in,
they all count the same.
No, it's pure luck. I'm sorry, a hole in one, you just got to flush it straight at it and watch it rolling at perfect pace in the middle. That was fun.
What is going on here?
Yeah, that is actually Jazz George Harper Jr. down there, just where the ball was being hit from. And I think it's a great shame that Bryson didn't actually lay him the other way and put the tee in his mouth and hit it from his. Yeah, it would have been perfect.
I can hear you, but how are you? Welcome back.
Yeah, no, no, thank you. I'm good. I'm good with watching it from where normal people watch it from.
Yeah, serene scene over the links. There you go. You can actually go offline. You can see there's some pretty thick stuff up on those hillocks. Not sure it's a great day for sailing. There's only sort of half a club of wind out there. That's a slow journey back, isn't it?
Looks like he's got a motor on the back of it, so.
Oh yes, good spot. I tell you what, I think Tommy's signed as many as Rory. He'll do them all. He's class.
Oh, yeah,
he's class with the fans.
He will do it until he kind of has to say, guys, I'm so sorry.
Until he gets blisters. He could get blisters.
Oh, there's times where you kind of say, guys, I can't. I gotta get going.
Now, what's happening here? This is the amateur you were talking about.
They all are clamoring for it. Oh, he's got it in the hat.
Catch. That's the way to do it. The hat catch. Well done to that young man. He's got a treasured memento.
Yeah, we're 17 and 18 tomorrow. Yeah.
Pavel Arathabal told me a lovely story about when he was a kid. He went to the Spanish Open in Barcelona, 2006 I think it was, and he's behind the green and he was collecting golf balls off the players as they finished. He told me he got 247 golf balls in the course of the week, standing behind the 18th green. And he said, I remember you gave me one as well. And he actually said to me, I remember the ball you gave me was a Max Fly HT. How cool is that? Okay, let's go find Incy again.
Harry, thanks so much for joining us on the putting green. Obviously, I don't think you've put this chalk line down, but you found one, and I was just watching you there. You were kind of holding onto your arm and actually hitting putts with both hands. What are you trying to do here?
Yeah, just get a feel for releasing it in my right hand, and then, you know, when I putt with just a single right hand or a left hand, I feel like it makes putting with two hands way easier. So if I can start it on the line with both hands individually, and then I, you know, finish with two, and it feels easy.
So then when you're standing over the ball, let's say, you know, out in tournament, do you try and feel the club in one particular hand more so?
More with my right hand, yeah. I like to feel like I have quite an archy stroke. So I like to feel like, yeah, the putter releases and it closes on the way through. I think a lot of guys out here are quite, you know, they use their shoulders and not so much hands. I'm the opposite.
I was going to say a lot of the modern putters and golfers, they're quite mechanical and kind of like the straight line and straight back and through. So if you're saying you're opening and closing it a bit more, so how important is, I guess, timing in the putting stroke?
I don't think it's that important because I have quite a big arc and I can stand, you know, everyone has those like physio templates from Phil Kenyon. I can hit 100 out of 100 through that with one hand, left hand, both hands. So as long as I can start it through that gate every single time, I don't think it matters what your putting stroke's like.
Obviously, breaking up putting, you got speed, green reading, and starting line as well. All in all, it would be rude not to mention you've been playing some great golf. What's really clicked in the last few weeks?
I've been swinging it nice, hitting it where I want to, and then obviously when I get to the greens, I'm pretty useful. So I've got to get there as quick as possible and then make some putts.
Overall summary, Portrush, a beautiful test of golf?
Yeah, beautiful. Hopefully the weather stays like this for the rest of the week.
I reckon pack your waterproof. Thanks so much for your time. We'll carry on watching you putt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic stuff. Absolutely brilliant. Quite an extraordinary day.
On the tee. Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh my goodness.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more.
Just swing. Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go?
Just swing.
Swing wild.
Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever, however,
Wherever.
it doesn't matter.
Just swing.
Head over to golf.golf
To start playing. Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
Welcome back to Live at the Range. We're out on the course at the moment. This is the par 5 12th, Bryson DeChambeau. This is their final practice round. He'd like to have 4 of those, that's for sure, for Bryson DeChambeau. Alongside me is David Howell. David Howell, you've played in a fair few Opens in your time.
I have. I don't know how many exactly. It might be 14, I think. Not a bad number.
Yeah, no, I counted, I was reading here the other day with Mark Rowe, and I counted, I was first alternate, and I got the badge, so I counted that as an Open. So I think I was 13.
Yeah, I don't think that really counts.
It does count, it does in my mind.
Really?
Yeah.
Not so sure about that, Richard.
I know we want, I'm trying to get a gauge for where my right edge is.
Chris Kirk there. The American contingent.
So what are the players sort of looking for now, Dave? You know, it all starts, we kick off at 6:35 tomorrow, so in the morning. So, you know, what are they sort of looking for right now?
Well, unfortunately, they're playing in an east-northeast wind at the moment, which is the exact opposite of what it's going to be tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, it's going to be southeast tomorrow, so they can't learn too much about what is going to come their way tomorrow. But listen, you still get a feel for the course. They will face this wind at some stage, and it might be this shot on Sunday that helps them win this great championship. So you want to pick a nice sight line, hit a beauty like Thomas has down there, and get some positive vibes going.
Yes,
that'd do you, wouldn't it?
Oh, would it ever? Top Tracer following the flight of that ball. Dogleg left to right from quite a raised tee actually on this final hole. It's called Babington's, this final hole. Don't.
And
I'm not sure yet.
Yes, and it's a tee shot you'd much rather have downwind if it's your final hole of the championship. It's a pretty nervy tee shot, high up on that hill into a breeze, with the Open Championship resting on it.
You don't want to hit it too straight, because where the corporate hospitality is down the left, there's out of bounds there.
There is, and it catches your eye. You can see the white posts, so and then you end up bailing out right into that big deep bunker, and it's a hole you can certainly mess up. No doubt about that.
Very easy. Not massively long these days. 474. Okay, that's actually 1 yard short of what the par 5 used to be. 2 yards short, sorry, but the players hit it so far now. They're really undulating these fairways as well, and every hole virtually has got a roll-off area. And roll-off areas, in my view, are actually, I think, almost better than bunkers, to be quite honest. There's so many different little shots you can play out of them.
Yeah, lots of fun to watch coming out of the roll-off areas, no doubt about that. Not so many bunkers on this course, is it? 54 or something, but if you find one, it's always going to cost you best part of a shot if it's a fairway bunker.
Yeah, it's least amount of bunkers on the open rota around this course. But this course, Royal Portrush, it certainly needs a bit of breeze. Okay, let's get down to the range. Incy Shees alongside Mr. McKibben.
Tom, really appreciate your time out here on the putting green. Trying to complete a game, a test, or skill test, or what were you trying to do there?
We were doing a game, 30, the 70 feet, so 5 putts. We just add up how many feet away all of them are and add them up at the end.
Apparently you're doing quite well. Was that a PB then?
I don't know if it's a PB, but I got a combined 12 feet, so that's pretty good.
Look, you just grew up down the road. I'd imagine you played a fair bit of golf around Portrush. Overall vibes, feeling, what are you saying?
Yeah, I've played a lot here. Not as much off the championship tees as probably many people have thought. Normally when you come up, you just play off the members tees or whatever. But yeah, feeling good. Game's been good the last couple of events, and hopefully can bring that into this week. Hopefully the weather's not too miserable.
I was just speaking with Ricky, obviously your caddy. He was saying he was caddying for Rory about 20 years ago when he was on his way to a 61, or at least completed a 61. So obviously decent kind of local guidance, good friend on the bag as well. So how much insight and help has he been able to provide you?
Yeah, well, he reminds me of that all the time, that he was part of that 61 that day. But yeah, we've actually played a lot of golf here throughout the years, just casually up here together. So I think just sort of the way he knows my game and knows the golf course makes it quite relaxed. It was almost a bit strange playing practice rounds because you're just so used to knowing automatically what club to hit off the tee or things like that. But I think he'll be a massive help, sort of just help me navigate around the greens and stuff like that, sort of get my eye used to sort of chip shots that release a little bit more up slopes and things like that. So.
Finally, obviously a home crowd, playing in front of one anyway. So does that almost fuel the levels of pressure that you feel? Are you quite calm? I mean, you always seem quite chill. It's quite poker face, quite difficult to read.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite calm at the minute. It's obviously great to have all the support, and it's always been great at the Irish Opens in the past. I'm sure this will be even bigger, but I guess I won't know a full answer until probably till tomorrow's round. But looking forward to it, and I mean, everyone here is just trying to cheer you on and wish you the best, really.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be plenty of noise out there. Thanks so much for your time. Have a great week.
Thank you. Thanks. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Past winner on the DP World Tour, Tom McKibben, won the European Open in Germany. Some 5-iron he hit at the last, wasn't it?
It was wonderful. Water short and left of that green, and he had an absolute perler to seal his first victory.
That was so close. Good shot.
Fleetwood trying to find his first major championship victory, of course. Came close last time, second place when Lowry won.
I've got him down as sort of my pick. I mean, he did play nicely, didn't he, last time? He finished second. And I think the time has pretty much come for him now, do you?
Yes, I would say so. Him, Hatton, McIntyre, they're all in that part of their career where that's the next step, isn't it? The major victory.
You look at these bunkers around here. I mean, people say, well, they're very small little bunkers, aren't they? But they're actually not. They're quite big, because if you look at the rolling areas that you've got around them, I mean, some of them, they become twice the size, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. But they're not some of the deepest bunkers in the Open Championship Rotor. There's no doubt about that. They're not as fierce as sometimes you get on the links courses, but they, no doubt, especially off the fairway, are still a problem to avoid.
Look here at Lee Westwood. Probably his second shot into this 15th. Again, trouble short right. And that little bunker there on the left-hand side. But there are a lot of greens where if you just get it right, it does feed it back down towards the flag.
Great to have Lee in the field.
Yeah.
Qualified not so long ago. Helen on the bag, 36 holes, lumping that big bag around. Helen being his wife, of course. Not sure how many Opens Lee has played, but a good number.
Oh, yeah, he's played a fair few. He hasn't had to qualify for a long time, has he?
No, and he's come second a good couple of times, I'm sure of that. Muirfield comes to mind many years ago, had a great chance there.
Seb Straka, he's another one that's quite fancied to do very well here. Back out to the 18th.
And just an iron for Harris English. Now, Harris works with Justin Parsons, who's an old friend and coach of mine, and that's not ideal, although the ball's sitting up like a cherry on top of a cake there, so that would be all right come Sunday, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I thought you were going to go for coconut.
I was, but I tried to avoid it. What's the week going to bring for Spieth?
They won't all be playing 18 today, Dave.
Oh, very few. 9 holes at most. Just get one last feel for... Which is not quite nice to play late on Wednesday. It's obviously as close to the championship as you can get. So you get to see how the course is playing compared to maybe Monday morning when they first went out and played probably 18 holes.
Second par 3 on the front 9. Francesco Molinari here. This is a different story, this hole. There's a plateau right at the back of this green, and when they put the pin up there, I think they'll probably have to move the... Oh dear, hang on. I think they probably have to move the tee forward a bit when they use that back plateau.
Very possibly, otherwise they just won't attack it and get a little bit boring. But that's the backdrop behind the 6th tee, and isn't it stunning?
Beautiful beach, isn't it?
It really is.
It is.
A wonderful beach, rugged and golden sand.
Now here's the man you were talking about, Robert McIntyre. Didn't quite have the week he wanted last week, did he?
He didn't. I was a little surprised, but he rallied really well to make the cut, which was impressive. Could easily have had the weekend off, and that'll, you know, give him a little boost that when it really mattered, he could produce. And I think he's a lot of people's, if not favourite, for sure. He is someone that you think may well win a championship at some point.
Yeah.
Harrington-esque, I think, in the way he goes about the game.
Yeah, I remember talking to Nick Fowler, I think it was last year, and I said, yes, I have won an event, but I've never won a major. How much harder is it to win a major? And he said, times 100. He said it is so difficult. He said it's just a different feeling.
Yeah, he put you in your place there then.
He did put me in my place, but he never let me carry on to get him back. Do you know what I mean?
Well, it is obviously that pressure. It's the ultimate, isn't it, for if you're a professional golfer to win a major championship, etch your name onto one of those trophies with all that history, and yeah, the pressure absolutely becomes immense.
I would imagine last 6 holes it's fairly difficult to breathe, David.
Yeah. I think easier if you keep putting yourself, if you're so good that you keep giving yourself the chance. That's amazing. What is incredible is when the unlikely winner comes along, a Ben Curtis or Todd Hamilton. I mean, to be able to get the job done when you've been presented or you've earned that chance is quite some feat.
Yes, I think if you're going to be a first-time winner of a major, I think it's a lot easier if you sort of come from 5 or 6 games from the end.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, shoot 65 or something in the last round when it's a bit windy, and then just say, right now, please don't anyone get past that.
Never quite sure what Bryson's going to bring to the Open Championship. It's not a style of golf that should suit him overly, but that being said, he's an incredible golfer, isn't he? 2-time major champion.
Not quite as bulky as he has been in the past.
No, he's gone away from that the gym just somewhat, or maybe the eating more to the point.
Maybe, yeah.
I'm sure he's still working out like a Trojan.
Did you go down the gym quite a lot, Dave?
No, but I did a lot of the eating.
Did you? There's a bunker at the front there that needs to be cleared, and it's a little bit, not completely bowl-shaped green, but it does feed in from that left-hand side down towards the flag.
Yeah, down the hill as well, and if it's into the wind, that's always an awkward combination.
That's a nice view, isn't it, of the 18th?
Oh, and if you can find the fairway, especially down breeze, it's not the most intimidating of seconds. That being said, big run-off, as is often the case here at Portrush, down to the left, and a bit of trouble down the right. Fairly big green though with the short iron. You should be able to cope.
On the tee. She's staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more. Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go?
Just swing.
Swing wild.
Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever, however,
Wherever.
It doesn't matter.
just swing.
Head over to golf.golf
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic stuff. Absolutely brilliant. Quite an extraordinary day.
Well, guys, I've always wondered how these golfers hit it so fast, so I thought I'd do the eye test. Get as close as we can and really check on the compression here. Yeah, that looks pretty good.
Pretty good?
Pretty good. Yep, I can confirm Bryson hits it pretty hard. And my ears are ringing.
Sorry about that.
Hey, where'd that go, by the way?
Dead straight.
Dead straight.
Yes.
I'm not sure I can hear you, but how are you? Welcome back to the Open.
Huh? I can't hear you. Glad to be back. It's always fun. Always good to see you.
Mate, you seem to have this crowd absolutely loving your stuff. Must be welcoming and warming to come around the world and get receptions like this.
It's incredible. I'm super blessed, and I love everybody for it, and can't thank them enough for being out here supporting. It's a lot of fun out here.
How's the form? How's the links form?
That's solid.
Nice.
Really solid, man. I'm doing my best to learn every single year, and hopefully this year's the year.
Yeah, well, like you've had a top 8 or you've had a top 10 in the past.
Few of them,
yeah. But how much work do you have to do to try and, I guess, tackle the links and improve every year, because it is a different brand of golf.
Yeah, I got a super high ball flight, so we're working on that. Unfortunately, to get the ball in time, that's okay. Equipment's not there on time, but you know what? We're learning a lot, so having a lot of fun. I still have a great chance to do it this week. I just got to play some good Bryson golf, keep the ball down a little bit, make some putts on these greens, and call it a day.
How's life outside of golf, mate? You seem to be having a good old time.
Horrible. No, I'm kidding. It's great. We're having a great time. We're filming a bunch. We're having a great time, and business is booming, and we're having fun doing it. So
yeah, it's kind of like I was saying to you before about 2019 when you did start launching it and you're bulking up a little bit. You know, just a little bit.
Just a little.
And
I'm
the crowd
now.
The crowd really got around you in the UK. How cool is it to see them doing it all again?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. You know, look, I want to leave a good footprint in the game of golf. That's the goal. That's my vision and thought is how can I inspire every single kid out here to go smash it, you know, and went at a long drive contest with one of them just a couple days ago on the driving range. That was a lot of fun, and yeah, I mean, just continue to do that sort of stuff is what I'm here to do.
All right, well, I'm not going to take you on, and I'm probably not going to hear well for the rest of the week, so...
I'm sorry, I'll have to start speaking a little louder to you.
Hey, you have no issues with that, Bryson. Get out of here, mate. Thanks for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, Bryson DeChambeau.
A few members at the golf club where I'm at Camberley Heath. I don't think I'd get down that low and let them hit that next to my head like that. That's the first to me. I've never seen that, have you?
Yeah, it was good. That was a great piece, wasn't it? And Bryson's brilliant in front of camera, isn't he? No doubt about that.
He just seems such a nice guy there, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, he is.
Yeah, he is a good guy.
Yeah, that's what he is. And he reminds me of like a Formula One team all on his own. I haven't, you know, there he is. I haven't quite got the ball that I wanted for this week. Never mind trying to learn to hit it lower. He sees it from a technical perspective. Well, just give me a golf ball that goes lower. That will solve the problem.
Just want one that flies lower and runs a long way. That's all I want.
And goes straight.
Yes. Okay, let's get down to the range again. Ben Griffin is down there, and he's with Incy.
Ben, this is slightly different to your normal putting routine, I guess. You've got about 5 cameras around you with Netflix filming over there. What is it like constantly getting monitored?
Yeah, I mean, it's good problems to have. I wouldn't even call them problems. It's pretty cool. Just means I've been having some success, and it's good to be at the majors, and excited to compete this week.
Absolutely. You're playing some of your best golf. I was fortunate enough to follow you out in the States as well. What is it that's really clicked in the last few months, let's say?
Yeah, I got over the hump of winning for the first time. That was huge. And then kind of just built confidence from there. I felt like I was trending pretty well with my golf game. Kind of the last even 4 or 5 years, just progressively getting a little bit better and doing the right things and gaining experience. I think that's one thing you can't really practice is having that experience, especially against the best players in the world. So just doing my best to do the right things on and off the golf course, continue to work hard, and keep the love of the game and the positive attitude. That's key.
Yeah, after that win, I'd imagine it almost has a domino effect of adding to that sort of confidence levels and how you can approach everything else. I know you've openly talked about the floaters and the kind of eye surgery that you've had, which is why you have to wear the aviators. Just kind of watching you practice here with the string and the line, and is that got any correlation at all? Is this something you've always done? Obviously, it's kind of training your eyesight to a certain degree with alignment.
Yeah, no, my tendency actually with my feet is to aim a little bit more left, which is why I brought the alignment stick out, just to make sure alignment-wise I'm good there, and then the string just kind of helps with visuals. I'm doing it on a straight putt, but I could easily move the string and do it on a right to left or left to right, or just to, again, work on alignment and then also visuals of kind of seeing a straight line going towards the hole, or towards my target, I should say. So, yeah, it's nice when you come out to a PGA Tour or British or the Open Championship green. You see a lot of chalk lines. So I didn't even have to find a straight putt. I just found a blue line that someone else had set up and just put my string over it. So it also helps with my eyes staying over the ball. Has nothing to do with floaters. This is just a standard drill that I think every single kid out there, anyone trying to play their best golf should probably do this as much as they can when they have time. So yeah, we're constantly as professional golfers trying a little bit of everything to make sure our games are sharp, and this is just one of them.
Everyone back at home got their notebooks out.
I know, right?
Finally, you have had some experience on links golf, but not as much as maybe some players taking it up this week. What's your overall sort of summary of links? What do you make of it?
Yeah, I think you can try to prepare as much as possible in practice rounds, but in reality, you're going to tee it up and you're going to have a different wind. You're going to have a different situation than maybe you'd practice. So I think that's what's so cool about the pureness of the golf over here, is just the fact that you have different experiences every single day, more so than over in the United States. Really cool. I'm used to trying to hit it as high as possible and put the most spin on it over in the United States, to be honest, especially coming off the US Open. And then over here, you battle conditions, you battle winds, you battle terrain. And, Robert McIntyre talked about it, just trying to flight the ball. A lot of Americans are used to hitting it high, and they come over here and it's tough to adjust for a week. So just doing my best to kind of keep the ball down, especially as the wind picks up throughout the week. But yeah, it's so cool to play links golf. I think it's some of the most fun golf. It challenges all aspects of your golf game. There could be days like today where it helps to hit it high, and then there's going to be days like maybe tomorrow when it's going to be rainy, potentially, and maybe some wind, where you got to kind of have a different game that day. So it's fun. It challenges all parts of your game, and excited to tee up.
Absolutely, it certainly is going to be fun. Really appreciate the insights. Have a fantastic week. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Ben Griffin, 2-time winner on the PGA Tour, Dave.
Yeah, first one coming alongside Andrew Novak at the Zurich Classic. And then down at the Charles Schwab Challenge, finally on his own. So he's been in great form, no doubt about that, having the year of his life. The iron shot from Victor there. It's looking nice and casual on his Wednesday t-shirt, on this Wednesday, I should say. T-shirt out, just enjoying the sunshine.
3 holes left to play for Fleetwood today, I would imagine. I don't think you go any further than the 18th. 16th's a tough hole. That is where, he just cleared that big gully on the right-hand side of this 16th hole, called Calamity Corner, and as the week goes on you will see why. I think downwind it's only a 5 or a 6 iron, but tell you what, you turn it around the other way into the breeze, it's got something with a head cover on it.
Yes, it could be. It might just slightly be quartering off the left-hand side tomorrow, when it's supposed to be southeast, the wind. Well, look at that. Where are we? Bermuda?
Beautiful clear sea,
maybe.
isn't it?
Could be the Bahamas.
Have you been for a dip, Dave?
Not yet. I probably will in the morning. I'll do a couple of miles normally. I might swim in, actually.
We're on air at 6:30. You were going to go very early then.
I'm not in until 9, so yeah.
Well, you cracked it then.
Yeah. Who would have thought? That's the Northern Ireland coastline.
Yeah, lovely.
Can I see a lot of putting from the side of the greens this week? Victor there, just probably put a fake hole down maybe and get the feel of how the ball is running up the slopes.
Yeah, they don't necessarily putt to where the flagstick is today. You might have one go at it, but then the rest, if they've got another couple of golf balls, you'll probably putt off somewhere else, as Dave was saying. There's the little hole that well, it's not a hole, it's just a flat disc, but a good invention, I always think.
Yes.
A must for the caddy.
I don't think I've ever owned one, strangely.
No, I
fake
haven't
hole.
either.
Yeah, someone's always got one.
Yeah.
Look at that, splendid. Beautiful weather.
Beautiful, isn't it? Really is fantastic golfing land. Excellent. Let's get down to George on the range. He's with Ricky Fowler.
Well, the Open is all about the people, and I'll tell you what, one man who is all about the people is Ricky Fowler. He is back in business and back at the Open. And look at all the fans here. He's even got an orange Sharpie. How topical is that, Ricky?
I told you earlier I ran out of black, so luckily there was orange.
Nice to have you back at the Open. Always a pleasure. How much are you enjoying your time here in Ireland?
Well, it's been great when the sun's been out and we've had some nice days over the weekend. Can be a little different the next few days, I believe.
Well, you've been here since what, Saturday?
Friday morning.
Wow, that's a solid prep. You must exhaust yourself already.
We've had a good time. Maybe a few Guinness over the weekend.
Okay.
Great round of golf over at Port Stewart Friday. So it's been a good way to settle in and get adjusted.
You must be just raring and ready to go now, though. After all that build-up, it's time to dance, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's been good to not feel rushed, kind of be able to cruise, enjoy the days, not feel like, with some of the rain or storms that we've had come through, not feeling like that's taken away from prep time. So it's been fun. Played a lot with Akshay over the last few days, so we've had a good time. We flew over together, and no, we're definitely ready to go now.
How's the form?
Thank you.
It's good. I always love playing over here. You don't have to be on your best form. Hit shots. It's although this place is a lot different from a lot of other links courses. It's much more in the air. So you get to be on your form a little bit more than some other spots. But I had a good finish here back in 19. Know how to play it, but just have to go execute.
That you do. And how's life outside of golf, mate? What have you been up to?
A lot of time with the kids. We've been on the road a lot, though. Been playing a lot of golf, and I think with how the schedule's worked out, there's kind of forced to play a lot. And where I'm at on points, I still need to play quite a bit coming up to hopefully finish out the season strong. But
that'd be nice.
The kids are at home, so nice week away for
bit of a breather.
My wife, yeah, and then meet back up with the kids next week in Minnesota.
Mate, I've just been seeing you sign some cell phones. What's some of the most unique things you've had to sign in your time?
I thought a unique or interesting one I saw in like a mini trash can you'd put by your toilet.
Okay.
It was kind of interesting.
Wonder how that would sell on eBay. Here you go, mate.
There we go. Yeah.
Where'd you get that from?
Him.
Oh, it's your ball. He's giving it back to you.
No, I don't know who that is.
Very good. Righto, we'll let you to it. You've just finished another 9 holes, so time to rest up. A little massage, a little relax.
A little therapy. Yeah, go relax.
Mental or physical therapy?
I think a little bit of everything. We'll go relax off at noon tomorrow, so.
Nice.
Yeah.
Gentleman's tea time. Gentleman interview. Thank you, my man.
You got it, man.
Right, there you go. Ricky Fowler.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more. Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go?
Just swing.
Swing wild.
Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever, however,
Wherever.
it doesn't matter.
Just swing.
Head over to golf.golf
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
On the tee. Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Welcome back to Live at the Range. And I think we'll go out there with Henrik Stenson. He's alongside Di Stewart.
We are celebrating HSBC's 160th anniversary, and we have our challenge with Henrik Stenson, former Open champion. Henrik, thanks for doing this. You have 3 shots to land it, carry it exactly 160 yards, and then 3 shots to try and hit the 160 board. Are you up for the challenge?
Yeah. Let's
Great.
go.
That's what we want to hear. Let's go. Okay. Padraig Harrington did it on his first attempt. He carried it exactly 160 yards. You are on the big screen on TrackMan. We can see how far it goes. 3 attempts. How far's that? Where's it going? Carrying, carrying. Go on. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, it's good. Oh, my goodness, he's got it. Oh, well, the gallery are going wild.
Yeah.
High five. He's done it. He's absolutely nailed it. Brilliant. You're top of the leaderboard. And our next challenge is to actually hit the 160 board.
The 160 to the board.
I don't know if he's up to it. It was
No.
163 playing 160 over there. So, yes, it is. I'm going to go yes. What did you play there? What was that?
7-9.
7. You're going to stick with that? Stick with the 7-9? We've had some 3 irons.
It feels like it's longer. than
So,
160.
it's 160, we're being told.
It is 160.
Yeah.
Then I'll be kind of stupid to change, wouldn't I?
It will. It depends on the trajectory, what you're looking for. Are you going to go low or what?
No, I don't have.
He's sticking. He's not got a low ball in the bag. Here we go. Trying to hit the board. Oh, we're tracking it. Can we see it? There we go. 150, 161. Oh, that's so good.
Yeah. No, it was too short.
It was
I'm changing 6.
okay. Oh, he's going 6-iron. 6-iron. I'm glad you can see it, Henrik. Here we go. Attempt number 2 to hit the board. Beautiful shot. Top tracer technology. 140, 50, 177. Bit too much beef in that. Just take a little bit off it. Bit stabby. Okay. 3rd attempt, your final attempt to hit this board in our 160 challenge. Go on. Oh, it's good distance.
It's looking good. Ooh, it was close.
Looking on the board, just over 170. But
I think it plays a little longer to the board. But I got the 160 earlier, so
Stuart's inquiry into the second challenge, isn't there? But Henrik, you were brilliant. You were at the top of our leaderboard for carrying exactly 160. So very.
on the second one, there's no chance Padraig did 61 on the second one.
He did 162 actually.
Practice, Padraig.
Yeah. We got our winner right here. Unfortunately, there's no prize.
No, thank you.
But just prestige.
But it's all celebrating the 160 birthday.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a price enough.
Excellent. Is it like winning the Open?
Not quite, but close.
On that note, we'll leave you to it.
Thanks. Bye.
Hey, well done.
Henrik Stenson, past winner. What a battle that was with Phil Mickelson, wasn't it? True.
It was amazing, wasn't it? Yeah, I mean, they surged away from the field, the two of them, and what a way to finish as well. They hold the putt at the last. He was was almost perfect golf.
It was excellent. They had 2 leaderboards. I was looking at that. You know, they had Stenson and Mickelson at the top, and then the others who were so far behind were another leaderboard at the bottom.
Oh, so I finished 13th and not 15th.
13th, there you go. Did you really? Top 20 there, were you?
I think I was, yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, I had a good week.
I've got it. There's a story. David is a very unbelievably good after-dinner speaker and good entertainer, good all-round entertainer. Do you want to hear your story, Dave, from Birkdale when you were driving home from the Open Championship after a very good final round?
Well, yes, I'd shot 66, I think, in the final round. I missed a putt on the last, actually. Anyway, I said hello to Harrington and Greg Norman, who were going out for a battle to try and win the championship.
Yeah.
I packed my stuff, had some lunch, set off in the car, listening to the radio, who kept telling me that I was still leader in the clubhouse. And then another hour went by and I was still leader in the clubhouse.
By this time, you're easing towards Birmingham now.
Yes, and I got to the point where I genuinely had to slow down because I'd done the maths, and if I miss the next junction, I can't get back in time for a playoff.
So it's possible Open champion doing 25 mile an hour in the left-hand lane.
Yes, I'm doing about 50, and I had this little moment where I have to make a decision, and then thankfully Poulter hold a putt on the last. I was like punching the air. Get in. So yeah, that was close. It was my best Open finish, actually, 7th, but which was nice. So I ran short in the end, but yeah, it was quite funny.
I bet you must have been.
What do I do now? Do I turn round?
But listening to it on the radio, you must have thought, oh, it's getting quite windy now. This actually could turn out quite smelly.
Honestly, people were making 6s and 7s down the last, and Howell still in front. It was remarkable. Anyway, yeah, finally, Pultz was the man that did me and allowed me to carry on and put the foot down a little bit more.
That was excellent. So look here at Min Woo Lee. I watched him hit a couple of shots yesterday out on the course. He was a superb striker of the ball. Saw him hit a couple of 5-irons. Just, you love it. You just hear it and see it go, and you think, I could watch that all day.
He's a dynamic golfer, isn't he?
Yeah.
You know, you can imagine him having some bad weeks, which he does along the way. But goodness me, when he's good, he's nearly as good as anyone. He's got so much power.
He certainly has. What would you, Dave, if you were exempt for the Open, which you were a few times, what would be your sort of, how would your week unfold? Unpan, that wasn't very good English, was it? How would it unfold in the respect of practice?
Well, yeah, I would obviously, coming from the DP World Tour side, then I would be playing the Scottish Open. So, but yes, you would come straight onto the Open. Yeah. And I think most guys nowadays, they play one 18-hole round and then a couple of 9s is more than enough. Yeah. I think traipsing around day after day playing 18 holes is a thing of the past. They're all trying to conserve energy. So that would be me. I quite liked playing late on Wednesday afternoon if I could. Yeah, go out as almost last tee time, just cruise round for just a few holes.
Yeah, from my experiences, if you played the Scottish Open and you weren't exempt, and you didn't get one of those top 5 in the top 20 that weren't already exempt for the Open Championship, you finished on the Saturday, then you had to qualify Sunday, Monday. And then once you had qualified, it was the excitement of, oh, I've got to get there, I've got to get there. Then you play Tuesday, then you play Wednesday, play Thursday and Friday, and then you go home.
Yeah, yes. Well, as it happens, the first time I played the Open, back in the qualifying days, Sunday, Monday, I qualified. It was Troon, I think, 1997.
Right.
And I think you definitely qualified, or Coops, Derek Cooper, your good friend, he'd qualified, and we had a little drink on the Monday evening to celebrate having made it through. It's exciting when you make your first Open.
Yeah, slightly.
Oh, I mean, I was already on tour at that point. And
did we have a little drink? Did we? What, sort of a fizzy water or something?
Yes, something with bubbles in. And do you know, I was leading after 9 holes as well. First day, first out, leading after 9, thought I was going to win the Open.
I know. Well,
and then cried into my beer on Friday afternoon when I'd missed the cut by 1 with the double at the last.
Oh, no, that is horrendous. Did you?
I did, yeah. Horrible.
Oh, I remember my first Open 1980 at Muirfield. I was leading after 6 as an amateur. And I thought, oh, Bobby, not Bobby Jones, Bobby Boxall. You're going to win this. This is unbelievable. And again, I managed to watch it on TV over the weekend.
Well, especially Troon, which was you go out, downwind, and it gives you a false sense of security. I think I was 5 under through 9, and then back in 7 over, back into the teeth of the wind. Felt like 2 different games.
6 or 7 over can feel like even par on that back 9 if you're into the teeth of the wind. It's brutal.
Certainly can. There's Min Woo with the big stick. It goes a long way. 510 in the air, I would think, in normal conditions.
Yeah. Yes, he's pretty long.
But not a course that requires distance off the tee, really. It's always an advantage, isn't it?
Yeah.
But not a prerequisite.
No, it's about, well, it's not about, I think it's 44 yards longer than it was in 2019. So there's been a couple of little changes, some length and some shortened, but not a great deal. You're not talking about a lot, in just over 40 yards. And when you were playing into the wind, was there any little tip that you can throw out there to everybody?
When it's breezy, swing it easy. That was the old saying.
Yeah,
Just take more
breezy,
club.
swing it easy.
And swing it easy. Simple as that. I see Minwoo's caddy is Bo Martin. So he was on, sure he was on the bag when Shane won, was he not?
Yeah, he was.
So he's got some good vibes for this place.
Let's see what this flat carry is on this one. 256, ball speed of 167 miles an hour.
What club was that? I wasn't watching, I was looking at my notes.
Well,
was that a driver? Can't have been a driver,
Can't have been a driver, surely. I don't.
Must have been the 3.
Very good. I was very good looking at my notes. I like that, David. That was excellent. Look at that. We're hearing that was a 3-wood.
Well, that makes sense, doesn't it? 167, that's about well, it used to be, I'm lying. It's not 167 anymore with the driver. So, good speed there. And we hear so many amazing distances, don't we? How far the boys can fly the ball nowadays. Not really the case this week. They're trying to get the ball down on the ground quickly, not fly it, enormous distances in the air.
But there are still a few bunkers that are actually obsolete now due to the length. This is an old sort of course, been around a long time, and there are bunkers off the tee that won't even come into play.
Yeah, there'll be a few for sure, but there's normally, a nest of 3, 2 left, 1 right, and you can fly one, but the others will be in play.
Let's have a look at the Australian champions, going back to Peter Thompson there. 5 times was his nickname. I wonder, can you tell why? Kel Nagle in 1960, 91, Ian Baker Finch. That was the one I should have won, but I broke my leg. Greg Norman, 86 and 93, and Cameron Smith, 2022.
Greg Norman, I remember that one. Did he start with 6 birdies? Was that the day, or was that the day that actually Kaukovecchia came and beat him? I lose track, but I feel like Greg started.
I think the.
Was that 93? The 93 was St George's.
Yeah, 86 that was. Oh no, it wasn't. Oh, I don't know. I'm lost. I've played in quite a few of those. I didn't play in the 1960s or the 50s. I played the 80s and the 90s.
I don't know what I'm saying. I'll be able to read that. That's for sure.
Apologies if you heard anything there. I think he's got that sort of a.
Could you see him
driving out here?
Could you see him lifting the trophy? Another Aussie, maybe.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
You need a bit of luck at the Open, don't you, with the draw? You know,
yeah.
And even if you afternoon and morning, you can, I don't know, just feel like even.
You can get the 2 morning times, can't you? I mean, you can get a 6:40 and an 11:40, something like that, which actually I sort of quite liked. I had a couple of those. They were quite nice, those ones.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll tell you the one I didn't like.
Early. Late.
I didn't like, if you were off around about 11 on the first day, you thought, oh, no. And you scramble straight to it, and there you go, 4:20 or whatever it was. Oh, it was frightful. I teed off 4:10 once, and I came up the last St Andrews, teeing off at 4:10. I came up St Andrews at 10 to 10 at night.
Wow.
Okay, well, Minwoo Lee from Australia. I hear our little friend out on the course there, George Harper, has met up with some Australian folk.
We're live at the range with HSBC, and I'll tell you what, it doesn't get too much more global than this. If you go straight down through the core of the earth, you'll get to New Zealand and Australia. Gentlemen, great to have you over here. Tell me, you've come all the way purely to watch the Open.
Yeah, well, we used to play a bit when I was younger, so why not come here? It's I was here last year in January for the first time ever. It was winter. We actually came here as well, and then we thought we'd go into the ballot, so got some tickets, and now we're here.
It worked out well. And Jesse, how much are you enjoying this experience, mate? It's pretty amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good. There's lots of people here. The atmosphere is great. The weather's turned it on as well. We brought that all the way from Australia as well.
It does feel a little bit like Australia today. Now tell me, who are you boys supporting? It's a very good Australian field as per usual, but who are you picking this week?
Any of the Aussies, really. Yeah, we Mark Leishman signed a golf ball for us yesterday.
Okay, well that's good juju.
Yeah, yep. So, and Cam was hitting it pretty straight, so.
Nice. Who's your favourite, Jesse?
Probably Curtis Luck or Ryan Peake, some of the West Aussie boys.
Yeah, the lads. So you guys are from Perth, right?
We're from Perth, yeah, both from Perth, yeah.
Oh, very nice.
So anyone from WA would be good.
And Minwoo Lee as well. Obviously, went to
it.
school, same school, so.
Oh, very cool, very cool. Yeah, we're yet to see Minwoo, so we'll have to find him this afternoon. But boys, thank you very much for coming over. Steve, Jesse, really showing how global the Open Championship is. So enjoy the week.
Thank you.
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic stuff. Absolutely brilliant. Quite an extraordinary day.
On the tee. Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Players come, they stay for an hour, possibly 2 hours, leave, go to the short game area, here with Pete Finch, and it's been a really busy time on the range, hasn't it?
It's been hectic today, those last-minute preparations before heading out to the golf course, because now, if they weren't nervous before, the tension is starting to build. You know, we are less than, 15 hours away from one of the biggest tournaments in golf, and everyone knows here that they have a chance of lifting that trophy.
JJ Spawn is there. I've just seen him in the Causeway Cafe. I got a cappuccino. He was just having a water. What does that tell you?
It tells me that he needs to drink more coffee, obviously. But he might be trying to get an early night. You never know. Hydration is important, so I hear.
Brilliant story this year, and really good to see JJ here going for playing in the Open Championship. And just talk us through what he's achieved recently and what you saw.
JJ is one of those players who I kind of really root for, respect, and can buy into the story of, because it was only a few years ago where he was considering quitting. Like, he was not there with his game, he was quite ill, you know, he just wasn't prepared mentally or physically for professional golf at the highest standard. and now we're talking about him as the last major champion. He won the US Open in such amazing fashion as well, holding that putt.
How long was the putt again?
I think it's about 2.3 miles, I think, in the end. It was certainly 3-putt territory for most people anyway.
Where's he off to now? He's off to one of the trucks, isn't he? Over there. One of the manufacturing trucks. We've got many, and chatting with his team. Pete, you go this side. You know I like the left. Let's go further down the range. Players out on the course. We know that Rory McIlroy, he played 9 holes today. Some players will maybe just do the back 9 or the front 9. Depends on your schedule, depends when you flew in. A lot of players like to obviously play the Scottish Open the week before. Some players don't. Shane Lowry doesn't really like to do that. He once played the Scottish Open the week before Hoylake and then missed the cut.
Do you want to know the good or the bad news?
Okay.
So Rory...
I always want to go the good news first.
Rory has...
And when you put your hand on my shoulder, it means there's some really bad news.
It's kind of like it's bad news for me. So Rory has played the first hole 4 times this week, and he's hit it out of bounds twice.
Stop it.
Yeah, missed the fairway every time.
Great, yeah. Where are you getting your info from?
I have sources on the golf course tailing him at all times, and Twitter.
On the left, out of bounds.
I think you might have hit it both ways. So
there are other social media outlets as well.
Yeah, it's not even that anymore, is it? What is it now?
It's X.
Oh well,
it's
there
X.
you go. Stay off it, kids. It's not worth it.
He went out of bounds twice on the left.
I think 1 left, 1 right.
Okay.
So which is great, isn't it?
We'll get them out. Do you know, Shane said the few days before leading up to winning the Open Championship, he wasn't playing great golf. Get the rubbish rounds out of the way. You don't want to play brilliantly in practice rounds.
No, but you don't want to be stepping on that first tee with memories like that either, do you?
For those obviously, most of you are avid golf fans, and you've been messaging us, which is absolutely brilliant. Really lovely to get your interaction. Message Pete or myself. We'll ask as many questions to these guys as we can, and I'll ask Pete a few. But back in 2019, Rory McIlroy got the 8 on the first hole. Tomorrow he's teeing off at 3:10. He's playing with Justin Thomas and he's playing with Tommy Fleetwood. It's a very late tee time. I spoke to Fowler before, David Fowler, who's a big hit on the range. Ricky Fowler's a big fan of his. He's got the most amount of appearances on the DP World Tour as Fowler, but he was saying that tee time at 3:10, Rory will be in the gym, won't he?
Yep.
He'll have a set plan of what he's doing with Harry Diamond.
Yep.
But it is rather late. He'll be coming in at what, 7:30, 8 o'clock?
Yeah, it depends on each individual player, and it depends where the gym is, because I don't know if he's going to be preparing on site. He might prepare off site.
You obviously don't know where the gym is.
No. It's one place I actively avoid as much as possible.
I'm pretty sure I know where he's staying over there, but he'll be in the gym early.
He'll be there preparing and getting here with plenty of time. It's a difficult one, because obviously you get a bit more of a lie-in so you can rest.
Yeah.
Then you have that anticipation in that way. It might be better like teeing off early, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Let's go over here. Let's see if Pete Cowan's been on the range every day, all day. He can see us walking towards him. I'm wondering, what stare do I get from Pete? That means Pete, how are you doing?
I'm all right. Yeah, I'm all right, Di.
See you once a year, looking fresh.
Yeah.
How are your players behaving?
Not very well. Oh. No.
He's walking off now.
Yeah, he's going. Yeah.
Henrik, thanks for doing the challenge. You did very well. He carried it exactly 160. Tell us for all our viewers, who your players are this week.
I've got obviously Stenson, Westwood, Koepka, Neiman, Ortiz and Harrington this week.
Podrick Harrington, first tee shot tomorrow morning. Will you be up bright and early? Will you be watching him?
I'll be watching it, yeah. And he's still got the enthusiasm. He loves it. Can't wait. And at 6:30 this morning it was really nice, so hopefully it's like that, but I don't think it's going to be.
Well, we'll see what the weather forecast is doing. But I mean, Pete Harrington is a real contender. You're a massive fan of Podrick. He can still do it, Pete, can't he?
He thinks he can. He wouldn't be here if he didn't, that's for sure. He definitely wouldn't be here.
Tell us about just seeing Brooks Koepka actually signing some autographs as he was going off the putting green. How's Brooks feeling about his game right now?
He's all right. He's just his knee got a little twinge in his knee, but apart from that, he's good. Yeah. He's hitting the ball lovely, so just need a bit of confidence, and off we go.
Yeah. Has he played this course a lot?
He finished fourth here in 19.
He had a great result back then, top 5.
We came here for a week before the Open at St Andrews. We came for a week then.
Okay. How important is it to get that time before a major championship to play the course? Shane does it like a month before, doesn't he?
Especially if you're doing links course, you know, and obviously we were in Valderrama last week, which isn't a links course, but it's a difficult course, and we were on 35, 40 mile an hour winds. So
yeah, it does train to hit it straight.
Yeah,
let's put it that way. There's a few less corkscrews around here.
Yeah.
Oh, well, listen, great to catch up with you. Out of your stable, who they're not watching, who's going to do the best?
Do you know, I think they're all going to finish 1 to 6. And the other 5 are going to be unhappy.
By the way, you'll be buying down the Harbour Bar on Sunday if that happens. Oh my word!
We had 1, 2, 3 in 2010.
Oh, tell us who they were. Remind everybody.
It was Louis, Stenson, and Westwood. 1, 2, 3, which is nice, but 2 guys are still very unhappy.
Stenson and Westwood. Well, we remember that dramatic win by Louis. Absolutely brilliant.
And then obviously Darren winning in 2011 at St George's. Yeah. That was an interesting story. Should tell you some time about it. It's very interesting.
We're live. You can tell us now.
Well, the funny thing was Darren played poorly on the Sunday up in Scotland, right? And he was playing with Lee and Monty, and he wanted to show them how good he was playing, because he was playing great at the time. But he had a terrible Sunday, and so Monday we never saw him. He obviously went somewhere where nobody didn't want to know. So he went somewhere, and I was with Garby from Callaway, and he was working for Chubby at the time. So they were managing Darren, and Darren comes walking up the range, shoulders down, like this, and the caddy behind him, 30 yards behind him, up as 5, 5:45 in the morning. It was early because he wanted to play early, because he didn't want anybody to see him. So I said, all right, Darren. No, and then obviously a few swear words. No, I'm not. Why? I said, well, I can't play and I can't putt, so I might as well go home. So it was one of those days, and I thought, well, if there's another player around there, I'm going to leave him and go somewhere else. But I thought, I'll talk him down off the ledge, and we were stood there, and I said, well, the thing is, Darren, the weather's going to be horrendous here, and you're probably the best bad weather player in the world. You know, so I switched it round a little bit. You're probably the best bad weather. Well, show me how I'm going to do it. How am I going to do it when I'm hitting it like this? So I said, well, you know, stand here and we get the driver off the deck, and within an hour, it's exhibition stuff, telling everybody, look at this driver, drawn driver off the deck, fade driver. So I said, all right now, about 2 hours later, no, I'm not, just can't putt. So we went out on the course. Fairway, green, picked the ball up. Fairway, green, picked the ball up. Didn't putt at all on the greens on that practice round. Didn't putt, right? So obviously, next day, I says, what are we going to do about your putting? Because he then played with Louis and Charles and Rory, who'd all just won the majors. And I remember them turning around to Darren and saying, where's your major, Darren? Where's your major, Darren? And Darren's face went as red as that logo there. And all of a sudden, rah. So Bob Rotella helped him with his putting, you know, got him confident. I've never seen a bloke change like that.
Instantaneously?
Yeah, because, you know, he was giving up. And Chubby had got him a deal with NBC or something to commentate at the weekend, so...
That's incredible.
So that was the story of Darren winning. And then, obviously, it's history, and he got a little bit of luck, obviously. And
brilliant.
And
I hope you got a decent percentage for being a mine coach.
No, I don't take any money. I do it for the love of it. Like hell.
Pete, great to chat to you. Really good. Go down memory lane. Really good. I hope you get that 1 to 6 as well. We're going to take a walk. My goodness. Wow. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, I love stuff like that. I know kind of Bob Rattel's written about this as well, about how he kind of held Darren. And it's obviously they're here and they want to play as well as possible. And all sometimes they need is someone to tell them that they're able to do it, and just give them that little bit of confidence, because they're all amazing players. Like, they all know how to do everything within the game of golf, and sometimes you just need someone to be in their ear saying, yes, you can.
Absolutely.
You have the ability.
And that's what Bob did with Rory at the Masters, wasn't it?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Great stuff. We'll keep walking, enjoying the sunshine down here. Let's get back to our commentary box, overlooking Live at the Range.
Yeah, that was Di, I have to say. Hopefully you can hear us right now. I'm in here with David Hown and Pete. Hopefully you can hear us. But what a beautiful story that was.
It was. I didn't know how long it was going on for, Richard.
No, I was looking at your face and I was thinking...
I was hoping it was going to wrap soon. But Pete, he loves the camera. He loves the story as well. But absolutely fantastic. Richard, really good to hear your voice. Who are you going for at the Open Championship this year?
I would go for Tommy Fleetwood.
Okay.
Finished nicely in 2019. And an outsider, I went for Justin Rose. Okay, 63 last round last week. Hit a bit of form. You need something like that to kick you on, I think.
Oh, who's in the box with you
I've
this
got
afternoon?
David Howell. He's bound to have a question. Go on, David.
Oh, I haven't actually. No, you've thrown me under the bus.
Well, I've thrown him. Well, listen, while he thinks about it, Di, I'll ask you, both of you, you've been down there. You've been down working very hard. And what's the finest story, the funniest moment, the greatest thing that's happened so far on the range this week?
Well, do you know what? I love the interaction that the players have with all the fans when they come on and say, a lot of the fans will say to a player, for instance, do you remember when we met 7 years ago at a particular Open? And players often have to nod saying, yes, I do remember, which is, but it's part and parcel, isn't it, of being a superstar? You meet so many people, you're not going to remember everybody, but it's lovely that the crowd can have those interactions. They can get autographs, get really close to the players, because live at the range you can see how close these guys are, and also the grandstand as well. It's not far away at all. It's super special. And
it has to be said
that's
as
what
well,
the Open's all about, isn't it?
For a Wednesday in a practice round, the crowds have been unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's been like a Sunday out there.
And I went out on the course today, Richard and David, and I walked the front nine, and it was absolutely packed. And I know George Harper Jr. has managed to catch up with Rory McIlroy, which was brilliant. They sat on the bench at the back of the fifth, which is White Rocks, and then Rory played the par 3-6. A really special moment. Lovely to get Rory in that environment, super relaxed and just overlooking the Atlantic. Beautiful, beautiful landscape here. We're going to have a little walk, little wander, and we'll hand over the hard work to you guys.
Okay.
Richard and David,
Thank you.
back to you. We're going to go this way.
We'll just test. Have you got a question or not? You haven't, have you?
No, I still haven't got a question. I don't do questions.
Okay, well, they can go take the rest of the day off then, those two.
Yes.
They're doing a great job down there, live at the range. Tommy Fleetwood signing autographs. These top players carry a little Sharpie around with them.
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic stuff. Absolutely brilliant. Quite an extraordinary day.
On the tee. Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, whoa, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more. Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go?
Just swing. Swing wild.
Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever. However.
Wherever.
It doesn't matter.
Just swing.
Head over to golf.golf
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
Final bits of practice here before it all gets underway. It's 6:35's first tee off tomorrow morning, bright and early. You look poised to say something, David.
Well, yes, I've been chatting to my golf historian friend who has sorted out Greg Norman's history with the Open. And that's 1986. He won the Open at Turnberry, of course. And the 1989, he had the 6 birdies to make the playoff against Mark Calcavecchia. And Roger Chapman is that golf historian. He's been texting me, and Chappers is watching. He finished 13th that week as well.
Did he?
Not bad effort for him.
He was the guy that finished behind me. I finished at 10 to 10. He must have finished in the dark.
Yes, he did. Yeah, that was yeah, indeed. He's going to play his last seniors or Legends Tour event very soon at Brockett Hall. I heard that. Is Roger Chapman. So, Rog, what a great career you've had.
He has. I bet that made you jump, Rog, didn't you? I bet you weren't expecting that to come out.
Now, what was that house you were going to say about Rog, Richard? One of the lefties. Akshay. Oh, he's given that a launch. I think he's on the long drive game, maybe.
Crikey. Surprised to see that in practice. That's a bit bizarre, that.
Just wrench a shoulder or something just before.
Yeah.
That's how my boys practice down the range. Just smash.
It's all, yeah.
263, 183 ball speed. So that's fast ball speed, and into that breeze is only carrying 260 yards.
I think he must be playing a game with somebody there to be swinging it like that. What's the most important part, do you think, to practice? I know all of it is, but do you think that, you know, is it the short game, that the AMs can work on the short game a lot more?
Oh, for the amateurs?
Yeah.
For amateurs, absolutely. Yeah, course management, it's thinking about the game a bit differently if you want to lower your scores. But yeah, try and getting down in 2 from the edge of the green like the pros normally do, or 70% of the time, is the art of golf, turning 3 into 2. If you're a beginner, 4 into 3.
Yeah.
Most people can get somewhere near the green in 1 over regulation, but getting it down in a couple of shots of your bogey is the art of golf.
You think these players practice just as hard with every sort of club through the bag?
Yeah, they spend the majority of their time on the range, I would say. A lot of time with their distance control with the wedges. But for sure, every department is covered. That being said, a lot of people, some players, don't spend too much time in bunkers. Ernie Els, famously, hardly any time in the bunker. One of the best bunker players you've ever seen. That's more about artistry and feel rather than having to do it thousands of times.
Well, off he goes down the end of the range. Batir, let's have another look at. Wouldn't want to get your finger caught between the club and the ball here. Look at that, bang!
Oh, look at the. Right. Might not see George Harper Jr. with his face next to that.
What? No, exactly not. Tell you what, if I swung it like that, I wouldn't come out of hospital for 2 weeks.
Richard, I've known you for 30 years. Trust me, you can't swing it like that.
It's certainly not left-handed, anyway. So not so many left on the range now.
No, it's a lot of work running that range as well. As a full team of volunteers. They always start at the front of the tee and work back with the divots. I always thought they should start at the back and walk and move forward. Because everybody, you know, is milling around on that turf that they're going to be standing on for the rest of the week.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I can only assume they do it that way so the crowd get a better view as the weekend goes on.
Yeah, well, maybe. But yeah, I guess that would be the answer.
Yeah.
Makes sense. You're saying I was right.
God, I hate to say things like that.
Yes.
Well, can we go to a break soon and then
closing stages? Quite nervous times now.
Yeah.
People just sort of, you've done your work and they think, okay, what is this championship gonna bring? Have I got it in me to win this championship? They all want to, of course. Some will believe it's their time. Others maybe won't think it's possible.
Well, time to look at some key holes around this Portrush course. Earlier on the week, Incy had a little view.
This is the best seat. And you're about to get the best view. Come on then, time to go to work. So this is the opening hole at Royal Portrush, a relatively short hole in fact, but most players will keep the driver in the bag and instead pull out the long iron to take these 2 fairway bunkers out of play. Now you've got internal out of bounds on either side of the hole, making it feel quite claustrophobic. Back in 2019, we had home favourite Rory McIlroy with the nation's hopes upon his shoulders, and this is what happened next.
Don't tell me. Is on the wrong side of the white line. Even the best get nervous.
Even if you do hit the perfect tee shot, the difficulty doesn't end there. With the second shot to approaching this green uphill without being able to see the putting surface, the majority of it does slope back to front. But this first third is a false front. Pitching there, you could end up at least 50 yards away, if not in that bunker short left. Alternatively, some players might try and favour the right-hand side to play a little bit safe, but then you overcook it, you're going to leave yourself an absolute stinker down the hill, making it difficult up and down. Alternatively, on the left-hand side, you've got another bunker there, playing hide and seek pretty much, and you've got the rough, long left too. Trust me, you don't want to be there because it's going to feel like you're chipping up and over a mountain. You make a 4 on this opening hole, you're sprinting to the next tee. When you think of links golf, you think about playing golf along the coast, which we are of course to a certain degree, but starting off with the 5th is probably when we get a real good view. And this being the most scenic stretch of the golf course, you're standing on that elevated tee box with everything in front of you. Now this is a dry ball par 4, dogleg left to right. Some players will opt to play the long iron down the left corner. Others will absolutely be tempted to take on this drivable par 4 at just under 400 yards. It might be a driver or a fairway metal, depending on that wind direction and strength, of course, but they have to make a calculated decision, because if you go for this, anything long, you've got the out of bounds, where chaos truly meets beauty, and probably the world's biggest water hazard. Now, this is the most exposed part of the golf course, where the nature and the elements of nature will truly show its teeth. But up next, you've got the par 3 6th. You've got the instant change of direction. You can hear the waves crashing out on this corner. Don't get distracted by these views, because you've got that coming up next. And that looks like it's got my name on it. Now that is some par 3. Par 5 7th visually is one of the more dramatic holes, cut amongst the dunes, especially with that one all the way down the right, towering over you. And when you're standing on that tee box, it really feels like it's you against the golf course, and you've got these 2 fairway bunkers staring right back at you. Starting off with this one on the right-hand side, could be in play, of course, wind dependent, but ahead of the Open in 2019, they made a couple of changes, and this is one of 2 holes where they did just that, putting in that tiny bunker in the left corner. Despite only being so small, it will catch a fair few players out, and depending on your positioning, it will determine whether or not you can take on this par 5 in 2 or not. The fairway snakes all the way, gradually uphill. It will present some eagle opportunities, if not birdies. Anything slightly wayward, you could get punished. Undulations, a classic feature when it comes to links golf courses, and they have their pros and cons. You can definitely use them to your advantage. We're on the 10th, happens to be called the Himalayas, and this is a great example where you could hit the perfect tee shot and everything is spruced into place. Alternatively, you could hit an absolute perler and just get an unlucky bounce and end up in no man's land. But that's the beauty of this game and the stage that Royal Portrush presents itself. Alternatively, you can get quite unlucky and get varied lies. Here's a great example where the ball is below my feet, and imagine I'm standing over this with the wind howling from the left. Not only is it going to test my skill set, but also my balance and everything else that comes with it. That's not easy, for sure. Anyway, the green over here is one of the most undulating one yet. Let's go have a look. Race ya. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Low. That's not fair. You've got 4 wings and I've only got 2 legs. Anyway, 10th is a great example of how everything valleys in, and you could definitely use it to your advantage. But the beautiful thing about the Open and how it sets itself apart from all the other tournaments and championships is that you can have a particular lie. You can put 5 different clubs in someone's hand, and there can be a multitude of ways you can pull it off. Yes, sometimes the result might be good, other times it might not. You can use the ground, you can take it out of play. Say this back flag, pitch it about there, that's going to ride in. Alternatively, pitch it in the same spot, maybe with a bit of height. I mean, ideally, I really wanted that to come back just to show you the severity of it. But even that's not a good place to miss. Oh, there's a reason why I'm not a runner. Right, imagine if you were about to hit this tee shot. That's it, from that tee box to this green. Respectfully, I think the majority of us would genuinely struggle to reach this green, especially if it's howling wind into from 236 yards, and it only gets from bad to worse because there's no place truly to lay up. Anything just short or right at this green, you get swallowed up by this steep chasm. And even for demonstration purposes, with all due respect, I'm not going to go down there because I think if I go down there, I'm not making it back up. But here's a little history lesson for you guys. Back in 1951, Bobby Locke, he actually was a smart man because he played it down the left, and to this day, they call this the Bobby Locke Hollow. That was his safe space. That's where he could play from and see the whole green right in front of him. Trust me, from back there, this is a tiny target. This is the final test here at Royal Portrush. It's a demanding tee shot with the out of bounds running all the way down the left. And on the flip side, you've got those googly-eyed bunkers staring right back at you. Now, if, and that's an if, you can hit this intimidating fairway, like Shane Lowry did back in 2019, after he struck that second shot, realizing that this was his moment, walking down the fairway, taking in the energy and the atmosphere that the final hole presents, seeing his name up on that leaderboard and catching a glimmer of his family. He celebrated walking in between these two bunkers with both hands raised, realizing that this was his moment. Who will walk down this hole and become the 153rd champion golfer of the year?
Winning the Open changes a life.
A hero at 22 and the first Spaniard ever to win the title.
A name remembered, a legacy secured. But look beyond the champion and you'll see that maybe there's a little more to it. From first swings to final pass. From the back streets to the big stage. From the inner cities to the outer reaches. The Open's impact stretches far beyond the fairways. Every ticket, every fan, every roar drives our mission to shape the future of golf. Removing barriers, protecting the land, honoring the past, leading for tomorrow. So yes, the Open is life-changing, but what begins as a moment for one creates a game for us all.
My business has taken me all over the world, and one day, my son will take over.
The family business just wasn't for me. I wanted to build something of my own. And when my father saw how passionate I was, he did everything to support me. Now I have a daughter. All I want is for her to be
7,000 miles from home, but this is exactly where I need to be, and no one understands that better than my dad.
Wherever life or business takes you, HSBC can help.
Here on the range with Brian Newman, who won the Africa Amateur Championship, and you are 17 years young. To let our viewers know, you are the youngest in the field, which is absolutely fantastic. You're here to do the HSBC Challenge, celebrating 160 years of HSBC. There's the marker, Brian. No pressure, but Padraig Harrington and Henrik Stenson, in their first challenge, which was to fly it, carry it exactly 160, they achieved it. How are you feeling about this?
Yeah, a little bit nervous. Excited though.
We've got a supportive crew.
Yeah, and I'll do my best.
Great stuff. Just tell us who you played with today, practice round?
Yeah, I played with Tom Dietrich, Lee Westwood and Sebastian Cave this morning.
Oh, wow. I mean, you're 17 years old. What did you absorb? What did you learn from them? And Will, your caddies, told me that you played the best golf out of the four of you.
Yeah, I mean, he's being a good caddy there.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no, it was a good experience.
Yeah, great stuff.
Learned a lot for sure.
And tomorrow morning off at 9:14. Who are you playing with?
I'm playing with Justin Walters, my fellow countryman.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. Maybe ease the nerves a bit, but yeah.
It'd be really lovely for him to possibly calm you down. I don't know how you're going to feel on that first tee. We're all excited. I'm sure our viewers will be watching Brian Newman at 9:14 tomorrow morning. Everyone will be working from home. Right, let's try this little challenge. I know, do you know, I've done that about 14 times. You're in Bay level. 3 balls to fly it 160, to carry it 160 exactly.
Yeah, okay.
What club have you got?
I've got a 6-iron. It's going to seem absurd, but it's real into the wind right now.
You know, it's so breezy here. Brian,
try and punch one up there.
Yeah, just a little punch. Okay, we've got Top Tracer technology. You're on the big board. Can you see your name over there? Might be at the top of the leaderboard. We wish you luck, Brian, to carry it exactly 160. Can anyone at home do this? Padraig Harrington did it first time on the mark, as did Henrik Stenson. Brian Harman was 2 yards off at 162. What's the number? Oh, it's 156. Not bad at all. Do we get a little ripple of applause? Well done, well done. Okay, 4 yards more with his 6-iron into the wind. The breeze is picking up as well. Oh, it looks good. We're watching those figures on the screen. 120, 30, 40, 50. Go on! Oh my goodness, no one's done that actually. Oh no, they have. One person, I think Henrik did, didn't he? No, it was Tyrrell Hatton had 158 twice. You've got 156. One more go. One more go. Come on, Brian, who's off at 9:14 tomorrow, youngest player in the field. It's got to carry 160 exactly if you're just tuning in. Oh, you don't like that one? Yeah, oh, you really didn't like that. I mean, it was 2 yards difference. I wouldn't be complaining. Very well done. Unfortunately, not to be. There is no prize anyway, so don't worry about that. The next challenge is to hit the 160 board. Are you going to stick with this club?
I think that's a good idea.
Okay. Great stuff. Stick with the 6-iron. Will, would you agree? Caddy's no, he's disagreeing.
Would you maybe hit like a 5 so you can hit it on the fly?
Do you want to go 5-iron?
It's up to you. All right, okay.
Oh, he's disagreeing with you, Will. This might happen on the course tomorrow. Player's always right, is he? I like you thinking though, Will, because we've gone down to a 4-iron, 3-iron as well. So we'll try this one. Oh, it's a good strike. Good strike. It's got a little bit left. Quite like the yardage though. That looks good. 167, Brian. Any advice from Will? Carl, hold on, Brian, hold on.
I think I like his idea. I might just hit a real low one in there.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Try and just punch a hole through the board.
Maybe
okay.
Even more. What do you think? Yeah.
I think Tyrrell took a 3-iron, actually. What are you taking, 4-iron?
Yeah. 4 is good. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Clean clubs, well done, Will. They're all clean. Everyone at home, clean your clubs, wipe your grips. Harry Diamond was doing that earlier with Rory. 4-iron. Oh, it's a beautiful shot. Beautifully struck. I know it's a little bit right. Oh, gosh, you really got some adrenaline going with that one. This challenge, it's getting everyone going. 177. Just take a little bit off it. You're doing brilliantly. It's not easy in this wind. We can only dream of achieving this. Oh, it's nicely struck, though. If you play those shots in the Open, it's not too bad.
Off the height, at least.
Not too big. 181. Listen, Brian, you're on the leaderboard. As I say, there's no prize, so don't worry about it. You've been a brilliant sport. We've enjoyed watching you, and we look forward to watching you on the television tomorrow.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks.
First Open Championship. Nerves, you feeling all right? Feeling good?
Yeah, well, I'm good for now.
Yes. We won't make you any more nervous. Thanks to your caddy as well. I think he's a good man. I think he'll be good on the bag. And he's about 6'5" as well. Cheers, Brian.
Yes, thank you.
Great stuff.
Not too many people back or left on the range now, Dave, is there?
No, there isn't. I thought Di was talking like she was the manageress of the under-16s football team. That she was very polite, wasn't she? But it was like they were 7-0 down, but you're doing great.
Doing great. You will score. You will not want in eventually.
Yeah, don't worry. You tried so hard. Amazing. Open Championship when you're 17 years old, Brian. What an amazing achievement. And let's hope he has a great week.
How old were you when you played your first?
21.
21. Yeah, I was 19. And I can tell you, I really wanted my mummy badly on that first tee.
How did you get on? Where was this?
Muirfield.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was... fairway was 19 paces wide. I played with... they passed away, unfortunately, Christy O'Connor Jr. and John O'Leary.
Ah.
Looked after me very nicely for 36 holes. But the fairway was 19 paces wide. I was using, in those days, a Pro Staff 1, and my ball went down the right-hand side into the rough, and we couldn't find it. Those days, it was 5 minutes to find it. And the referee said, that's 3.5 minutes, Mr. Boxall. Back on the tee was, I think it was Nicholas Trevino and Seve, something like that. I thought, if I have to walk back, because I was always thinking was don't have an air shot on the very first tee shot. I thought, if I have to walk back there, I'm going to walk up onto the tee, over the other side, say good morning to them, and then to Grey Walls, get in a taxi and go to the airport. Fortunately, they found my ball, and I walked off with a bogey at the first, and then after 6 holes, I was 3 under, and I was leading it, and I thought, I'm second amateur here to win the Open Championship alongside Bobby Jones. Anyway, watched it at the weekend on Saturday and Sunday, so it didn't take long to Muirfield to sort me out.
Well, they looked after you for 36 hours, and then those two fine gentlemen looked after you for the next 36 years as well.
Yes, they did. Yes, absolutely. Okay, let's get down to... Right, let's get down to Henny in the open zone. This was early in the week.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to our defending champion golfer of the year, Xander Schauffele. Hey, Xander. Good. How are you?
What's going on? Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Now, you have sadly just had to hand back the claret jug this morning.
That's correct.
What are some of the emotions coming back on site at an Open Championship?
Yeah, I mean, you know, with the venue changing, it feels a bit new, I guess. But yeah, bittersweet to give it away. Definitely motivation to try and hold it again for a year.
Are some of the memories from last year flooding back to you? I know obviously it's a different venue, but a lot of the build-out very similar, and it's the Open Championship.
Yeah, Arne does a great job with the build-out. It literally feels the exact same, just sort of twisted a different direction. So a lot of similar fields, a lot of similar familiar faces. And yeah, just really, I remember last time I was here, I enjoyed playing the course a lot. So looking forward to sort of relearning it and preparing for the week.
Well, in terms of some of those familiar feels and memories, we're going to show you a few highlights from your final round last year at Royal Troon. It was low round of the tournament. It was a 65, bogey-free.
To get it just bump up the hill.
Talk us through this.
Yeah, this was a bad spot, and you know, when you're trying to win a tournament, you have to sort of get away with certain things, and one of those where you sort of guess how it's going to come out, and it came out perfect.
At the turn, this was again another little save for you.
Yeah, this was actually not a terrible place to leave it. 9's a really brutal hole, and when you walk away with a 4, you're ecstatic.
I mentioned that it was a bogey-free 65. This on 11 kicked off a stretch of 4 birdies in 6 holes.
Yeah, it feels, you know, looking back on it, just feels like a little bit of luck, you know, to hit a pitching wedge. Yeah, I mean, to hit a pitching wedge to 3 feet on 11. You're trying to walk out of there with 4, maybe 5, and feel good about it.
And then this was the moment down 18. What were some of the emotions that you were feeling at this point?
Just hit the green. you know, there's some deadly bunkers around this hole, and my goal was just to hit the green. You know, luckily it was downwind, and there's no better hole to have a 2-shot lead on hitting iron off a tee. So an incredible walk down 18. Really cool to share that with Austin, and yeah, it's the best walk in golf.
Now, this was your second major victory and second major in that calendar year, the first one being PGA at Valhalla. What did that first major give you that perhaps you utilised here in the final round? Just a lot of confidence. You know, I feel, I kept saying, just give me a chance, you know, just sort of this newfound belief. Clipping the first one at Valhalla, and my goal was to just get myself in contention. So Saturday was a really big day for us, and put myself in a good spot, and was able to pull through on this Sunday. Just in terms of that first major, giving you a lot of confidence to do what you did here 12 months ago, obviously as fans and in the media, we talk about a lot about what the players do and, you know, what you're winning or not winning and where your game is at. But for you personally, how does that feel, and how does that story or narrative feel to just get that weight off of your shoulders and to move forward? Yeah, it was incredible. You know, definitely some whispers I heard of being close often and not getting over the hump. So just a big monkey off my back, and you know, the hope is to, you know, it'll free myself up moving forward in future majors. Since then, you had a little bit of an injury over the winter, but you've been building yourself back up. Last week, top 10 finish. Where's the game at now? How's it feeling? Yeah, I've been trying hard to get back. You know, pretty humbling experience there. Sort of my first injury. A lot of firsts. You know, first couple majors and first injury. You know, I sort of felt like I was on cloud 9 for a little bit, and then got struck off of it. So I've been trying to find my way back up to the top of the mountain. Yes, well, hopefully what we're about to do with you will kickstart that climb up the mountain. You're halfway there. We're just going to help you to summit, hopefully. We've got our Shane Lowry challenge that we'd love for you to take on. So back in 2019, he's walking up 18 with a two-shot lead, and he had 175 yards into that final green. This is the shot here that we have recreated on our mat. Now, you're used to a bit of simulator technology, having played in TGL. But with our platform golf mat, we've got it was a little bit below his feet, the ball. It was uphill to the pin. So we've got that here. All right. And we've also got our causeway, Giant's Causeway stones out there, which is where the pin was. All right. So nearest is, off the top of my memory, I think it's 15 yards to beat. 15.1 yards, I'm hearing, 45 feet. Yeah, like I said, wind's down off the right, 175. All right. Nearest the pin. On the spot. Haven't even swung a club today. Wish me luck. Do you feel... Nah, I feel like you look like fairly flexible. You'd be fine. Yeah, all right. You know, just talking about how I was just injured, and here I am swinging ice cold. But you're an athlete at the peak of his game. Yeah, we'll just won't even use a glove. All right. I mean, feel free to have a few stretches. Don't let me stop you. No worries. I don't want to keep everyone waiting here. So, is this normalized? Yes, it is normalized. You know what? I'm going to club up here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Play it safe. 175. What have you got? I have a 7-iron now. Okay. Okay. I'm feeling this for you. Are you? Yeah. I'm not feeling very good about this, to be completely honest. One of us is. 175. Oh, Xander. Catch a break. Okay. Got some oohs and ahs. We're going to find out. Pretty good for me. 10.5 yards. You are the current leader. Yeah. We've got our replay incoming here, just so that you can embody this flight. Absolutely cold. First shot of the day. It was, yeah. Flushed it. I know. Looks like I'm done warming up. Yeah, exactly. You don't need to hit the range now. It's overrated. Here we go. Look at that. All right. That was good. Taking it. What is your current swing thought? That's a dark hole you don't want to crawl into there. Got a few going. Just one. The top one. Do you actually have a few on the go? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, come on. Give me the full... What's going on? Oh, it's... I've been working a lot with Chris Como, and my swing used to be sort of really shut and laid off. And for, you know, a year or two, I was pushing
getting the club more online. And this year, when I came back from injury, for some reason, it was short and really across. So for the last, month, we've been trying to get it back to being more laid off, which is a horrendous feeling.
Is it?
Yeah. So
okay.
That looked all right.
Well, that was looking good. Yeah, that's
better,
working well. Last year, I seem to remember that you played a practice round big money match with JT. Similar plans this year? Is that like a good luck thing that you're going to keep going?
We actually spoke about it. It's been a while since we played a match, but yeah, I think I'm going to go out this afternoon around 1, maybe play 18, hopefully 9, and see how I feel. But yeah. I need to warm up before I play any money matches.
No, you don't. Not from what we've seen. Xander, thank you so much for joining us, and very best of luck this week. We'll give you a final chance to say goodbye to the claret jug for now.
Not touching it yet.
No. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
On the tee. She's staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more. Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go?
Just swing. Swing wild.
Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever, however,
Wherever.
It doesn't matter.
Just swing.
head over to golf.golf
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic stuff. Absolutely brilliant. Quite an extraordinary day.
It's an absolute circus. Sergio attempting his best to be... Oh no! Ball handling skills. Well, let's hope your golf's better than their catching.
Hopefully.
Sergio, welcome back to the Open Championship, mate. It must always be amazing to come back into this arena.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, look at this. I mean, everything, but I mean, this amphitheater here on 18, it's always amazing. So, yeah, really excited to be back. You know, I love this major. I love this championship, and you know, I'm looking forward to it.
Doesn't feel like a Wednesday, does it, with the atmosphere here?
Yeah, it's always special here at the Open. So it doesn't matter if it's a Monday or a Wednesday, or obviously if it's on the weekend, it's extra special. But yeah, it's always amazing.
You've made a little bit of history to earn your right here as the first live golfer to be exempt. How unique, or how cool does that feel?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it just it shows the way I've been playing the last couple of years, and obviously most of this year. So you know, it's obviously a nice achievement to have, and to be able to be here, it's obviously a treat. So I'm excited about it.
A couple of close calls at the Open. What would it mean to you to win a claret jug alongside that Masters jacket of yours?
I mean, I said it from the beginning. Obviously, the Open is the major that I've always wanted to win from day one, and you know, being European, we know how special the Open is for all of us. Nothing against all the other ones, but yeah, it would be unbelievable to do it and in front of the British and Irish crowds, you know. So let's see. I mean, we'll give it a shot and see. At least we have a chance because we're here.
That's right. Final word on the course and the preparation. Feeling good, and it's a pretty amazing track out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks unbelievable. It looks it's green, but it's firm. You know, obviously it's not baked out and super fast like some other Opens we've been to, but the greens, they still have some run. They're rolling very nicely. Obviously they get tricky with the wind, but yeah, course is looking great. So
Sergio, you're looking great as well, mate. Good to see you again.
Thank
Good
you.
luck tomorrow. Well, there we have it, folks. Sergio Garcia. Can he make a run at an Open Championship? These kids are certainly hoping so. It's a great atmosphere down here on the 18th.
Yeah, fantastic. Great to hear Peter Finch from Sergio Garcia, a guy that I genuinely thought would have his hands at one point on the claret jug. So close, so many times.
It's the type of event that you would say suits him down to the ground. And if we're being honest about it, it's not like his game is reliant on power or anything like that. You know, he's a fantastic iron player. I think he still genuinely has a chance of competing. It just depends what his putter does. It's always the same with Sergio. So
The last time I spoke to him, he told me he was not speaking to his putter.
Okay,
so,
cool.
We are live at the range. It is just coming up to 5:15. We tee off early. A lot of the prep is done. And we're interested to have a look at how the top names were going. Earlier today, Scottie Scheffler was warming up. Very interesting to see the process that he goes through.
Yeah, I'm always surprised. I'm always taken aback whenever I see Scottie Scheffler on the range, because if I can be completely honest with you, on the range he's an unimpressive ball striker.
Yeah,
it's a bit scrappy. He doesn't look like he's enjoying himself particularly. But then as soon as he gets on the golf course, I remember at Troon, like seeing him on the range, he was unhappy, he was kind of slapping it. I was like, oh my God, this is going to be a bad round. And then 65 shots later, he's up near the top of the leaderboard, and like, he's just an on-course player. Like, he goes to the range to warm up, get a few things in order, and that's about it.
Yeah, I think he's, you know, it's interesting. He's very specific. Very specific about his grip. He's very specific about his aiming lines, right? It's a very, look at that, left hand on, check the face, back down. Like, that orientation between hands and face is something that's obviously like one of the steel strands of his swing. And I think he feels the face very, very well. It's like his calibration for all of these little different shots. You can just have a look at his top tracer ball data there. That's on the right side of your screen. 199 carry. We don't know what the wind was, but just thinking a 6-iron there.
Yeah, 6 or a 5, depending on the wind. But like I say, he's taking his care with his grip. He's focusing on those fundamentals, which are so crucial. And if you do want something to focus on, you do want something to work on pre-tournament, these are the things that you'd like to think about. You don't want to be thinking about top of your swing or impact or anything like that. You want these basics.
It is interesting. He's one of those guys who, for me, he's just like moving the ball around, and then he needs to get out on the course to be, for his visualization to kick in, for his calibration to kick in. And all of those sort of small, tiny adjustments that he makes, working the ball in. Definitely a fader more than a drawer.
Yeah, definitely with his irons as well. And even with his wedges, you know, just that gentle little faller off to the right-hand side. I think with Scottie, you don't see him shaping the ball massively, but it's just by increments.
Yeah.
And his distance control with his irons is ridiculously good.
Yeah, it's an interesting swing. So basically, you know, he stands close to the ball. He has a very steep left arm, but he goes, you know, what happens is, in a normal kind of like average tour player, you work a little bit into your right side, and as you're ending that backswing, you start to shift into the left side, and then you post up through the left leg. Scottie Scheffler is literally going left by the time the club is parallel to the ground. Like him and Tony Finau are the two guys for me who go left so early. And then you can see like Scottie's jump on that vertical, which stops his lateral. There's almost like no rotation here. It's just sort of very, very early and very vertical. So watch that kind of left hip and left shoulder kick up through the ball. Watch them there and up through the ball. And that's just like a face opener, you know, just keeps that face from shutting down there.
Yeah, as he comes through the ball, you can tell as well, it looks like he's holding the face off. It's not, it's the body that's doing most of the work. He's not actively kind of holding it in that position. But there's so much with Scottie's swing. For the best player in the world, and the best player in the world by quite a long shot, you know, he could not play for 6 months and I don't think anyone would catch him. There's a lot that goes on in his swing that superficially you'd say, well, that's not great.
Yeah, no,
like, he could masquerade as a decent scratch golfer at a range near you.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's a couple. I mean, it is extremely interesting to sort of see how different swings evolve. You know, Randy Smith is his coach, but Randy Smith's been his coach since I think he was about 7, and so, you know, you leave those idiosyncrasies into the movement. So Scottie, high left arm, shifts left early, and then watch that left leg bounce and post.
Yeah, it's the mark of a really good coach. It's leaving things in the swing which actually will not have any kind of impact on the overall ball flight. And some of those matchups can often work as well. You know, you think about Rahm and his swing and how there's certain things within the technique which you wouldn't coach, but they work for him. They balance each other out. And it's exactly the same thing with Scottie.
Yeah, so hands close to the body, a sign of a fader. Left arm vertical, sign of a fader. Monty, JT, guys like that. That's what we kind of expect to see in the posture to create that shot.
But you can see with that ball flight, it's just the tiniest of movements. It's the gentlest of fades.
Yeah. So again, all process driven, hands and face in with the right relationship, and then watch that left leg take that very early pressure and post high into that left side.
You can just see those alignment sticks as well. All he's doing there, just a little bit of alignment with the body, making sure the club face is pointed in generally the right direction.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a great tip, isn't it? You know, if you're out on your driving range, you know, and these guys have got a lot of time to practice. You know, that's one of the biggest weaknesses for you guys at home, is you're really time poor. That's probably more of a restriction than any skills you've got. It's just how little you practice and how little time you've got to practice. Practice well. Use those aiming sticks. They've got 2 parallel lines. Sometimes you see an aiming line, but from the ball between the feet, which is a ball position guide. And then from there, at least you've eliminated a lot of mistakes, Peter.
Yeah, and it allows you a better judgment of what might be going wrong. Like if you're aimed correctly, your posture's good, you're working on your grip, you're working on all these fundamentals, and everything is in decent shape, and that ball is still flying askew, then you can start to think a little bit more about your overarching technique. But
yeah,
you know, the amount of lessons you give, the amount of lessons I've given, where somebody walks in and said, oh, you know, I'm hitting it miles right, why am I doing this? Is it my swing plane or anything else? And they've got a super weak grip.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, how long have you been doing this? And it's been years. You're like, well, this could be such a simple solve.
Yeah. No, it is interesting. I mean, one of the things that Ted Scott, who's his caddy, said to him coming down Sunday on the first 9 holes of that competition, which he ended up winning, was, man, I just feel like I can't start the ball. You know, I'm starting the ball so left. So Ted just goes, it looks to me like you're aimed too much left, which he then adjusted. And if you remember those first 5 or 6 holes, Scottie hit a couple of foul balls there. So yeah, the smallest adjustments, even at this level, really significant.
Yeah, you'd probably say even emphasised the point that at this type of level, the small adjustments might even make a bigger difference.
Yeah.
Because they're so finely tuned, their swings are honed to a degree where they're so consistent. You know, if they're aiming 5 yards off, it can make a huge difference.
Yeah. No, and their unconscious errors, they're so hard to spot, aren't they? I mean, like if we were standing there and you hit 30 balls, and on 3 of them, the ball was in a slightly different slot, we can't see that. If it was 3/4 of the ball too far away, too far up, we can't spot that. You need to just have a system where you know this is at least eliminating my aiming problem. I'm stabilizing my aiming, and I need to get that ball positions in the right spot so that everything matches up the bottom. Scottie just moving into his woods. Let's have a look at that left ankle, take a little bit more action. Beautiful scenes up over the dunes. There it is, Royal Portrush.
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. Quite an extraordinary day.
On the tee. Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go?
Just swing. Swing wild. Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever, however,
Wherever.
It doesn't matter.
just swing. Head over to golf.golf.
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
Yes, just a few players probably having come off the golf course, just thinking about a few different shots that they want to have a look at, like what's the club that goes like this? And some superstars are down there. And there it is. Dustin Johnson. Golf's equivalent, really, to Clint Eastwood, I would say. Working with Claude Harmon.
World number 964.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably, you know, heavily influenced by the live, his departure to live, or his move to live. Anyway.
I think I'm currently world ranking 1,767. So if he misses the cut here, I think he's going to be edging closer to me ever.
I feel like your game's going to go further. I think you could climb up. What are you, 1,000?
Climb up or down?
No, up. Up, here we go. DJ. So, incredibly flexible, fast and powerful.
Bending away in a way he's not keen on. I think we should start, if we keep doing this every year, and we don't get kicked off the air, which is a possibility, we should take note of who the last people are on the range. And then...
Well, that was easy. Last year it was Bryson.
Okay. Well, there you go. We should bet if they miss the cut.
Oh, wow. You're thinking there's some correlation there. I'm struggling this much.
If you're on the range...
If I'm still here.
Yeah, on a Wednesday, with that expression on your face, things probably aren't going well.
No. Well, the DJ swing is whatever I do, swing left, but don't hit the ball left. So what he tries to do is just feel like there's like a wall behind his toes, which he never hits through. So for DJ, his mistake really is kind of like it's a heel hit that he complains about. And he complains mostly to Claude, who's pretty bulletproof, I've got to say. So let's have a look. Very high left arm, very early bowed wrist, and working left hard. You can see that little jump. Be interesting to see. I'd say that's kind of the stock shot, Peter.
Yeah, I think 83 feet apex, so he's probably working on just a bit of a lower penetrating flight, just for those into-wind holes.
Yeah, I think, PGA Tour standard dome golf, no wind, is a 120 apex. We saw Bryson up around 140 apex. Rory can hit those kind of numbers. Kind of like super high launch, super low spin, like 2,200, and just hit a bullet. Now Claude, we'll let him have a film there.
Yeah, I think with certainly links golf and the wind that you get around these courses, having the ability to flight it down is essential. Because the wind, certainly around the UK, Ireland, can be heavy.
Yeah, is it because it's wet? It's like a wet wind, and it just destroys the golf ball's flight, especially on a fade. The left to right wind, if you're a fader, that's got to be a hard shot to hit around there. I mean, DJ, I think, is a shot shaper a bit, but I mean, he's an absolute total fader off the tee. So let's have a look at him.
It's an interesting one with Portrush as well, because some courses you would say do suit a fade, some suit a draw. I think Portrush, it's hard to decide which one it favours more, because holes go right to left and left to right, some straight ones. I wouldn't say that it suits either.
No. And I mean, let's suppose we have today's weather, right? And you think about the golf course. We had a wander out there. How many drivers how many drivers would you say will be hit? What's the most number of drivers you can really hit out there? Can you hit 7 or 8?
Ooh, it depends how aggressive you want to be. I think it depends on also some of the holes where you can get near the green, like what the wind's doing. On 5th, for example, like a lot of these guys won't hit driver because they might go over the back. You'd imagine the par 5. So yeah, you're probably looking at
17. Would you? I mean, into the wind, you're going to hit driver there.
Yeah, if it's not 7-0, if it's downwind, it's difficult. I would say like 5 or 6.
Yeah,
it depends how aggressive you want to be. Like Bryson's not going to be out there chipping a 5-iron round. You'd imagine he's going to be hitting driver everywhere.
Yeah, and I mean, that's an interesting point. Does that give him a huge... Does length, does a 320 carry give you much advantage around here?
I would say that the rough here is punishing enough that if you go in it, it will be a problem.
Yeah.
It's very clingy as well. Like, this is an east coast of Scotland rough. Yeah. This is Northern Ireland.
Yeah.
It grabs, it's heavy.
Yeah,
and the rain's coming in. So.
Yeah, a wet rough, a wet fescue grass with some heavy kind of lush, I guess it's meadow grass, in there is going to be. This is the only type of rough where you're actually going to see them snap hook it when they're trying to get too much club out of it. So DJ, kind of weak left hand, bows it hard at the top, and then just tries to make sure he rips it left. Definitely working on something kind of like stinger-ish.
Yeah. I think it's just those options, isn't it? So you can get on top and just drill it down there a little bit. I mean, DJ is good enough that he can downwind, he can adapt, and he can hit it, like I said, 140.
Yeah, and you know, at his pomp, probably a better wedge player, became a better wedge player than driver of the ball. I mean, was superb with his wedges. So He is the last man on the range. I think at only 5:30. I know Victor Hovland was chatting earlier, and he was going out to play like 11 or 12 holes. So I don't know what time the range closes today, but I mean, I do think there'll be a few guys at least coming in, just, especially if you've got a late tee time.
Yeah.
What are you going to do from now? I mean, the last tee time is, you know, it's really late. It's, I'm going to tell you.
I mean, the town of Portrush does have many diversions.
But not for the athlete, Peter, may I remind you. 06:35, Padraig Harrington has Nicolai Højgaard and Tom McKibben for company. That is game 1. And then many hours later at 4:16, Yu Hung Song, George Blur and O.J. Farrell. DJ and Claude grinding it out. Great to see. We've had a huge amount of people come down to the driving range. That's a great place. If you are able to join us here over the next 4 days of magic, of the best golf in the world, there is a fantastic facility down at the driving range. Oh, let's have a look at that. Oh, hold that steady. Does that say 7?
7 p.m.
8. Thursday is 8. So 7 o'clock. See, there's an hour and a half of action left. I still think you're going to have some guys coming in off the course. Course is packed. I was just walking out there with Mark Rowe. And
do you think if someone turns up with a desperate look in their eye at 7:10, they'll be turned away?
I don't think so, because John and his guys who run this driving range have seen a lot of funky stuff. He's been doing it since 1987 with his dad. I think they were from Leon Solent. They're a fantastic bunch of guys, and they are here for the golf. And so if you have an emergency, those are exactly the right kind of guys to go and see. DJ. Just pumping some drivers down there. Definitely working on a lower flight. Only 9 degrees of launch, only 91 degrees of apex. That's the maximum height the ball travels. 2 feet of curve. That's encouraging, isn't it?
That's very impressive.
So there he is, obviously working on a bullet links tee shot. Yeah, there it is. So DJ with about 250 people watching him, putting on a clinic.
Yeah, as you mentioned, it is such a great place to see the best players in the world in a concentrated environment. And each day the Open, they come closer to the stands.
Yeah.
Which is quite nice.
There it is. If you would like to join us at Birkdale, that is the 154th Open, you need to scan that QR code and get in the list, get in the ballot. 278 tickets, 278,000 tickets have been sold for Royal Portrush. It is full. So it is something that you need to plan in advance. DJ and Claude, maybe just working a little bit on impact location. So DJ goes through some final preparations, and we have Di Stewart with Trey Niven.
I've been joined by Trey, and we've got a bit of a bunker challenge, Trey. We happen to have a bunker next to us, and you've got a 4-iron in your hand. Why is that?
Well, I coach golfers all the time, and my pet peeve is golfers that keep the club face too square at address, and they thin it, they fat it, it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
So when you get a 4-iron in your hands, it's got no loft on it to begin with. So to get out of the bunker with a 4-iron with a bit of a lip on it, you need to add some loft. So I think as a drill and as an exercise, it's very, very good to teach people to get out of bunker.
You got to get low, really, really low.
We spoke briefly on Monday,
We
didn't we? I
did.
didn't have the right trousers on to get low enough, but I've got them on today.
Okay, come on. You get in the bunker.
Okay,
Shall
right,
I take
I'll
your
pass you that.
microphone? Okay. I'll try and hold it so that you can keep talking.
Okay, so I'll give myself an okay lie. Okay, is that okay? That's average, isn't it?
No, that's good.
Okay, so white pin there. So if I just set up to the ball straight, that's going to go straight into the face. So you need to add loft, but of course now that is pointing way to the right of target. So we're going to square that up by sitting the club really, really low. So hence why I didn't have the right trousers on the other day.
Yeah.
So now I'm digging my feet in. I'm quite far away from the ball. Loads and loads of loft, and the key is to keep that loft on the golf club throughout the whole swing. So I mean, you need really soft hands. Yeah, it does look hard, doesn't it? Soft hands. That's going to help you release that club and keep the loft on it. So you ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready. I've got face.
I'm going to aim a little bit left.
Oh my goodness, 4-iron.
Face is wide open, and this is the first attempt, by the way, just to give myself.
First attempt, yeah.
Right, down low.
If you can do it with a 4-iron, do it with any club. Oh, that's a beaut. Wow. The gallery have gone wild.
We will take
That's
that
incredible.
one, absolutely.
Oh, what? I'm super impressed with that.
Works, doesn't it?
So the message is, if you can get out of a bunker with a 4-iron, you can get out with any club.
Do anything,
Can
right?
we do one more?
Yeah, of course.
Let's do one more. I want to see that again.
Actually, a little bit right, if I must say
Oh,
so.
right,
So,
now he's complaining.
right, we're going to aim a little bit more left. We're going to get
Okay.
even lower, more
Even
loft.
lower.
And actually, it was a little bit heavy, so let's try and get the contact.
Right, okay, I'm going to move out the way. Oh, I'll move out the way. Yep. Off you go. Oh, that's brilliant.
That was good. That was a bit better.
Yeah, again, the gallery have gone wild. Absolutely wild. There they are. They're giving us a clap. Great stuff. So, would you recommend playing out of a bunker with a 4-iron? Or practising with a bunker?
I'd actually say, as a
in
practice
bunker?
drill, it is really good because
Yeah.
it'll teach you all the good fundamentals and the things you need to do to get out of a bunker. But on the golf course, stick to the sand wedge, lob wedge, even a gap wedge, to be honest, depending on the distance of it. But maybe watch some of the world's best this week as well.
Who impresses you out of a bunker?
Ryan Fox. I tell you what, if you get
Yeah.
eyes on Ryan Fox this week, watch how low he gets, watch how forward he gets on
That's
that
it,
lead
isn't
foot.
it?
And he's really, really fast with the hands. He's
Yeah.
an unbelievable bunker player.
And don't have tight trousers on.
No, get the loose
very
ones and
top
get the
tip.
slacks on.
Brilliant. I'm really impressed. Well
Yeah.
done you. Excellent.
And now, Peter, a great master of the long iron out of the bunker, learnt from Lee Trevino, was Seve Ballesteros, short game wizard.
He went, was he just onto the beach when he was a kid with the 4-iron, learned to play all those different shots just with that one club?
So creative and so sadly missed. Lovely Seve. Amazing scenes as we get ready for the first day, which starts tomorrow. But before we go, we have to once again check in with George Harper Jr.
The sun is setting on the final day of practice here at the 153rd Open Championship. There is only one golfer left on the putting green, and if you look out this way as well, the fans are slowly starting to disappear. It is so close to the first tee. The excitement levels are raising. This is what it's all about here at the Open. So many big names we've talked to today. Oh, someone who got away from us today. Victor. Oh, you... Cheers, mate. My last cross of the day, and he's embarrassed me. Fair play. But look at this. We have had a great day. We've knocked off some huge names. We did Justin Rose, Ludvig Aberg, Scottie Scheffler, Rory McIlroy. We've just done Sergio. We've got Foxy and Hillier in there as well. Ricky Fowler. It's been amazing access, so thank you very much to all the players. If you're listening at home or in the Players Clubhouse, thank you very much for getting involved. Forged by nature, won by champions. That's what it's all about here as we near kickoff. And look at this. This is the walk so many players will do tomorrow. 6:35 a.m. is the first tee time. Padraig Harrington, man of the people, two-time Open champion, will kick things off. He's playing alongside Tom McGibbon and Nikolai Højgaard. An early start for those lads. But the course, is officially closed. Ladies and gentlemen, I've done a lot of running around, but now it's time to get some balls in the air. The 153rd Open Championship is not far away.
Winning the Open changes a life.
A hero at 22 and the first Spaniard ever to win the title.
A name remembered, a legacy secured. But look beyond the champion and you'll see that maybe there's a little more to it. From first swings to final putts. From the back streets to the big stage. From the inner cities to the outer reaches. The Open's impact stretches far beyond the fairways. Every ticket, every fan, every roar drives our mission to shape the future of golf. Removing barriers, protecting the land, honoring the past, leading for tomorrow. So yes, the Open is life-changing, but what begins as a moment for one creates a game for us all.
My business has taken me all over the world, and one day, my son will take over.
The family business just wasn't for me. I wanted to build something of my own. And when my father saw how passionate I was, he did everything to support me. Now I have a daughter. All I want is for her to be
7,000 miles from home, but this is exactly where I need to be, and no one understands that better than my dad.
Wherever life or business takes you, HSBC can help.
There it is, the driving range. We have been seeing thousands and thousands of golf balls pounded in preparation. Dustin Johnson at the bottom of your screen, coming to the end, really, of the preparation time as the gun goes tomorrow. 06:35, Padraig Harrington, Nicolai Højgaard, and Tom McKibben will kick us off. But earlier today, Rory McIlroy made his first appearance onto the driving range. We can have a look at some of those shots. So, Rory McIlroy, the McIlroy swing, not an unattractive movement, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, for me, really, the Monday of golfers, this is probably the best swing, best technique, probably the most unchanged. Apart from a few specific shots with his wedges, mostly just a little bit more of a controlled, flighted type of shot. It's not really changed. Like, he's got stronger, he's got more stable, but the swing has stayed very similar. Only a one-time champion at the Open, though, which is maybe a slight surprise, you know, considering these are the courses which he tended to grow up and play on. But he said very early on in his career how he wasn't a massive fan of links golf.
And how he didn't really want to change his ball flight for 1 week a year. So, the McIlroy swing, let's think here. I mean, it's gone through a few versions. I do think we're in a good version at the moment. So, stands a little bit further. Actually, the wedges stands closer to it as he's trying to just maybe take some of that draw spin out, trying to increase the amount of spin on the ball. There is the championship record. The US Open was the first one. It came fast. It was an extraordinary performance at Congressional. PGA Championship, then the Open, and that 2 in a row, PGA Championship and the Open in the 2014 season, and then the long, long wait to the magic at Augusta in 2025, and the completion of the Grand Slam. Fascinating watch, wasn't it? Justin Rose was, unfortunately for Justin, the bridesmaid, but I mean, the way that he conducted himself, Justin Rose, as Rory took the slam, I have to say, was one of... I will remember that.
Yeah, he's the ultimate pro, isn't he, Justin? It was difficult because I really like him as a player, as a golfer. He seems to be a great guy, but I was not cheering for him on that playoff. And it was, for me, it was a real Stuart Sink moment. Like, if he'd have won that and he'd have taken it away from Rory, it'd have been heartbreaking.
Yeah.
It'd have been absolutely mortifying for everyone who's a Rory fan, obviously. Team Rose would have been pretty happy about the situation.
Team Rose would have been in full bloom. Now, Michael Bannon has been watching Rory McIlroy hit golf balls since he was 2 years old. So he's got a fair idea of what Rory should be doing. For me, there was a time period where Rory, I think, got that right arm really rigid. Remember those practice swings of keeping the club head kind of outside of his hands and trying to get that right elbow a bit more vertical? I like it when the McIlroy right arm is a bit more soft and folded and works around him a bit more.
Yeah, it was. That's what I mean. It's like, for me, the underlying technique, really, apart from those times when he went to have a few lessons with Pete Cowan, didn't he, to try and figure out if he could switch to a little bit more of a consistent fade. But in reality, he's such a natural golfer, and the swing is so pure, and it just flows so nicely around his body, because he isn't the tallest guy. You know, he's a little bit more rounded in his swing than some other players, like Scottie, for example. You know, you couldn't think of two different type of planes that the club has swung on.
No, it's and there's the record, bottom left there. The win at Royal Liverpool, Carnoustie, he ran so close. St Andrews, both times, agonizing.
Yeah, 2022 was a killer.
2022, we were there, agonizing.
I can't think of a display of ball striking like that on the range before Rory went out for that final round.
A clinic, never missed a shot.
It was unbelievable. You could have closed off 99% of the airspace around that range and would have hit it through the same spot. I would have bet my life savings, all £14.50, that he was going to bring home that trophy. It just, just couldn't hold a putt. Couldn't buy a putt.
Well, he got out putted 100% by Cam Smith, didn't he? So McIlroy. Now McIlroy, Tiger Woods told Charlie Woods, his son, don't copy my swing. Copy the balance of Rory McIlroy's swing. That's an interesting comment, isn't it? From Tiger to his son.
He also told him to stay off YouTube, though, so I'm not sure I believe what Tiger says.
The disaster of social media, Peter.
I mean, he is right, though. He is right. I think if you're gonna copy on someone's swing, I mean, it's picture perfect. Like, why wouldn't you want to mimic this?
Yeah, it does. Like, if you were to take someone from another planet or someone who'd never seen golf, and you say, okay, listen, who's the guy who's the sort of the poster boy for a golf swing? The way it all comes together, the way it all sort of there's a massive acceleration which stops in balance so suddenly. Like, if we're watching this next shot here, and it's just a flow until that really sort of frozen moment there. Just
so nice. Such an aesthetically pleasing swing.
Yeah, it really is. And at Augusta, my goodness me, I was there this year, and we were screaming at our television screens as it went up and down, and he had it and he lost it, and then it was like, okay, hit the 18th fairways, missed the trap, perfect. Then he dumps a wedge in the water, in the bunker, and off we went down the playoff.
Yeah, it was rather stressful for everyone involved. I was watching that in a bar in Arizona, and we were all.
What about the third shot into 13?
Don't. I don't even want to think about it. It gives me stress thinking about it.
Yeah, well, I was chatting to Rory, and he told me, thanks for screaming at the TV, since I was screaming inside. That's what he said. So, the career Grand Slam winners. Gene Sarazen was where it all started, 35. creator, inventor of the modern sand wedge. Ben Hogan. I mean, I can tell you that Tiger Woods has got Ben Hogan swings on his phone. I've seen them. Gary Player, very worthy. Nicklaus, the all-time greatest. Fascinating to see Rory McIlroy join a very, very historical group. Spieth has a chance. Mickelson needs to win the US Open, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think Mickelson from that list is probably the one where you'd be, he probably deserves to be, from everything that he's accomplished and the type of player that he was. But yeah, Spieth really is the only player with a realistic chance.
Arnold Palmer,
of course.
Arnold Palmer never won.
Tom Watson.
Yeah, never. Palmer never won the US PGA, and Watson never won the Open.
US
Open. Yeah. Only 5 claret jugs at the Watson household. Beautiful to watch. Well, Rory is known as the most prodigious striker of a golf ball with his driver. Let's have a look at today's fireworks show. These are the longest drives. Both the I know Rasmus is leading. Rasmus, congratulations, mate. Working hard with my great buddy Soren Hansen on his game. Richard Tida, who is the amateur who chipped in. And then some of the young guns. Both Højgaards can smack it. They are unit guys, though, aren't they? You walk around, and they are some big, big guys.
I think the secret to long driving is to have guard in your name, by the looks of it.
I hadn't noticed that. That's very good.
What's in the air in Scandinavia? That's what I want to know.
Must be the food. So, final scenes. People are heading out, but not our intrepid Di Stewart.
Oh, thank you, Simon. We've just seen Dustin Johnson leave the range. He's been here for quite a while. Here with Trey. Looked like he was trying to find something there.
He did, yeah.
Claude Harmon III, his coach. I'm sure they've got it all sussed out, but it starts tomorrow, the Open Championship. No one else is on the range. It was just DJ himself. Let's have a look at the tee times. Any tasty tee times that we've got to look out for tomorrow?
Oh, there is a few. You've got that morning one I've got down here of Xander, JJ Spawn and John Rahm. That's a bit of a big hitting 3-ball.
Oh, brilliant.
I mean, JJ might be a little bit behind them, but I mean, I'm sure he can keep up.
Yeah.
And then afternoon one I've got down here, you got McIlroy, Justin Thomas and Tommy Fleetwood. Do you want to see some ball striking tomorrow? That is a 3-ball to watch.
10 past 3 for that 3-ball. We can't forget that Justin Thomas actually had a really good result here in 2019. He finished tied 11th. Tommy Fleetwood, obviously, with that runners-up spot 6 years ago. Another one that I've spotted, Shane Lowry, Colin Morikawa and Scottie Scheffler. They go off at just past 10 o'clock. So much to look forward to. Do you know what I love about this golf course? The fact that the grandstands create these little mini amphitheatres. In my lunch break, I went and sat on the 13th grandstand. Absolutely sensational with the whole feather bed, if you're familiar with this course. So many great names for these holes. We've got Fred Daly on the 4th. Darren Clark's got the 9th named after him. But so much history. The first one was back in 1951. Great to have it back here this year. The players are excited. The countdown's on, Trey. What would you be saying to the players right now? Tee-off is tomorrow.
I know, to be honest, DJ was just there blasting a load of balls. I'm either really worried for him, because to be honest, players should have it sussed out and ready to go, or he's just really hungry and wanting to keep grafting and he can't wait for tomorrow. But it's either worry or... to be honest, he was hitting it pretty nice. He was hitting that little fade, which is
you were standing directly behind him.
Yeah, I was getting some nice eyes on that one. Little fade, which is iconic for him. But I'm so excited for tomorrow. I just want another day like this.
I know. We've loved the sunshine here in Northern Ireland. The stage really is set. 278,000 tickets have been sold, which is an increase of about 40,000 the last time that the Open was staged here. The grandstands are absolutely packed. The first tee off is at 6:35. Podrick Harrington's got the honour. He's not an early bird, but he said he'll get up for the Open Championship. Trey, you'll be with us tomorrow at some point. Thanks so much for your company. The countdown is on from all of us from Live at the Range. We're going to be back very early tomorrow. The time is 7:30 a.m. George Hopper Jr. will be out and about. But the final major of the year is upon us. The Open Championship starts tomorrow. Join us at 7:30. We'll see you then.